It's actually quite easy to time your cross and volley against. So nice subtle change of pace from John Pearce. Good thinking.
Oh, and here we go. It's a bit of an opening. And you're right. I felt like, and I said that earlier, Dave, I felt like the Aussies were just rushing in between
15,
points,
13.
during points, pressing too much, particularly John Pearce. And I think he's just settled down here and knows, okay, I'm going to get a serve hit to me that's not fast. I have to get my feet to it, not overplay the...
Oh, where? Oh, and some nice feel as well. He's got that one.
Game, set a match, Barrett.
One of the most magical match points.
Game. Game. Deal.
Percentage can be off the charts. Oh, where? Some nice feel as well. He's got that one.
Game, set a match, Barrett.
One of the most magical match points.
Game. Deal.
clutch. That is a breathtaking start by both.
And she started even stronger. Is a great response from Sabalenka.
It surprised even herself. Jason Stacey, a fitness trainer, just passing her a little bit of liquid. They don't leave any stone unturned. Oh, that is magnificent. The redirect on the backhand was out of this world.
To the forehand of Svitolina, get a short ball, and then go after it. It's very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is so well executed. Again, you see the early change of direction off the backhand, inside out, off the return. Mira Andreeva in Nia Wells' final, they just kept at it throughout the match until eventually Sabalenka lost her nerves.
If you open up the court against that two-hander tonight, the outcome is not going to be the one that you want. Coming from such a kind of high swing playing.
Last year was the drop shot. This year we see her serve and volley.
Oh, that sums her up. So impressive from the world number one. Sabalenka moves through to the final once again in Melbourne.
It's the perfect start for Rybakina. And just been so impressive.
point started.
Oh, just clips the tape, and that is a break for Rybakina.
Now that's a thing of beauty. I mean, Pegula's got to move the ball in some of these instances, but that's going to be a valuable serve for Rybakina.
Oh, just playing with so much confidence tonight. Elena Rybakina off to a flyer.
You could see it. It's been about 3 shots. Rybakina. I mean, that's her MO. To try to get ahead, get on top of these points early.
Oh, simply stunning from Elena Rybakina.
That is money. As she closed quickly, Rybakina, that shot could have been trouble.
This is a clinic of clean hitting.
15-13.
Perfect play from Pegula.
Well, sometimes in life you need a little bit of luck.
That's fabulous.
Well, her serving accuracy is just phenomenal. Can you believe it?
And she saves it.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
Another spectacular day for the Australian Open animated. Yesterday, it was all the fun and pleasure of watching our semi-finals of women's singles and see who was going to be making it into the finals for themselves on Saturday. And today, it's a similar sort of story, except we're going to be looking at the men's singles. It's our Friday. It's semi-finals time for those last 4 remaining men's singles players. And one thing that really shocked a lot of tennis fans, and of course everyone watching the Australian Open, is the fact that our 4 remaining men's singles players also have to be the top 4 seeds. The last time this happened was all the way back in 2013, which doesn't seem so long ago, but 13 years ago, and Novak Djokovic was among one of those top 4 players back in 2013 and getting it done again for himself in 2026. So whilst time flies by, one thing remains, and that's Novak Djokovic making it into a top 4 at an Australian Open. Let's see when he's going to be playing and when everyone else is also going to be playing today on the Rod Laver Arena. It is going to be Novak Djokovic 4th seed up against 2nd seed, 2-time defending champion here at the Australian Open, Jannik Sinner, for our evening session, which does mean that kicking off the men's semis finals is going to be 1st seed Carlos Alcaraz up against 3rd seed Alexander Zverev. These two have had just a phenomenal performance already in the Australian Open for themselves. Of course, amazing careers for themselves too. But Carlos Alcaraz, he is 1st seed for a reason. He has just been dominating the playing field over and over again for himself. And so we're going to look back over what has been almost 2 weeks of Carlos Alcaraz highlights.
Yeah, well. Absolutely astonishing.
Game. Game, set match. Alcaraz.
No way. That is a brutal way to end the set. Absolutely. Ominous start if you're a Dimonor fan. Many argue that defense is more important than an attack, and Alcaraz proved it on the previous point.
second set. Alcaraz.
Well, it looked like one way.
From unbelievable point wins and, even more truly shocking comebacks in some sets, Alcaraz has had, what we've already said, a phenomenal run at the Australian Open to make it to the semi-finals, but he really truly is one cut above the rest as he has not dropped a single set. We're going to look at this run that he's made, being able to do it in straight sets against Walton there in the first round. Second round needing tiebreakers as well, but still straight sets. Third round against 32nd seed Mutet was a little easier, 6-2, 6-4, 6-1. No tiebreakers there. His fourth round had a tiebreaker in the first set, but as it continues and the trend moves on, straight sets for himself in that round, and of course again in quarterfinals against Aussies Alex de Minaur there, 6th seed, and places him right there in the semi-finals, coming up against Zverev, and only one match away from making it to his first ever finals of an Australian Open, and potentially even that one step closer to be able to complete the Grand Slam for himself. The Australian Open title is what still eludes him here, but for the side of Zverev, he's made it to the finals of an Australian Open before. That was last year, but we can have a deeper look at what has been his semi-finals run so far in the Australian Open of 2026.
Oh, where? Some nice feel as well. He's got that one.
Game, set a match, Zverev.
One of the most magical match points.
Game. Game.
Percentage can be off the charts.
For Alexander Zverev, having the run that he's had has been a lot of fun, but it's been very different. If we look at our semifinals, his run to the semifinals, I should say, as a bracket, it is being pushed to the limits. It hasn't gone yet to a fifth set for himself, but he is making it up there in the fourth sets. And he lost that opening set for himself in the first round. There needed tiebreakers, eventually lost it. Another four-setter in the second round. It rung true again in the third round up against 26 seed, but something kind of switched in him for that fourth round. Not sure if it was just a familiar opponent or what, but able to get it done in straight sets. And then Leonard Tien was coming in hot and heavy and really pushed him to the absolute limit. Still not a fifth set on the horizon there. Maybe this is where we get it between Alcaraz and Zverev. So Zverev, third seed here for the Australian Open. Alcaraz, first seed. Really not too much between them. And so we wanted to know if there was more to the history of these two players, but they are so close in caliber. It feels like what mostly differentiates them is the amount of titles, the amount of Grand Slam titles they've won for themselves. But in a head-to-head, they've come up against each other 12 times, having won 6 interactions each. So a split down the middle for the two of them. And in fact, one of the previous matchups was in 2024, an Australian Open quarterfinal. So around just before this, where Zverev ended up taking that win for himself. And it's been some time, 2024. Obviously, they've developed a lot as tennis players now to what is the Australian Open 2026. But you wonder, is there that sort of flashbacks? Is there that sort of memory? Because yesterday when Rybakina won her set, that's what she talked about. It doesn't matter how long, if it's been a year or two. Sometimes in high pressure situations, those memories come flooding back and you really have to push through it. So that's what we're going to be hoping for Alcaraz to be able to push through it a little bit for himself there and hopefully not get too caught up in what has been a very close race historically for them there. And look, Carlos Alcaraz himself also enjoys a bit of golf, football, and his favorite team is Real Madrid there. So yeah, he's an all-round sports enjoyer. I feel like most top level athletes can respect a lot of other sports too, always trying to dabble and give it a go. It feels like when you hit the top 1% of a sport, you think you could do it for another one like golf, or potentially just enjoying watching a sport of football there. But Carlos Alcaraz and Zverev, they're going to be taking it to the arena very soon. They get to play on Rod Laver Arena, one that has been packed for the last few days of the Australian Open. Everyone's sitting by, getting to watch the actions, whether it's quarterfinals or semifinals. And here it is, our men's singles semifinals are going to be happening. So let's get on down there, see them warming up, walking out, and doing their coin toss for our first round of the men's singles semifinals.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the first of the men's semi-finals for the Australian Open 2026. For only the 5th time in the Open era, the top 4 seeds have reached the men's singles final at the AO. It'll be this man, Carlos Alcaraz, who is ready to collide with Sasha Zverev in a contest that'll be defined by heavy artillery. Zverev's power is linear and imposing, but of course Alcaraz can unleash with the same pace, but with creative freedom and fearless variation.
men's semi-finals action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Germany, Alexander Zverev. And their opponent from Spain, Carlos Alcaraz.
The Tyrolean blue of the Australian Open welcomes these two protagonists to center stage. And the opening of the Rod Laver Arena roof illuminating this magnificent sporting precinct. They will be meeting once again, these two. It'll be a 13th time. The head-to-head evenly split at 6 apiece. Their meetings at the majors set at 2 apiece. Down to the final 4, and it's not often that the top 4 seeds remain at a major anytime. And of course here down under, it is only the 5th time in the Open era that that has happened.
Hi Carlos, this is Rafa.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you? Hi Alexander, this is Rafa. How are you? So guys, conditions will be the same as in previous rounds. Just a few reminders. Every time we say the score, the clock will start. You have it in all 4 corners and the video review is available. Do you have any questions? No? Carlos, questions? No? Do you have any questions? Okay, Rafa, who do we ask for a choice? Carlos, we have...
Ayo.
Ayo is his call. Ayo it is. Receive. Can we have a photo, please? Facing that way. Thank you.
What a nice memento this will be for Rafa. The man armed with the luxury of nuclear athleticism is Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, now they're going to get a little bit of time to warm up there on the Rod Laver Arena. They've come out, the roof has opened, the coin toss done, who's serving has been decided. And while they are taking that little bit of time for themselves to get ready for what is their first semi-finals matchup here at the Australian Open, we get to have a look at what is the career of Carlos Alcaraz. Yeah, and 24 singles titles to himself at the age of 22. It has just been an outstanding one for himself, definitely proving why he belongs in that first seed here, and of course, world ranking #1. Australian Open history for himself wasn't too kind in those earlier days. 2nd and 3rd round exits for himself, absent in 2023, but then he came back and he had a vengeance to burn here. Quarterfinals in 24, 25, now making it that one step further in a semi-finals for himself. And he's seen the likes of semi-finals, finals, and even wins at a number, in fact, at all other Grand Slam titles. So it's only really the Australian Open that he needs to win here to be able to say that he has won all 4 of those Grand Slam tournaments. And for him, a lot is going right, but what is going to be the standout keys to him winning a match here is going to be using the forward court positioning from himself. So drop shots might be relied on pretty heavily here. Try and stay as aggressive as possible with medium rallies, having those angles that we've seen him succeed in garnering points before, and trying to keep his composure. That has been the unraveling of a couple of players of the last few days here at the Australian Open. But I do wonder, is it all about setting early momentum, having that opening set win for himself, or is there still a lot of ground to burn when he is on that back foot? He's only ever done his Australian Open run in straight sets, whereas we know his opponent here in Alexander Zverev is able to bounce back after losing an opening set. He's able to have that shift in momentum, and that is what's going to help. If he is able to deploy powerful first serves, he's going to be putting Carlos Alcaraz on that back foot. He wants to stay at the baseline, though, for Zverev, try and, absorb a lot of that aggression, extend the rallies too, which does beg the question, who wins out in those extended rallies if that's something that they're both wanting to do. And physical endurance has already been proven here, but that is something he might have the slight advantage over Alcaraz as well. But Zverev at the age of 28, 24 singles titles for himself. There really truly is next to nothing between these two players when we look at them on paper, except maybe when we look at their history at the Australian Open, because Alexander Zverev has had a phenomenal one. He very first debuted at an Australian Open in 2016, getting knocked out in that first round, but it's only ever been improvements for himself from there. Semifinals, quarterfinals, fourth round appearances, even a finals last year. So anything short of that might feel a little bit disappointing, but his 24-25 results being pretty consistent for himself. And so 26 proves to be a similar sort of story. As we now look at their head-to-head statistics, and again, same sort of thing that I've been talking about. Really, truly is next to nothing between the two of them, whether it's first serve percentage, second serve points won there for themselves, even unforced errors, having only a discrepancy of 2 across all sets there. And that's pretty impressive considering Zverev has played a couple more sets than Alcaraz, having dropped 4, and now that we see it, being out on the court for 2 hours of playtime longer than Alcaraz too. Both of these men, though, are very used to playing during the daytime. They've been there getting the full brunt of the Melbourne weather, and today it is warmer than what we saw the women's semifinals yesterday having. They were playing in the evening and it was sitting at about 22, 24 degrees, but now, yeah, slightly warmer for them, 27, still nothing compared to the extreme heat waves we've had throughout the week. And so, they're not having to play in that 35 degrees. 27 is still on, yes, the warmer side, but much cooler than beforehand. And so now that we're looking towards those extended rallies, a little less lively ball there than what they might be used to, where is the win predictor going to side? Is it going to be on the side of Alexander Zverev, or is it going to be Carlos Alcaraz? Well, there it is. Zverev not too happy that it's not going his way, but yeah, Alcaraz, it's hard not to lean his way and be a little bit on his side with what has already been proven across an Australian Open and in multiple Grand Slams as well. But I don't want to keep you guys too much longer. They're nearing the end of their warm-ups, which means our first round of the men's singles semifinals between first seed Carlos Alcaraz and third seed Alexander Zverev is ready.
Wields similar force with creative instinct and fearless expression. Place in the finals up for grabs. That's a shot we'll be keeping a beady eye on, Wally. Forehand down the line.
Yeah, you were talking about it a lot in his previous match against the lefty, Lernatier, and how effective his forehand is when he goes cross-court, but not as positive an outcome quite often when he goes line. He tends to go line with safety.
(30-15).
Well, it'll be interesting to see how much of that he does today, Roger.
Yeah, well, and because it's fast, and if he gets the ball, that flat ball that he plays through there, it actually staying quite low as well on the court. But yeah, you'd love this to be a number that's above his average for the tournament, I think, when he gets a chance.
He did it pretty well in his previous round, didn't he? More so than I'm used to seeing him. Probably all part of this idea that he's going to play bigger in the big moments.
Let second service.
I can tell you he won 74% of the points at net against Lerner Tien, Wally, 23 out of 31. That's actually also his average for the tournament.
And a couple of them were not coming in off big ground shots and cherry picking. A couple of them were legitimate dig and scrape and stretch volleys. He did very well.
Cain, Zverev.
Made 50% of his first serves in that game, did Zverev. But boys, I was just having a look at this matchup and specifically that first serve of Zverev, because we know it's such an important shot when he plays Carlos. And for the sake of the analysis, I discounted the 2 matches they played in 2021 because this guy's ranking was low. He's pretty much a junior stud. That's 4 matches that Zverev won against Alcaraz. His first serve percentage was 77 and above.
Yeah, and it needs to be, Robbie. I think that's the only way you can take out those big players. And the last time they played here, that number was even higher, 84%.
That's right.
That.
Quickly, please. Ladies and gentlemen.
And he also had a 37% of the time his ball doesn't come back unreturned. Let's have a look at that number, boys, as we go through this match. See if that's lower here with Alcaraz.
Let for service. $15 long. Let for service. $30 love.
Who in your eyes today wins the physical battle, the conditioning battle? You two, who do you think?
I'd always lean Alcaraz. And I go back to my statement about turning defence into attack. I think that's such a huge part of the game. And he's so dynamic. I mean, that first step and the way he can improvise at full stretch and then power back into the middle of the court. I've just got to give the nod to Alcaraz. And I can't say I've ever seen him get tired over the course of a match. I think his endurance is there.
Yeah. It's always an important shot for us, isn't it? The forehand of Alcaraz. We know how dynamic he is, but there have been on occasions where it's cost him in matches, Wally, where he's so exuberant with it, he almost can't contain himself.
Well, I liken it, Robbie, to if you've got a Ferrari, you want to drive it fast. And that forehand is a Ferrari, so every now and then he just puts the foot down. It's a V12.
Certainly is.
And there's Roger talking about the heat of the day. I mean, it's 27 degrees, but for sure at court level, it's nudging 30 or beyond. So everything's pretty lively. You've just got to bring your targets back a fraction.
Game, Alcaraz.
Roger, what do you make of the Alcaraz serve? I mean, I've watched him throughout the tournament. It looks like a better serve. The ball's doing more through the air, more off the court.
Yeah, I think so. It feels like it's got a little bit more up and down pop as well on it. So it's interesting. He was able to make such a change like that, and he's very rhythmic in it, isn't he? And that's the one thing you look for. Is there rhythm still there? But I guess that's why he's where he is in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. I think the shape of his body under the ball doesn't seem that different, but the rhythm of the serve seems to have improved.
I want to go back to a very important number that Roger just mentioned, and that was the last time they played at the Australian Open. This guy's first serve percentage for the entirety of the match was 85%. It's the second best of his career, all the Grand Slam matches he's ever played. And including the matches here, Wally, that's 157. That's astonishing because it highlights some important factors, doesn't it?
Well, it tells me that as good as his serve is, we see him consistently serve 200 and above, it's actually within himself. He is serving within himself, and that's the kind of power he can create just with his height, strength, and great technique.
And Roger, I was just thinking, for the second best first serve performance of his career at the Grand Slams, he still only beat Carlos in 4 sets. So
yeah,
just shows you how good you got to be, right?
Yeah, I was going to mention that. It still took him 4 sets. And the other thing that he's been exceptional with the last couple of years has been his location as just like that.
He leads 2-1. We'll take a closer look at that serve right now.
Zverev leads 2-1.
I'll take a look at what happened when they played in 2024. And Wally, the location, as Roger was suggesting, of the first serve was phenomenal.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, yellow balls, points 1. Just have a look how he peppers the edges and peppers that centre tee, and the red, those little red patches denote points that he's lost. So it just shows you only have to be off marginally, and our good friend Carlos Alcaraz will make the return and then back himself in that rally. But yeah, that is phenomenal serving. And you've got to remember, a lot of these serves are coming down well in excess of 200 kilometres an hour. So it is a nasty, nasty proposition. And Robbie, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So at 6'6", it's actually a rising delivery. It's not coming on in a linear fashion. So it's a nasty
Time.
Proposition.
What a magnificent day it is in Melbourne. All teed up for semi-finals action.
We were just discussing in the break the Zverev serve. The only criticism I have is that if he has to hit 2 serves, there's 25 ball bounces. 12 on the first, 13 on the second. That's a lot of ball bouncing. Could it not be 2 or 3? Why 12?
We'll have to ask him that in the post-match if he wins.
12 ball bounces. Extraordinary. I'm almost praying he makes it first.
It's
a jumpy day. The heat that Roger was talking about. We haven't seen too many balls in the net, have we? It's all flying, long, wide. Just take these guys a while to get their bearings, particularly dealing with the pace.
Let's play service.
Mariana Valjovic is the chair umpire. Of course, umpires call all the lets at the majors. No net machine in use.
And they've been reduced to scorers, basically, haven't they? They must adjudicate on points of law or rules. They keep an eye on the time, any time violations. But outside of that, it's a pretty cushy job, really.
I'll tell you what, I'm often surprised, Wally, at how poor players' knowledge is of the rules of the game, basic rules even. It's a good thing we have got the chair umpires there.
Okay. So yesterday, Robbie, I was calling a doubles match, and as the server was throwing the ball up, the returner moved about 4 meters back as he was throwing the ball up.
Yep.
And I said, that's a hindrance. The umpire said, no, it's not. So I don't know the rules. It sure looked like a hindrance to me.
Flushed.
$40-15.
What a pure strike.
Game Alcaraz.
Well, a lot has been made of the tweaks that Carlos has made to his serve. Of course, the softening of the wrist. A la Novak Djokovic when he takes the racket back. And of course, that man, bottom right of the screen, talking right now, Sam Lopez, is the one who's made all the technical changes. Even when Juan Carlos Ferrero was part of the team, of course, that was the big news in the off-season, with Alcaraz splitting with Ferrero.
Another ball flying long in the heat. And Robbie, I'm going to throw it out there, and I don't want to discuss it, and I'm never going to mention it again. But let's limit the ball bounces to 5 in the rules, and once it leaves your hand, it's in play.
Wow.
Can't throw it up and catch it.
It's a skill, right? Having a good ball toss.
Yep. But I don't even want to talk about it. Well, I like the play.
Yep, same. And I was just going to say, Zverev beat me to it, but because I think that the more you come in to pass someone on a day like this, if you just get it a fraction long with the ball flying through the air, very hard to get it up and down.
And Roger, the fact that he's ahead in the count, so he's not under pressure on his serve, and with Alcaraz retreating, just basically sending a message: you can't just hit it down that central corridor. I might be coming. I like it.
40 love. Game is better.
It's a good foundation. Zverev has started well. He leads 3-2 first set.
It's time for two lucky fans to experience the Charlie Shorts Upgrade to VIP seats picked for Grand Slam champions Ash Barty and Korea. Experience more. So, let's find our lucky winners.
I've said it a number of times over the last 13 days, but what a city, what a venue. How it is just growing in stature, this major.
Time.
There's no doubt this is the place to be at the start of a new year. Melbourne, Australia. First tennis major. And of course, for Carlos Alcaraz, it's the one that he has not been victorious at. The best he's ever done was a quarterfinal before this year. And if he's able to get the job done here in Melbourne, he'd be the youngest player ever to complete the career Grand Slam. He'd just nudge out Don Budge.
Well, I was about to say, this is where the balls just get that little bit heavier. It's easier to play your shots.
Love 15.
Not the ball flying directly off your racket, but once again, just flying long. This is dealt with well. He's a tall man down below his knees, but hits it with a bit of venom up the line, and once again, the error is long. Well, right there was something that I had discussed about Zverev that sometimes I question, but
15.
blocked a return, played a good little slice to keep himself in the point, didn't quite make the pass, but that's what I think we need to see from him, just a bit of improvisation when he's in trouble and finding a way to turn those points in his favour. Wasn't far off there.
That should have been love 30.
Yeah, makes that pass, it's love 30. That was the hardest, that was the easiest shot of the rally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He'd done well to get himself back into it.
And as we know, with the great players, they're magnified those opportunities to turn the love 15 to love 30, because now he's ahead of the count, Alcaraz, and we know what those numbers look like, Robbie, don't we, when you're in this position?
Too true.
Forty 15. Let for service. Game marker.
Plays with good energy. Of course, one of the nuances in this matchup that a lot of people might remember was that Juan Carlos Ferrero used to coach Sasha Zverev. He was with him for about 8 months before eventually splitting early in 2018. And of course, it was later that year that the project with the 15-year-old Carlos Alcaraz then started. Couldn't find enough symmetry with Zverev. Thought there were too many off-court distractions. Felt that Zverev wasn't listening enough to him. And of course it was the manager, top left of your screen there, Albert Molina, who approached Juan Carlos Ferrero and said, I've got this 15-year-old kid that I think is really good, and would you consider coaching him? Of course, that's when the collaboration started.
30 love.
And 7 great years, 6 majors, world number 1, youngest world number 1. Of course, that all came to an end in December.
That shot there, Roger, that's what I'm talking about. I know it just clipped the tape, but it's just every time he's not in his... The ball's not quite in his hitting zone. There's no guarantee he's going to come out on top. No sweatband for Zverev on a day like today.
Can't get my head around that.
Constantly wiping his wrist on his shirt.
One of the difficulties for Tien was dealing with that hard bouncing serve of Zverev. Alcaraz has been able to nullify it beautifully.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Gee, that's got to be a close call. We're going to look at this. That's unbelievable. We're sitting on that line, Robbie. I thought it was out for all money. Must have dropped very suddenly.
30-40.
Well, it was 99% out.
Which is?
100% in.
And there's that look to the naked eye. That looks out, but you cannot argue with technology.
Nice way to bring up your first break point.
Deuce.
.216.
And it's what he's been good at, hasn't it? When he's been in trouble landing the first ball.
Yeah, and that was his fastest serve so far today.
Advantage.
I've always been a believer, that, Wally, you know this, and probably you too, Robbie, that in majors, the first set, I just feel like all eggs in that basket. Load up on the first, play your best tennis. Person who gets that first set is, gee, you're so close to being home compared to your opponent. Not just on the scoreboard, but emotionally and mentally.
Game 12.
That's an important hold. A confidence-infusing hold for Zverev. 4-3 first set.
Please. Zverev leads 4 games to 3.
So, Robbie, we were discussing earlier the change in the Alcaraz service motion, and it's certainly very Novak-esque at the start, so it's a little bit of an abbreviated takeaway. And as a consequence, with not such a long swing, he doesn't have such a high ball toss. So that's AO 2025 at the peak, at the apex of the toss, 3.9 metres. AO 2026, I mean, this is significant. Have a look at that, 3.4 metres. So that is over a foot in terms of height of the ball toss. So it's changed the rhythm completely. So you'd have to say it's an abbreviated swing with a faster action, and obviously with a lower ball toss, a lot less can go wrong. But he seems to be able to replicate it, no problem, even in this short space of time. He's had to perfect it.
Yeah.
Time.
Things are hotting up here in Melbourne Park. It's Rod's house. And with Carlos Alcaraz and Sasha Zverev starting to find their range.
Have you heard the Ice House song, speaking of Great House, Great Southern Land?
I love Ice House.
Well, Great Southern Land was one of the hits. This is a great southern city in a great southern land, Robbie.
I like what you're saying there, Wally.
Below us, Tasmania, and then Antarctica.
Love 15.
Roger, just going back to the final point of the last game, the ball on the backhand of Alcaraz, it almost seemed to shoot or stay low. Almost like a bad bounce on hardcourt.
Yeah, he didn't he hit it halfway up the net, didn't he? Didn't quite come off his racket. And that also was a bit of a similar start. And he has the new balls. Boys, I'm interested on your thoughts. For me, Zverev, I know he's taller and he's got longer limbs, takes him a little bit of time to unravel, but
Ladies and gentlemen,
his
please,
shots. I'm wondering why
any
on the
noise
second serve he doesn't
during the
actually
rally
stand inside
really
the baseline,
distract
just on top and
players.
inside the baseline, and then
Try to
really
do that
try and
after the
smother
ball.
and go after it at times.
Yeah,
You never see him do that.
Particularly on the forehand side, I reckon, Rog.
Yeah.
I mean, he's susceptible to the body serve, as you say, with those long limbs. But just every now and then, I mean, his backhand there. Look at the ball. I mean, new balls. Everything's just flying on the boys here. They really haven't quite settled in.
But just also the presence that he's actually, like, he's so tall to stand over the top of the court.
Is it part of his clay court background?
It's a good point. I think it is.
I'm just looking for the clay.
Yeah. Not seeing any out here at Rod Laver Arena.
He sort of gets it in that awkward height, even where he stands on the second serve. It's not. It's almost half pregnant, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was a goat or a springbok. Mind you, these days they're about the same thing, aren't they?
What are you trying to say, Robbie?
I couldn't resist that one, Wally.
Game.
Slides that one into the body ever so slightly, draws the error. So for me, neither player is quite settled into their work here.
4 games all.
Lively conditions, big moment, bit of tension, some big serving. We're not seeing too many extended rallies.
And boys are just... Just looking at his first serve percentage. Wally, you were highlighting the ball toss. 70, 70, 64, 67. The lowest it was for Alcaraz was 58 against De Minaur. So his numbers there seem to be improved already this season with that ball toss. And the slight change in the motion.
And the dip that you mentioned, the 58, it came against someone who has outstanding returns. So he was pushing a little harder, wasn't he?
Little sneak in by Alcaraz.
I like that. He actually got it at the right height. But what I would like even more is to just pound it back through the same line of flight. So you're not changing the racket face on the ball.
Because with the kick, the ball is spinning away from you and then you're shaving across it. Much harder to control. Better off, as you say, going back to the server or going cross court.
Well,
Carlos, he's perplexed. Both players, they're tense. It's a big moment.
Thank you.
It's not flowing off their racket. They're trying to find their best tennis at the moment. I kind of agree with you, Roger, you know, and it's much easier said than done because tension and a little bit of nerves and it's a quality opponent. It's very difficult, but you've kind of just got to come out of your shoes, don't you? If you're going to make an error, might as well make a big one. Just get your feet pumping, get your racket head moving. The safer you are in these conditions, the more likely it is to fly. That's a great return.
Zverev, one of the very few players that will step inside a forehand to use his backhand from that area of the court.
And you can see courtside here, he needed to get it there quick. He was in a hurry to get it there because of the athleticism of his opponent.
He's got another break point as Alcaraz.
Ball flying, tapping his strings.
Alcaraz will take that with open arms. Nice way to be gifted the first break. It's 5-4. Clearly not happy with something. I'm guessing the tension of the strings.
Well, he did tap the strings, didn't he, when he served as soon as he served the double, which once again was long, and that's what we're seeing. It's a real feature of the play thus far. The ball just flying on the players.
Yeah, I don't think it's the strings, though. I mean, the reality is there's tension in the air, isn't there?
Yep.
There's nerves, and he's just overhit. He's overplayed a few.
Yeah, and even that reaction is it's like a release from tension, isn't it? And I think, Roger, surely, I mean, you've worked with the very best players in the world, surely you've got some different tensions in your bag to deal with this.
Yeah, on a day like this, you've got rackets either side, 2 or 3 either side. Find your balance, and then if you like one of them, get the rest strung up.
Hasn't always been easy to be able to break the Zverev serve. So when he delivers a double fault,
thank you, ladies and
Alcaraz will be
gentlemen.
delighted, but still some work to be done. Serving from the
for
tougher
play.
end, right, Rog? Here's Alcaraz looking into the sun.
Yeah, he's to the sun, but that lower ball toss might help.
I can tell you he's serving at 66%
Fifteen
of first serves, which is above the tournament average and looking good.
Well, if you haven't played on that the extremely hot day, a lot of days here in Melbourne have been mild. Today we're nudging 30 degrees and it's lively. So you can see the opening 2 returns, a block goes long, a forehand goes long.
30 love.
And you can't then play safely. The irony is you've got to go bigger, more racket head speed, more spin. But when there's not trust there and confidence there, it's easier said than done.
The first serve has been outstanding today. He's nigh on 80%.
I'll go back, and this is what I just find amazing about the Alcarazes, the Sinners, obviously the Novaks and Roger Rafa. That 30-all point, when he got the arm out, did Alcaraz and made that tough return out of his strike zone.
Game.
It's a love hold. And the importance of that first set as a barometer of success has put Carlos in a great position. 6-4.
Carlos Alcaraz winning the opening set here, set number 1, going his way. There were a couple of absolute blinders when it came to serves there, whether it was aces or just serves really tough and difficult to return. And we caught at the end there mentioning just how much warmer it's gotten just throughout that first set, so a livelier ball, and that is where Zverev is struggling on those returns, struggling to be able to kind of rein it in a little bit and know where this ball is truly going to land for himself with some of the power he's able to unleash. But Alcaraz looking fantastic, great percentages for himself there. Both of them still also struggling with the double faults. Again, that is that forever changing liveliness of the ball with the weather there too. And so we see how the recalibration for both sides go in set number 2. If there's going to be a couple more aces, if it's going to be a cleaner, or if there's going to be those extended rallies we've been holding out for.
Quite often it's their sheer athleticism that gets the job done. That was another point where he just blocked the ball back, found a way to stay in the point before the backhand pass. Another scramble, draws the error, just one more ball. So I'll go back to the athleticism of Alcaraz and how valuable that is.
If you're a Zverev fan and you want to try and clutch at straws in the 12 matches that they've played, only once
Second set.
has a player
Zverev
turned it
to
around
serve.
after losing the opening set and gone on to win. And of course, that was Zverev who did that at the ATP finals back in 2023. Lost the first set in a tiebreak. Came back to beat Carlos 3-4. But he's going to have to defy the odds big time here.
Robbie, I'm going to throw something at you about athleticism, and Roger, join in, please.
Okay.
I had a trainer once who said that the way he wanted to train somebody was that if he dropped you in the middle of the Amazon, you would survive. In other words, you were capable of anything.
Yep.
Climbing, scrambling, swimming. Fighting. Being a great all-round athlete. And that's what I see when I see Carlos, when I see Rafa, Novak, Roger. I don't see that when I see Zverev. I see a really well-crafted tennis player with a great frame who, when he's in control, is almost unbeatable.
Well,
and a lot of that is up with your upbringing. I mean, if you looked at Zverev's career and you watch him on the practice court, it's just repetitive hitting. One ball after the other, same ball, same ball, same ball. Just that sort of mentality. So I think sort of getting uncomfortable is on the training practice court. It's probably something he hasn't done too much of. Your case in point right there, Wally. When Zverev goes out to the defensive side, what does it look like? Huge exposure. Obviously, a taller man. But, Robbie, I'm not sure if you've seen a lot of him train, but a lot of it's that repetitive type of drilling. And, yeah, and as I said, I don't think his game's evolved in the areas that Wally's talking about.
But we all like to do what we're good at, don't we? Carlos, with his athleticism, he wants to show us what he's good at, or show his trainer, or show his practice partner what he can do. Just drifting in again. Carlos getting a little closer to that baseline. 30 all. And Roger, therein lies the difference. I mean, it wasn't quite at full stretch, but he was on the run.
30-14.
Having to defend, but what did he do? He turned defense into attack immediately.
Yeah, and one of his most dangerous shots is that fully extended forehand that he's able to just unleash.
I mean, he ran onto that with a view in mind to attack. And that's what I find fascinating about the big four, and certainly the big two now. Ooh, that's going to fly, isn't it?
I love that return. I love that return against a bouncing serve.
Yes.
And I know that Alcaraz has got that skill just to chip it back and play.
Gee, I think if you're going to play the topspin lob today, it's ambitious.
That's almost his first poor choice of selection.
Yep, I agree.
He should have just ripped that
Yeah.
straight at him.
So tough for Zverev to hit an outright winner against him. A volleying winner, I mean. And I think that's a pattern of play that works really well for Zverev. Just going aggressively. His forehand cross court. That's his power slot. That's the best forehand he hits, I believe. Just bait Alcaraz into trying to go for a bigger forehand.
Yes.
Well, he's looking at his team and he's looking at his racket strings, but
I missed that break at the end of the set, whether he gave any rackets to be strung. So if we don't see any come back, you'd have to ask the question why you haven't sent any off.
Violation warning, Mr. Zverev.
Still bouncing, still bouncing. Just out of interest, he was actually bouncing the ball when she called the time violation. So isn't that sort of
advantage
starting the motion? No.
No. No.
You've actually got to be, ball's got to be up in the air.
No, it's got to meet the racket.
Right.
So, not now, not now.
Not now. Now.
Correct.
Is that going in, Rog?
Yeah, that was going in. But he's a bit rattled, isn't he? He looks a little rattled.
Yeah, this is a pretty big game, isn't it? He's got to just hang tough early in the second, stay on serve, settle into his game. That'll help.
There's a little bit of chaos going on here, and he has to find some calm. And I think a hold
advantage. It's better.
will go a long way to doing just that. In the famous words of Rafael Nadal at the Laver Cup, he put his arm around Zverev and said, "Show not one negative emotion." Remember that scene when they went to the back?
You've got to be a poker player, Robbie.
Yep.
Cannot let your opponents know what you're thinking. Rafa was pretty good at that.
Yep.
The Spaniard.
And I remember Roger and Rafa giving that strong instruction to
You remember?
Fabio Fognini as well.
Mm-hmm.
When they talk, you listen.
So he's done this a few times, Carlos. He's just crept up onto the baseline, second serve, inside the baseline, and that is under control. You just think, given the mood that Zverev is in, he might just be thinking, I've just got to make the ball, make the ball, make the ball. That's the most important thing right now, but he wanted to make something happen. It's just so lively.
How good was, you talk about the athlete, how good was that athleticism? The ball strike was great, which you'll see with his forehand when he spreads you, but the way he was able to just instantly then take the real estate away on his backhand. That was awesome.
It's a dynamic first step, isn't it? It's just powerful.
Advantage, Zverev.
Just got to keep plugging away.
Game.
So important that he holds early on here.
First game, second set.
Because he knows how well Alcaraz has been performing behind the serve, and here is clear evidence of it, Wally. It's not only a little quicker, but the number of unreturned serves that Alcaraz is getting today is up significantly.
Yeah, look, I'd say a bit has to do, well, obviously, the occasion, the respect he has for his opponent. But I'd say just the heat of the court, too, the heat of the conditions. Everything's just flying that little bit, and he's gone for the sweatbands.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
He's got to be careful because Alcaraz is ready to serve and he's still busy chatting with his team.
It's not a garden party, is it, Rob? You've got to play to time. So the shot I value in that rally is the dig off the serve. Controlled the racket face, blocked it back, and that's what I'm talking about. He's got to find ways to improvise and just keep Alcaraz under pressure.
And you know, when you make changes to a particular shot, you always hope that it's going to come to fruition at the most important times in the biggest of matches, and I think that's what's been so impressive with the Alcaraz serve. It's at this stage in a major that he hopes the improvements that he made in the off-season will really showcase themselves, and it's nice to see the service pay dividends not only today, for the tournament as a whole. And as if he needed any more confidence in his game, Wally.
Just shows, doesn't it, they're great players. They're never satisfied, constantly evolving, looking for ways to get better.
That's a little beauty. Great little pick up there, and that's what I've been talking about. Win points that are not necessarily in your favour, find a way. Great pick up on the half volley there from Zverev. I don't know if you guys are feeling it, but it hasn't quite come alive yet, this match. There's a lot of sparring, one or two good shots, one or two unforced errors.
Well, I think there's a lot of respect for each other, obviously. They've both come out nervous. But to me, it's like they're not actually feeling the ball particularly well. It's flying on them, and they've lost a little bit of trust. There it is again, just takes off.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
And that's a terrible feeling when you just lose a bit of confidence in the hit. was a good scramble there from Zverev. Got himself in a position. We saw Rafa previously try a topspin lob. I would not be bothering with a topspin lob today.
Alcaraz, Rafa, retired.
He's like Rafa, though, in a way, isn't he? But once again, the toppy lob, I mean, tough shot to control today.
It is.
You okay, Wally, down there? Or not?
I'm getting excited.
Yeah. Well, we miss them, but this one's pretty good product.
Oh, I tell you what. Just having a look.
Good replacement.
I mean, if you're a Spanish tennis fan, Roger, just when you thought that dynasty was coming to an end.
Well, I think of them both as the Spaniard. You saw Gladiator?
Yes.
The original Gladiator, Russell Crowe, he was the Spaniard.
You too. That's nicely done, and perhaps it's more of an option as well for Zverev. I think his hands are decent around the forecourt.
15-1.
Let's just have a look where Zverev is in the court when he plays the drop shot. Maybe a metre or two behind the baseline. Drop shot lands near the service line, so tough to execute that shot too on a lively day, the drop shot.
Yep.
To hit a feathery, soft drop shot when the ball is flying, not easy.
Roger, is there any wind out there? Would Alcaraz be playing that drop shot into the wind or not?
30-love.
No, there's a slight breeze, but nothing really to hold the ball up. And it is coming.
Okay.
The breeze generally comes from the Alcaraz side. Wouldn't mind a bit of cool breeze on me, actually.
Roger courtside, soaking up the sun.
Yep.
I was kind of glad, Robbie, when I saw the rotation and I was in here with you in the air-conditioned booth.
Pretty comfy in here. Courtside bunker.
And the issue is that when you're just sitting out here, I think it's an exaggerated heat because your cooling system doesn't engage. But when you're out there running around, it would feel, it'd feel toasty, but not unbearable. It's more about the ball and the control of it that we've spoken about.
Yeah, this is our perspective right here, folks. Could have almost taken a slip catch there with my left hand.
40-15.
It's a new commentary position for us.
Well, plenty of free points in this game, and that's really what Zverev needs. Just take the pressure off. A few quick service games.
Game.
He's still not happy with something, Zverev, as he goes back to his corner. It's 2-1 now.
Ты отдал, конечно, тянет. Такую же. Такую, наверное. Отдай еще ракетку, скани сколько надо. Отдай 2 ракетки.
Jess Green, the strength and conditioning trainer, back right. I'm going to disagree with you guys, Wally. I think for his size, he is an incredible athlete.
Well, you've already qualified it. You've already qualified it.
I
for
can't
his size.
remember a taller guy moving as well. I don't remember him cramping. I think his ability to move laterally is very good. Up and down the court, it's very good. But you can only do your best with what you've got, right?
He's absolutely a great athlete, don't get me wrong, but I think
Time.
why the big four have dominated and why the big two are dominating now is their top-end athleticism is just better.
Yes. We've just ticked over the hour mark. First of the men's semi-final matches, of course, this evening. It'll be Jannik Sinner taking on the 10-time champion here, Novak Djokovic. Sinner, of course, has won back-to-back titles here at Melbourne Park.
Yeah, I know. Just 0.8, please.
Please.
Just couldn't get a piece of the smash.
50 love.
Does the right thing there. Just couldn't quite center the smash.
And this is something that I think they've discussed. He's pointed to the camp as if to say that forehand, the easy ones, tend to go cross court, and he anticipated it.
Okay, double faults.
15 on.
Just a few sneaking in. We haven't seen too many of those over the course of the tournament.
Continues to impress with this first serve percentage. It's at 78 for the match. I'll be the first to hold my hand up, Rog. When I was watching him in 2022, even when he went on to win the US Open, I was worried that the serve might hold him back. But talk about smoothing out a particular shot. It's not too dissimilar from Djokovic in 2010, 2011.
Yeah, it's a good call, Robbie, and you know we know that Novak was trying to reconstruct that for quite a while. Brought in Todd Martin, and that didn't really work. In fact, it went the other way.
Yep.
And then so that and his forehand, Novak, were his key vulnerable areas, and his conditioning. And wow, did he turn all that around? Holy moly!
That was a little naughty, but very, very nice.
Oh, behave yourself, Robbie. That was amazing, wasn't it? Quick hands. He's got a fairly it's not an extreme grip, is it, on the forehand? So he quite likes to hit the ball at full extension. Not that extreme Western we see with a lot of players where they like to hit their forehand with their elbow close to the body. He really does get that arm straight.
It's interesting. Some of the biggest forehands all have that in common. Del Potro, Federer, Nadal.
Do you remember Sampras on the run on the forehand?
Yep. Verdasco. That's how good it's got to be for Sasha.
And guys, I'll say no more. about end-range athleticism. Unbelievable point, but the scrambling, the athleticism, and the skill at end range from Carlos right there was unbelievable. And that for me is why they're just so great. They do the ordinary things extremely well, but they do the extraordinary things extraordinarily well. I mean, come on, that last point, not that previous, well, that forehand was pretty good. But that point, there's a 90%, 99% of the tour cannot play that point.
He's not in that category, though.
No, that's phenomenal. That's why he's number one. Well, he's trying to stand up and smooth that out. Just play a real hard court style of return, but it's not been that effective for him.
Light for service. Game 7.
Back in rhythm on serve as Sasha takes a 3-2 lead in the second.
Can I get the towel, please? I don't know what it said.
So Carlos just going for a cool towel around the neck. Gee, that was an extraordinary point. That scrambling point of Alcaraz. He didn't win it in the end and he forced Zverev to come up with a great cross-court backhand. My goodness. What improvisation and what athleticism was on display there.
Time.
Tell you what, they've got some seriously creative headgear.
And that's not the guy you want to sit behind. He's got a reindeer on his head.
Ready for play, ladies and gentlemen.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now 12 minutes into this one now. Surely, at this stage, they've got used to the lively conditions. Or how long does it take, Wally?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think so. And, you know, the nerves have dissipated. And even though Carlos has taken that first set, and we're on serve here in the second, there's no... I don't feel like he's in any clear ascendancy. I think this match is very much still in the balance. I think both players can elevate their play, and you know, here's a little opportunity, an error. Love 30.
Love 30.
I don't think either player has quite found their flow yet.
What a steal!
This is great movement, but that shot there was interesting, wasn't it? I mean, that was an approach straight down the centre of the court to his forehand. Now this was a good gap.
Tell you what, that's not bad for end of range. It's done well there.
Thank you.
No, it was good anticipation, but the approach from Alcaraz was interesting, wasn't it? It was a kind of a mid-court ball above the height of the net. Love 30 situation. That hurt him. And that could have been awkward.
100%. He thought it was going out, then he had to watch it and guide it.
15,
and then he let it rip from there. It wasn't as if he thought, I'll go open court.
Well, you know what that's like, don't you, Rod? You're sort of not quite sure where you are in the court. Is the ball going in?
Your shoulder?
It's wobbling around.
Wow.
At love 40.
Yep. Let's see how brave he's going to be with the forehand. That one was a total miss hit. Sometimes he tends to decelerate on it.
Let the service.
Alcaraz wasting no time and going right back at it.
Again, the miss hit.
Yep.
Off the return.
30-40.
And Alcaraz will... Well, he's a very smart player, let's face it, but he'll just go to school with that. You would think he would go there again on this serve. Bit of breeze coming down the court, so it will actually assist with a sliding ball down the middle. Ooh.
Well, the youthful exuberance of Carlos costs him.
Zverev leads 4-2.
That's a little bit of a donation after the previous 2 points.
Well, what I didn't like about that game for Carlos is he kind of went away from what's been serving him so well throughout the course of this tournament, and that's serving to spots, getting a high percentage of first serves in. I mean, he was trying to... That last serve was 202 that he missed out wide. He just didn't find his rhythm and his first serve spots that have served him so well on big points throughout this tournament. He just went for heat.
And the fact that he ran around that forehand, there was no patience to just get around and hit that back off and heavy into the backhand side. He was playing the lowest percentage shot right there at a critical time.
Well, he'd almost backed himself off the court. He had to make something happen. It was
Thank
a
you,
strange decision.
Yep.
And there we go. And that was the last game with old balls, so Zverev now gets the new balls. This has opened this match right up. Just shows with Zverev, doesn't it? I mean,
15 love.
the quality of his serve just kind of keeps you under pressure all the time. Every game, every break point or pressure point is kind of magnified, knowing that you just won't get too many chances against the German serve.
And again, Rog, that is the return for me all day long on the forehand side. That Curtly Ambrose bouncer coming in from Zverev.
I like that, Robbie.
It's coming off a good length.
Yeah.
Joel Garner.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Holding.
Oh, he was the man.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. There's that many of them.
There's a couple from your country as well. That's what it's like facing the Zverev serve, though, just rising off a good length. It's coming really deep to receive this second serve.
Will we get a second serve and volley point?
I like that because you've got to hit a great shot. That was a great backhand return from back there. I mean, that's not an easy ball to keep that low. So you accept that and don't just put it away though.
No, absolutely, yeah. It's part of the game, isn't it? You're not going to win every point at the net, but you don't win every point at the back either.
Great move. Great off-the-ball movement from Sasha. I think he does such a good job here of nullifying the movement of Carlos.
Interesting, wasn't it, to go off with the backhand, because Alcaraz is so quick by going back in behind him. You sort of nullified that end range speed. Of course, he makes you play one more ball. Look at that for a scramble. Nicely constructed point by Zverev.
It's a relatively comfortable hold as Zverev takes a 5-2 lead.
I know we're nitpicking a little bit, boys, but it tends to be at times the thing with Carlos. That bird's had a great view of this match, the semis, and all the action. But Carlos, as good as he is, there'll be a time when he just gives you a cluster of loose points and lets someone back in. He did that with the Demon when he started hot, and then all of a sudden he got loose. And he just did that there to open this match right up again.
And Roger, we were just discussing off air, it's not... the match hasn't reached any great heights yet.
Time.
Yeah, and you can feel it out here. You're waiting for them to combine.
Well, it's been a set of tennis where Zverev really hasn't had to do anything special to get to this 5-2 lead. And the good thing for him is that Alcaraz hasn't extracted too much energy out of him either. serving to stay in it.
Very few extended rallies.
Yep.
Seen a lot of that. Ball's just jumping off the racket, particularly off return.
Love.
You go back to the service game that Carlos lost, there was a double fault and then just no first serves. Just dug himself a little hole, and Zverev was good enough to take advantage. And with his serve, you'd expect that to be enough.
$30-15.
And he can take a few free swings now. He's up a break. He would back himself to serve out the set. So why not take a few chances on return? Well struck forehand on that occasion.
$40-30.
I still maintain if we went out there and asked both players how do you feel you're playing, they'd both say no good. Just not.
Yep, I agree.
Not the execution that either of them are capable of.
Good all-court tennis. One of his greatest assets from such a young age. He's been prepared to play all-court tennis. Just understands his way around the net so well. Technically so sound. Eyes down to the level of the ball.
And I liked his hunger after that point, Robbie. He's keeping himself right in it mentally. First point, fairly large, I would have thought,
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Serving to even things up at a set apiece.
Well, Robbie, you're gesturing here in the commentary booth with your forehand. You think you should have gone cross-court with that last forehand, Zverev?
Absolutely. Play to your strengths.
He went line. There wasn't much on it.
Yeah, the fact that he laid off it was the issue.
I've got Robbie next to me in the booth. He's playing forehands and backhands, Rash. Air, you know, shadow tennis. Nearly knocked my head off.
I want to be out there.
He hasn't missed a ball either.
No. Now, is that a shooter off the service line? I mean, that's hard to believe.
Love 30.
I think he just came out of it. Lifted his eyes.
So 2 first serves missed, 2 returns made. Love 30. Zverev needs to find a first serve quickly. Well, the backhand, it's just so well produced, isn't it? And he's got so much confidence on that wing. I mean, there's no real risk in that shot for him, and I love the way he leant on it. He's coming in behind it. Completely wrong-footed Alcaraz. Back in behind him again.
Right off the return there, I just feared the moment I saw Zverev having to play a forehand. It's just a little gesture from Carlos to his corner. Do I lean left or right?
Well, 2 break points, it seems like a luxury, but 2 first serves can nullify that opportunity pretty quickly.
Bounce back ability. The Murthian Maverick is right back in the second set.
Zverev leads 5 games to 4.
And I guess that's what Uncle Tony was talking to Zverev about. Get after it. Don't play within yourself. How did Carlos play? He just got after this point. This was going to be all about him and on his racket from the minute the ball was in play.
It's such an important point you make, Roger, and it's for moments like those that, you know, he went to have those consultations with Uncle Tony, spent a week there. Rafa told him the same thing. It's one thing hearing it, but being able to do it in the moment, that's what matters, right?
Because it's technical. His backhand was fine.
Yeah.
Because it's technically sound, and you have full faith.
Time.
But there's a few little technical glitches for a man with a super long arm in the preparation of that shot. And it comes back to bite him in big moments.
Well, Alcaraz done a good job just making some meaningful returns in the previous game, exploiting the forehand side of Alcaraz. But still some work to be done here.
And this was the end that he played a
Ready
poor
to
service
play,
game.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Earlier in this set, he served a double fault on the first point. So I think he needs to go back to what has served him well. Don't strive for 205 on the first serve. Just 190, 195. Hit your spots.
Kind of like that.
Well, that was 196, Robbie, and I said 195.
He's a little bit extra.
Yeah, a little bit extra.
He's never been shy of that.
Just a kilometre.
That was a gigantic miss. I don't know if he thinks that a different tension is going to make a difference to that kind of forehand.
Did he break a string?
No, I think he's just changing rackets. He's had a few come back now with different tensions, but it always feels like there's always something to search for in the highest moments of anxiety and tension. Was Zverev?
Yep, it's a very good point.
$30-15.
I'm just trying to think, the last 5 or 6 forehands that Zverev's hit. I think the only one that he's caught in the middle of the strings is the one that he hit about 6 feet long. Just needs to iron out that side quickly.
Well, it's a tough ask, isn't it, to change the line of flight when it's hit sharply across your body like that, particularly when you're not overly confident on that wing. I just think if you look at the framers, he's 6'6", got that long arm, the racket's extended, his head is a long way from the ball when he makes contact, and it's hard for him to actually replicate the swing time and time again. The easiest thing for him to do is hit cross court, longest part of the court, lowest part of the net.
That is ferociously swift.
En el segundo hierro está bien, no te metas tanto, que te vea un poquito, pero no te metas tanto para tener un poco más de espacio, y dale, tío, por el cuerpo en el primero, por el cuerpo.
Alvaro, his brother on the right, Juanjo Morena, is fitness trainer behind coach Sam Lopez.
Well, that conversation was all about return stance. Well, if Zverev can just put aside the disappointment of squandering a break, I mean, it's 5-all. He's a whisker away from a tiebreaker where anything could happen. He'll find himself at a set-all, so he's just got to be in the moment. He was there too, wasn't he? He's covering the line.
Yeah, he didn't need that, did he?
No, it's not. Sometimes, you know, when it rains, it pours.
Love routine.
Once again, the drop shot really Tough to play on a warm day. It flew, it bounced quite high. Lucky with the neck cord.
Vamos, Charlie. Vamos.
Vamos ahí.
Fitino.
Dad at the front, brother on the left. Misha, southpaw, of course.
Now that was interesting. That's probably the biggest deceleration I've seen thus far on the forehand from Zverev.
How smart was that from Alcaraz to think that through and just chip one down that stayed super low too.
Yeah, he executed it well, didn't he? And there it is again, just the athleticism. A lot of players would have been forced on one of those running forehands to play a defensive shot, but not Carlos.
Champagne tennis. Technically so sound in all departments. You couple that with his creativity and his fearlessness. It's a great cocktail. Break points for Alcaraz. That was good patience from Sasha.
30-40.
Both guys feeling the effect of that last point. Stretch the lungs.
Well, this, if that's the case and they're feeling the pinch a little physically, this set is taking on a greater significance. That is just a monster of a serve, isn't it? Sliding away from Alcaraz, hitting the court and lifting. 207 kilometers an hour.
Zverev averaging 4 aces per set. I can tell you in this set, that was number 3. Very crucial, number 3. And that counts for as much as an ace. Ball doesn't come back into play.
Advantage, Zverev.
Clever. He knew he couldn't cover the open court. He had no time. So a little bit of a bluff, bit of a head fake. Stayed exactly where he was. No chance. There it is. Just a prop and wait.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling when you hit that approach shot and suddenly you see the guy stayed home. And he's just waiting for it.
Still had to make the pass, which he did nicely.
Advantage, Zverev.
Robbie, maybe you can find out for me the unreturned serve so far off the Zverev serve. It's generally been at 37% for the tournament.
It's 39 for the match and the set, Rog.
Nice.
Robbie did those calculations in his head.
That's a hard hat hold from Zverev. It's 6-5.
Zverev leads 6 games to 5.
Well, it's been well documented that, of course, Zverev is a type 1 diabetic, and in extreme conditions, he's got to really stay on top of his well-being.
Yeah, it was a good game, wasn't it? I mean, he had to absorb the disappointment of losing his serve and squandering the break. He was losing, we felt, a bit of confidence on that forehand wing. And, of course, the serve got him out of trouble. A couple of unreturnables, a couple of aces, but some really positive play in between.
There was 2 or 3 good forays forward as well.
Time.
Well, it's been a grueling second set. Just an hour and 4 minutes in the making, and Zverev has taken as long as he possibly can on this change of ends. Remember, type 1 diabetic, of course, is Zverev. Checking his blood sugar levels again at the end of that previous game. Quite astonishing what he's been able to achieve, given that. Got to be so careful about what he eats in order to perform at the highest of levels. It's not easy. He's done well.
Gee. Didn't think after Zverev's return that'd be the end of the point.
Yeah, this is a case of right shot, wrong opponent. The Murthian magician showcasing us his full skill set.
Murthian?
As in Murcia in Spain, where he comes from.
It's the town or the province?
Yep. The town.
Thought it must have been some sort of... Oh, well, there you go. Big error. But plenty of racket head speed.
How about that game? He's gone on the stretch backhand, short backhand across the court to the winner. He's played the drop volley. Then just ripped that ball.
Yep.
At 5-6 down. Come on.
Game.
And a second serve ace, Rog. Roll into the tiebreak. But Zverev, he's got to like his chances here, doesn't he, Zverev?
6 games all.
I always back the big server in a tiebreak. I'll go with the big server. Robbie?
Well, I think...
You're sort of a wily returner. You'll probably go with Alcaraz, will you?
I just know that Zverev's tiebreak record last season was... I think he was just in the ascendancy.
For play. Thank you.
I just have a rule of thumb. Go with the big server in a tiebreak.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, this is a tie-break. It is soaked in significance. Can't see Zverev coming back from 2 sets to love down against Alcaraz. It's just such a massive pendulum swing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is it's imperative, isn't it, for Zverev to win this set. And then it's a battle. But from 2 sets of love down, he can't afford to blink once, Zverev. Gee whiz. The long arm of Zverev there. I didn't think he was going to get to the pitch of this ball. Ended up being quite awkward. Just drops over. And look at that reach. I nearly had to eat my words there, Robbie, about his end-range athleticism. And the fans that are sitting in the sun, they're feeling the heat too.
Alcaraz.
So I guess ultimately on any shot, what you've got to do is get your racket face at the point of contact at the same spot every time. Whether that be a volley, a backhand or a forehand, and just with the length of swing and the length of arm and the height, Zverev has a bit more trouble on the forehand side. Just repeating the swing. Well, it's just been extraordinary for me today, the amount of errors that have gone long. The net has barely, I mean, it has come into play, but barely compared to errors long or wide. Well, particularly long.
Three-two, Zverev.
Well, yeah, I stand corrected as far as Zverev's tiebreak record last year was concerned. It was pretty decent, 63% success rate, right around the same number as Alcaraz.
Well, there's that courage under pressure just to play the shot that he feels is correct. It makes sense with Zverev deep in the court, but it's hard to play touch shots when there's a little bit of tension on the scoreboard in the moment. But it doesn't seem to bother Alcaraz.
Хорошо, сейчас на приеме в мяч чуть-чуть больше, в мяч иди. Да. Ну да.
Once again, just showcasing his full skill set.
4-3.
God, it almost seemed a little risky. He had a high forehand there. You feel he could have clubbed it line. He plays the harder shot. He's really done well to scramble.
A lot of other players would have let this bounce right, but not him.
No. Well, by taking it in the air, he just denied Zverev the time to cover the open court.
Thank you.
Pressure right back on the German.
A little bit of a pattern, isn't there, on the big points? He's going forehand. Slider T, slider wide. It's not to say he can't go the other way, but throughout the back end of this second set, you know, particularly when he faced 2 break points in a previous service game from that end, he peppered the forehand wing. Once again, goes forehand with great accuracy. I wondered who was going to pull trigger line first when it wasn't on, and it wasn't on. He had not created any ascendancy in that rally. He had not pushed Zverev out of the middle of the court. The go line was a risk.
Yeah, well, and if you, I was looking at watching his face only, and you can just tell he's eager to get at it. You know, he wants to do something with the ball.
But he kind of hadn't really earned the right, had he?
Thank you.
He was still in the cross-court arm wrestle.
Let. For service.
Well, Carlos, he's 53% of first serves in this set. It has not been a good serving set for him.
I can tell you that was the quickest serve of the match for Alcaraz, 213 kilometers an hour.
I reckon that'll just be about his biggest for the tournament. That's at his top end. Gee, that was a good backhand from Alcaraz there, considering the depth.
6-5. Alcaraz.
This ability to crack a smile in the most important of moments.
I don't think he can quite believe that he got away with that point.
Just makes him so unique as an athlete. I can't think of any other player that's ever done it, Wally.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Just soaking it all in. Loving it. Breathing it in. Set point. Full volume, and you wouldn't expect anything less from Carlitos as he takes a 2-set-to-love lead.
How does Alcaraz keep doing it? It felt like this set was not his. He had absolutely no right in winning it, but he put everything out there and he was able to claw it back. He fought hard, and rightfully so, forcing it to tiebreakers after being down 5-3 there during that set is just outstanding. And we're seeing how it was done. Obviously a lot done in his first serves there, but able to convert a lot of his second serves. That feels like Zverev is falling a little bit short, maybe being a bit too predictable with those second serves for himself there. And both of them now going to have a little bit of a reset because set number 3 is going to be coming our way very soon. And that is where we have to question, is Zverev able to bounce back, able to be calm under pressure?
Which allowed this man back into the picture, but some great scrambling. This was an unbelievable point. Zverev came out the winner, but gee, there was some good defense from Alcaraz. And talk about being brave in the big moments. Maybe a little lucky there, but he played some nice touch drop shots in that tiebreak to close it out. And I think probably the only thing Zverev would regret was a couple of mistimed points.
He is more than qualified from the neck up. He is the world #1. He has taken this match by the scruff of its neck. When the chips it down, he delivers more often than not. His clutch factor, as I like to call it,
to serve.
is
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
no one I've ever seen. You look at his record in 5 sets
Settle
and deciding
please.
set tie
Players are
breaks
now ready for play.
in major finals. He loves the biggest of moments. 1 set away from an Australian Open final. He has never been to one.
Love 15.
It's the only one missing from his trophy cabinet.
Love 13.
There's no question this match now, there's a physical element to it. They've pretty much played this match in the heat of the day. Started at 2:30. Melbourne is notorious for heating up throughout the course of the afternoon. We're now at just approaching 5 o'clock. Been on court for 2 hours in 30 degrees plus, so there's no question physicality will play a part.
(15-13).
I feel like with Alcaraz, if he gets the first point on his serve, he rolls through it pretty comfortably. That first point is key. It just gives, if he's love 15, it just gives Zverev that little boost. Unfortunately, unable to control a couple of returns, and that's been a feature for both players today. Just
30-all.
Getting that ball to drop.
It's more like it.
30-14.
The backhand in contrast for Zverev in terms of the way he produces the shot, he just stays on the ball for such a long time. Such a smooth shot, and he accelerates it through it nicely. 2 hands on the racket, real stability, strong left hand. Very linear strike.
This guy carved from a different cloth.
Deuce
And so wise, isn't it, just to sneak in behind your drop shot. So from here, there's nothing he can do but hit up, and look who's waiting. It's a pretty good get there from Zverev, but Alcaraz had positioned himself perfectly.
Advantage, Alcaraz. Game, Alcaraz.
He knows the importance of that hold early on in the third.
First game, 7.
Just to keep Zverev at arm's length.
Serving first, nice bonus, isn't it, when you're up 2 sets to love? Well, we've talked about the quality of the Zverev serve, and been a feature of this afternoon. He has been muttering a little bit towards his team. We feel he's been unhappy with the tension of his strings, certainly at the start of the match.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Take a seat quickly, please. Players are ready for play. Now.
Cambiar el medio y mi cortado paralelo. Sí, muy bien. El cortado paralelo yo no lo tiraría en un rato, ¿eh? No lo tires, no lo tires. Pégale, pégale que es mejor. No, no, la que él pega.
Isn't it interesting, boys, how constant the dialogue is?
Esto se lo estamos haciendo, que no le estamos haciendo daño con el cortado. Pégale por el pero pégale un poquito por el medio cruzado.
Virtually every point
Carlos,
when he's up this end.
Vamos, ¿eh? Y hacia adelante, hacia adelante. Vamos. Vamos ahí.
You seeing any heaviness in the players, Roger? Movement or otherwise?
Oh, no way. Can you believe it?
Well, Wally, I think when you see the, I mean, this is interesting. What was that shot there? To get Carlos, and then Carlos almost like just massaged it down the line. And I think when they get into that type of extended rally, then they're feeling the conditions out there.
They're both heading for the shade pretty quickly after each point.
Yeah. It's that extended one that gets you.
Moviéndolo, moviéndolo. Vamos ahí.
Can't believe he got another look in that rally.
Well, it's 30, and I'd say at court level, in and around the court surrounds, it's a few degrees hotter than that. Not unbearable, not unplayable, but certainly a factor.
Game is better. New balls, please.
And I don't think it's the, I mean, they've only been playing for just over 2 hours, but I think it's how does Zverev convince himself? What's the messaging he's doing to convince himself that he can pull himself out of the hole?
I guess it's just focus on the serve, focus on holding your serve, keeping that scoreboard pressure on in the third, and just a moment. You know, Carlos gave him a game in the second ball game.
Has he beaten a player from above him from 2 sets to love down? That would be interesting.
He's had a couple, 3. Can't remember. At the top of my head, there were a few at the French Open, I think. I'll double check, Rog, but yeah. Against this guy, it's different gravy, isn't it? It's a completely different ask.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
He's got to get excited, though, Zverev, doesn't he, if he can jag the first point of a game, a return game. He's got to concentrate his energies.
15 love.
At this time, it's pretty heavy there, 210, ace down the centre.
And the problem with, when I say it's a problem, Zverev's style isn't to, he doesn't engage the crowd much, you know, with his pretty sort of level. And so bringing the crowd into it with your bit of momentum can help from here.
It's Alcaraz who's more likely to do that, right? With a moment of brilliance or a gesture.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so they'll want to cheer for him from here, but what can you give them?
Of course, I forgot. Remiss of me, Rog. One of Zverev's biggest comebacks from 2 sets to love down was the semi-finals of the US Open, right? Against Pablo Carreño Busta, remember?
Yes.
To play Dominic Thiem in that final.
Different type of athlete.
But he's Spanish, doesn't that count?
I guess.
Not enough. 2-1 Alcaraz in the third set. He leads by 2 sets to love. Yeah, I still think one of the most powerful, I guess, attitudes you can have to the sport. And I think, speaking of Spaniards, Nadal was the best at compartmentalizing each and every point, because the only way you can improve your position in this match is 1 point at a time. And if you can harness that and understand that, I think that is one of the greatest mental applications you can have in the sport.
Well, I think
there's no bonus points, you can't rush it,
no.
Slow it down.
And you got to forget about what just occurred.
Yep.
I think he and Federer were very good at it in different ways.
Yes.
Nadal was like a computer who just hit the reset button.
Yep.
And Federer just had a great ability to be in the now, such belief in himself.
Time.
Full house inside the Rod Laver Arena. Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic will be keeping a beady eye on this one as they await the winner. They'll get ready to duke it out this evening when they take to center stage.
Hit me with your best shot, Robbie. Pumping over the loudspeaker.
Yeah, it's got us bopping and weaving in the comms box.
It's appropriate for the occasion. Rackets heading off.
Zverev sending off another racket.
Okay, that's good. Good signs. He's in for the long haul.
Yep.
Takes about 20 minutes to get that racket back.
Love.
So there's Zverev forehand. He tends to, it's low to high, but he comes around the ball ever so slightly. He hooks around the side of the ball, which lends itself to that cross-court forehand. And when he goes line, he nurses it line. He doesn't have quite the same swing path. And I would suggest he should go back and have a look at some video of Rafa's forehand going line. Because when Rafa went line, he went there with more vigour than when he went cross, because he also came around the side of the ball, low to high and around the side. Bit of vigour on that backhand.
Oh, that's really been a problem for him. That shot is forged in steel. Early days at the Uhlenhorster Hockey Club, where he used to train. Of course, that was his other love as a sport growing up for Zverev. Loved playing hockey until about the age of 14.
Ice hockey?
No, field hockey.
Field hockey?
Yep.
Wow.
And decided at about 14 just to focus 100% on the tennis.
Wise. 60-odd million in career prize money. Probably not making that in the field hockey arena.
That's vaporized. It's one of the best forehands he's hit in the match thus far. It's taken 2 hours and 16 minutes to see the best of it.
Well, I'll make a comment, because he's about 6 feet away from us here at the back of the court. He's looking a little drawn in the face. He looks hot, he looks a little flushed, he looks heavy, and he has pulled trigger on all his ground shots in this game. So maybe that's part of the plan. Just hit big, don't extend the rallies.
Game 7.
Go for it.
Well, it's a good idea in general, I think, against someone like Alcaraz, because you need to push into him a little. Otherwise, over the time of a 5-set match, he'll bully you. That's just a given. We've watched him do it against every single player in the world to a degree. So you've got to decide whether I want to accept the bullying, or I'm going to be the kid in the schoolyard that finally pushes back at some point.
Well, I commentated Alcaraz's match against Hanfmann, the big hitting German, who actually did take him on in the first set. And it was a tricky first set for Alcaraz, because Hanfmann denied him a lot of time. He pulled trigger, he hit hard and flat, he executed well. Didn't give Carlos any time to really execute. Carlos was doing more of the counterpunching.
15 love. Third love. 40 love.
So often, forehand volleys can be a real weakness of a lot of players. Not the case for Carlos. Testimony to how good his technique is.
Game.
It's a very clean game. Using all the colors in his palette on this canvas that is a tennis court for him. 3-2.
Time.
Carlos Alcaraz bidding to reach the final here for the very first time in his career. It's his 5th Australian Open appearance. His 20th major overall. And of course, if he were to go on to win it all, he'd be the youngest man ever to complete a career Grand Slam. He'd beat great Don Budge by about 80-odd days.
Don Budge, 30s?
1938.
38.
Bang on.
Well, I'm of the opinion that Zverev is just looking a little heavy. Just a bit.
Yeah, you're right. And because he's 2 sets to love down. And whereas it does burst your bubble a little bit. And he didn't take much time there. He didn't go into the shade, walk straight up. This is a moment Carlos will just be feasting on this. He'll feel it.
Well, I felt that Zverev played really big in his last service game. See ball, hit ball hard. Didn't want long rallies.
And this is the effect that Alcaraz has on you, and so too does Sinner, because they're at you the whole time. There's a mental exhaustion that takes place as well.
Yep.
Don't underestimate the effort it takes mentally to play at this level.
Yeah, well watched.
Well, he's a hard man to pass, isn't he? I mean, line was the shot, but he's got a tremendous reach. But once again, no hesitation. Nice move forward. Look at that. That's an easy get for Zverev.
And there's a bit of looking up either end. They're both having a little glance to see how everyone's faring after a long rally.
You look at, yeah, Zverev down. Not quite on his haunches, but even Carlos after that rally, sucking some deep breaths.
Game. Zverev.
That'll provide some welcome relief.
Más de energía, ¿no te refieres?
No lo sé.
Ah, vale, 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 vale.
Vamos a ver.
Vale, venga. Pues nada, tú centra. Venga, ahora te decimos. Venga, vamos a ir. Vamos, ¿eh? Venga, vamos, venga. Venga,
Served well in the set. 82% of the first serves have gone in. Most aces already, running halfway through it. I can tell you he's only lost 3 points behind his deal. That's brilliant. Wunderbar from the German.
Unmöglich.
15-all.
He's on top here. He comes in. He plays the shot that he loves so much. We can see just probably a little too much depth there, floating to the service line. Quick hands from Zverev there on the dead run.
Beautiful combination of spin and pace. Oh, is that going in? Is that going in, Rog?
It's hard for me to pick it up from here, to be honest.
15-13.
That was a tricky ball, and you know what Carlos is like. He'd rather just have a go at it. Let's take a look.
I'm going to say it will drop in.
Yep.
Yep.
He's a good 2 meters inside the court. Gee, 15-30 second serve. That, I mean, it wasn't a bad second serve, but off his backhand, you'd expect him to just make it, keep the pressure on.
Venga, venga. Ponle la batalla mental, ponle. Vamos, ¿eh?
So interesting when you hear the
Sigue creciendo, sigue creciendo.
Spanish coach talking all the time. It's very much their philosophy, isn't it? They're always talking to the players, feeding drills. It's literally after every shot.
40-13.
And of course, I've got to give a shout out to one of the great Spanish coaches. Passed away a couple of years ago, Pato Alvarez. In fact, I think he might have been Colombian, but coached in Spain. He was the first guy who really introduced the old trolley, shopping trolley, onto the tennis court and just feed the guys thousands of balls. And vamos, vamos, vamos after every shot. Constant talking, encouraging, improving. And it's very much stitched into their DNA. It's 4-3.
Robbie, you're just talking about Pato Alvarez.
Yeah.
Well, I played doubles with his one of his great charges, Emilio Sanchez.
Yes, there you go.
We made the finals of Stuttgart doubles. And Pato, who didn't speak great English, got the program just as we were about to go out for the final.
Okay.
And he pointed to the losing finalist money, and then he jabbed his finger about 5 times into the winning prize.
Brilliant.
As if to say, this is
the one we want.
And I had a feeling he was on a percentage of Emilio's prize money.
He was a very sagacious tennis coach and businessman. Who's that?
Is that
Time.
Is that Delta Goodwin?
I think you might be right.
Okay, danger time for Zverev. He'll have to be careful here. Any little slip could be terminal. Delta Goodrum in the crowd. Robbie, I once was playing a game of soccer and Delta was on the opposing team.
Oh, wow.
She was recovering, I think, I'm going to say from Hodgkin's lymphoma. And I took a mighty swipe at the ball, missed the ball and kicked a leg.
I remember that game, Wally.
She was black and blue from ankle to knee. I felt...
Indian Wells?
Yeah, Indian Wells, I felt about that big, Robbie.
Oh, wow. Did you get a red card?
I red carded myself.
Good.
He's got white line fever.
Love. Love.
Destroyed that.
30-15.
It's normally one of Zverev's greatest strengths, the backhand winners. Being utterly dominated in that department by Carlos. Trying to be a little too cute there.
Zverev had virtually given up on the point.
But Rog, I think if he just hits this, I mean, he could have even stepped around, hit a forehand. If he just rolls that heavily cross court,
yeah,
doesn't even have to thread the needle. That would have given him 30 all, pressure building. And it's hard to play the perfect drop shot when you've got absolutely no pace to work with.
And they're almost, it's a double win for Carlos there because there was a physical exertion of getting to this ball. Has to work hard off the mark, misses it, there's frustration, and now he's got to recover physically.
But if I look at that drop shot, which was by his standards, well, by anyone's standards, really a terrible drop shot, and then the previous drop shot that he missed, you know, they're just a couple of little loose. We've spoken about Carlos's ability just to give you a moment. If that moment is on his serve, which is coming up now, things could get interesting.
4 games on.
It gives Zverev props just for hanging around here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, it's one thing he's done, hasn't he?
Yep.
Robbie, through his career, he's stayed true to the competitive spirit and the nature of the game and just been there regardless.
And you have a look at his 5-set record, Rog, 23 and 14. He's played a lot of long matches and been able to win a good chunk of them. Always got to consider the opposition, yes. You can never...
A lot of people were talking to me when Alex de Minaur had to play Carlos Alcaraz, and they're saying, you know, what does Demon do? And, you know, you can talk this and you can talk that, tactics, you know, mix it up. Come in, stay back, drop shot, whatever. Scramble.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, at the end of the day in men's tennis, you just got to hold your serve. And you need 3 points to do it. So you need to hit your share of unreturnables. You need to hit your share of aces. or serve +1. And Zverev can, and that's why he's been ranked so highly for so long. And this is interesting. I mean,
what's happening here? What's happening here?
He's feeling something in that right knee.
Of course, we've seen with Lorenzo Musetti and Novak Djokovic that it doesn't matter what the scoreline is, as long as you're out there.
Starting the clock for 15 seconds. He's cramping.
Well, I can't know that.
Cramping? Do you think it was cramp, Roger?
It looks
Thank
a bit,
you.
It seemed more like a proppy knee.
Yeah, it was an awkward movement, but that can trigger. It can trigger cramp, can't it? Something awkward. Yeah, he definitely backed off that. He definitely backed off exploding off that with his legs, for sure. So there's something currently going on that's this is a must watch.
Well, this would be bizarre, wouldn't it?
Well, we've
Musetti
seen
up
it
2
already.
sets to love, yeah.
We've seen it already. Lorenzo Musetti up 2 sets to love against Novak. Of course, injured himself.
And is that why he played those 2 somewhat casual drop shots in the previous game? Something was twinging?
There was no signs, but that.
No legs at all on the serve.
He's just hopped there. There's no ways it can be cramping, right?
Well, it can be. And I'll be very interested to see whether... It's funny because some of them go to pickle juice after they start cramping. But in extreme weather like this, it should be part of your kit.
Thank you.
Well, how's the clock? Where's the clock?
It's at 10 seconds, and he's watching it.
Cramp, you should stretch it out, right? Well, that's unbelievable. He's just got to make balls, isn't he?
40-30.
And for Alcaraz, he's just trying to get to the chair ASAP.
Can he take an injury timeout?
No.
Not for cramp?
No, he can't, but
could he say it's a quad or a knee? Or
he just wants to get to the chair with a 5 near his name.
It's cramp, isn't it?
He could, to answer your question about saying he's got a knee problem. But it's very difficult for the physio to determine the difference. Is it cramp or is it an actual injury? And he's just spanked that forehand for a winner. It's just a game away now, is Alcaraz. But it's all happening here, deep in the third. It's 5-4.
Alcaraz leads 5 games to 4.
Where's the pickle juice?
Yeah, it's strange. And then his camp were asking him to call the trainer out. They're trying to say that he's got a leg problem. Go and call the trainer out. Interesting.
The trainer is right here.
But remember, you can't just massage cramp.
No, you can massage cramp, but only on the change of ends, Rog.
But is he saying adductor tightness? Well, this would be extraordinary because I covered the Musetti match and he was in complete control, and then the groin or the adductor or something went. I'm not saying he's in complete control, but he's in a very commanding lead.
Alex, I wouldn't mind. Yeah. Ah, das ist Schwachsinn. Er hat Krämpfe. Was ist das denn für ein absoluter Schwein? Der kann doch kein Medical nehmen, der hat Krämpfe. Was soll es denn sonst sein? Nein, das ist nur ein absoluter Bullshit, das ist unfassbar. Nein, das ist doch ein Bullshit. Nein, aber das ist ja unfassbar. Hier, also ihr protectet die beiden, das ist unglaublich. Das ist unglaublich. Das gibt es nicht. Nein, das gibt es nicht. Das kann nicht euer Ernst sein. Das kann nicht. Aber das kann nicht euer Ernst sein jetzt.
And we understand exactly what that's all about, because Sasha is convinced it's crap, and he shouldn't be getting a medical timeout if it is crap.
Sasha shouldn't waste too much energy on it because he can't make that call.
Yep. But I think you can understand the frustration if he feels that Carlos is getting the benefit of a big decision, right? It's a big decision for the physio to make.
And I think that's the grey area,
yes,
isn't it? So the reality is, if the physio doesn't come out and he says, well, I actually have something, you've got to go with the athlete.
But where he's getting the inside of his thigh, abductor, I'm never quite sure which side that is. So, is it a tendon? Is it a muscle? Will he get it taped?
He seems pretty relaxed though, doesn't he, Carlos?
Is there any pickle juice in evidence?
Yeah, I think he just took some then, but I wasn't alert to it whether he consuming it throughout the course of the match.
And that would be a dead giveaway, right? Because you wouldn't take the pickle juice if it was an injury, but you would take it if it was cramp.
But you could take pickle juice as a matter of course, couldn't you?
Well, you wouldn't really, right? No one's ever taken pickle juice as a matter of course. If I'm trying to argue for the defence here, Wally.
Yeah, well, I would have if my player was going out in some strong heat and there could have been 4 hours of tennis. I would have said, oh, let's caution, just keep drip feeding the pickle juice in to your system. That would have been my thinking, but
have you ever seen it done other than when players cramp, Rog?
No, I haven't.
Yep.
Well, it's a horrible drink, right? It's not
exactly.
But you're also not really, you haven't got the antenna up for it, have you? They could be taking a little bit, but who knows? But yeah, interesting. We'll soon find out, because if you do have some cramp and it's setting in, even this little 3-minute timeout, it's not going to solve the problem if Zverev can stay out here long enough.
No.
It'll, we'll be able to see what's really taking place.
Would all players have requested a night match tonight, Roger? Do you think?
Time.
Given the 30-degree hit.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, that would have been my intentions.
Ready for play, thank you.
Serving to stay in the contest is Zverev.
How much energy does he put into this? Not much.
You would have thought you were all in on the first point.
If it's tension or that feeling of a strain or a tear, wouldn't you tape your thigh up?
I would think so, Wally.
And if he did, I mean, cramp obviously you can't tape.
Some players don't like it.
Yeah, but it gives you that comfort or that assurance, doesn't it? He's not moving at all.
30 love.
Like he's gone. Like how's this going to get better?
Well, I think he's just trying to work it out. So he's sort of sitting in it, trying to get the data, and right now.
This looks more like an injury to me.
Yeah.
Than cramp. It looks like he's pulled something.
pulled the forehand wide is what he's done, Robbie. Well, I guess it's interesting now for Zverev, because that was 184, and we know he spent most time serving up above 200. Does he just serve within himself, thinking that Carlos is gone? There we go. Wow. That's pretty good timing, isn't it, when you're not moving your feet?
Yeah, but there's the value of his free spinning, spirited play, isn't it? If it's in his slot, he could go whack whack and where it's all over.
Well,
please.
My advice to Sasha is go for your serve, mate. Don't play the injury, just play. Don't expect an error. Just serve big, serve him off.
Good.
Game.
And the way he just moved both his legs prior to that point, where he was bending them backwards, sort of seemed to suggest cramp, if you know what I mean.
Actually, every single camera is pointed at Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, he's walking like he's on eggshells, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like he's concerned.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And something terrible is about to happen.
Or is he concerned to just load that muscle up, just in case it locks?
So clock is at 0.
Well, when you're not using your legs to serve, you've got no margin. It's hard to serve with pace. Well, there's no tension in his face. He must be worried. All right, Robbie, I've vacillated. At first, I thought it was an injury. Now I'm going with cramp.
But it's amazing, only 2 hours and 47. He's played many longer matches, Wally. It's not been an overly physical affair.
Tension? Playing with tension, Robbie? Wow. And I feel for Sasha here because he's playing the injury. Yep. And it's not easy. You'd think all you got to do is play heavy to the corners, but it's not easy. You get out of that mindset of being completely locked into the contest and you think, oh, I've just got to make it, and you tend to ease up. You don't play your natural game, you don't play big.
Thank you. Please, sir, when the player is ready to serve, please.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Thank you.
There's one in every crowd, Robbie.
Well, we saw him
30-15.
have a quick swig of the pickle juice, and my good friend Ross Tucker, sports scientist, one of the best around, it's just reminding me that when you take pickle juice, it works by breaking the neural reflex in the brain, and it works within 60 seconds. And taking it before you cramp would be pretty much worthless.
Well, the neural pathway is still working pretty well on the forehand. For Alcaraz, it appears he doesn't even have to move his feet to hit winners.
Yeah.
Well, this is extraordinary. I mean, as I say, I covered the Musetti match. I mean, that was unbelievable and very sudden. That was an injury. Now it appears we're dealing with cramp.
Working the clock to perfection.
New balls, please.
The alchemy of Alcaraz.
Now get onto your
6-5 in the third.
Your pickle juice doctor and find out where's it going to go from here, Robbie? What's going to happen? Can he continue?
Alcaraz leads 6 games to 5.
There we go. That's the pickle juice. Is that enough? Didn't take enough. It was like a little sip.
And again, just to reiterate, the pickle juice does is it works by breaking the neural reflex in the brain. It's not the salt content or anything like that that does the magic.
So it's a chemical in the pickle juice.
All sorts of drama in the last 15 minutes or so. If you're joining us for the first time,
well,
Ready to play,
may well have a case because he
ladies and gentlemen.
argued vehemently when he was
Thank
receiving
you.
treatment and got a medical timeout that it was cramp. And he may well be right. You cannot receive a medical timeout for cramp. And I feel for Sasha because
Love 15.
your mind is taken away from being in the moment in the contest to thinking about the situation. You know your opponent's injured. I just got to get the serve in. It's complicated. Pretty clever from Alcaraz. Deep lob.
Love 13.
The odds are he's going to slide around the side of the ball and go cross. He just stood there and waited for it. This is a clinic on how to hit winners without moving your feet. Robbie?
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's also frozen up.
Please.
Yeah.
I mean,
which is natural, isn't it?
Yeah, some players love it. I remember Leighton Hewitt would love this scenario.
Yeah. That's what he's got to do. 207. You just got to play big, don't play the man. Don't play the injury.
100%, Wally.
Just play big.
See the open court, hit it there.
Yeah, just play your game. Leighton, of course, had all the control in the world, didn't he? He could put the ball on a dime, so he would have enjoyed this. But could Carlos risk it now? You know, like, could he risk loading up the legs? I mean, he's not in permanent cramp.
Yeah. There's going to be a point when he's going to have to, either now or in the tiebreak at some point.
Well, I feel like that might be
How's the
point.
surely
15:30. I mean,
Yeah.
really, he just stood there, didn't try to load the legs up. He's going about this wrong, in my opinion. Alcaraz he's walking his way to a fourth set.
40-30.
I would have thought it's all or nothing.
Sydney or the bush?
Sydney or the bush. Sydney being, you know, the preferred option.
Yep.
I mean, at 15:30, you're a lot closer than a tiebreak.
Well, you've got to give Zverev credit because he's just done enough to keep his wits about himself.
Tiebreak.
And Rog, why can't he load up?
Well, I think he's probably never been in this position before, where his body's sort of retiring a little bit. So he's probably concerned that if he does, it'll engage it and just lock it in cramp. But
You've got to find out.
I'm with you guys. That
Thank
game
you.
had to be.
Please.
Let me go hard here.
Yeah, 15:30. I mean, just load up, you know. And
realistically, it was one or two movements.
Please.
yeah, and what's going to happen? You cramp. I mean, he's not cramping now, so he's playing to protect getting cramp.
1-0.
I remember that
Alcaraz.
2023 French Open semi-final against Novak. There was some cramps going on there, if memory serves.
A lot more physical that match, though, wasn't it?
It certainly was. And I think
1-0.
on that occasion, a lot of it had to do with nerves. Not so much the physicality of the battle, but nerves.
Certainly a lot of nerves at the start of this match from both men.
Let the service.
I just don't quite get the mentality of Carlos, though, because it's not like it's the end of the fifth set. I mean, there's a long way to go. He can't walk through the rest of the match. It should be all or nothing right now.
Two, 1, Zverev.
In fact, I just pulled that up, Wally, and it was 1-1 in the third set at Roland Garros when the cramps set in, Rog. So
early days.
Yeah, it was early days.
I agree. I remember he was, yeah, that was the tension. I think he may have mentioned that afterwards.
He did. In fact, I think he might have even given up a service game in order
2-0.
to get to the change of ends to receive treatment. So, been there, done that before for Alcaraz.
3-2, Zverev.
And there's a bit of relief for the players at the moment because there's cloud cover and there's a little breeze. So this is the best conditions right at the moment for the players.
It's missed. And remember, at this stage, last year, it was Djokovic who retired against Zverev in the semi-finals after just one set.
And Wally, funny, he actually walked to his chair then pretty swiftly. So you're 100% right when we were thinking, oh, why didn't he get involved at the 15:30 and in that game? It may just really hurt him. And it's amazing he hasn't barely looked at his team and given them that sort of come on with his racket or anything like that. It's really been quite a subdued, flatline Alcaraz.
So I would understand this if he felt like it was a strain or a tear that was going to get worse, so he was not going to extend himself. But if it is cramp, well, what's the worst thing that can happen? You cramp. Oh, Sasha, nicely done. It's putting the ball in the right spot. So he's not willing to run.
5-2, Zverev.
Well, I'm bamboozled. I guess we'll hear about it all in the press conference.
I can tell you what, this was sensational.
I'm flummoxed, Robbie. I don't quite understand the dynamic.
Yep, me too. I'm with you. Well, 15:30 point.
15:30 second serve, nothing. And what's the point? I just don't understand now. 5-2 tiebreak. What's the...
Thank you.
Yeah, he couldn't be like Jannik Sinner was before, where he came back out and he was trying to wait for his body to come back to him, because he was in the winning position to just, and he hadn't been legitimately cramping where he couldn't move at all.
No.
And now he's going to wait. Well, we'll know after this set, you know, he may stop.
4 set points.
Yeah, but I mean, I just don't get the mindset.
6-3 is better.
Chance for Zverev to win this third set. 3 more set points.
Game and
he has won it. Zverev is very much alive in this fascinating men's semi-final encounter. Full of drama. What's going to happen next?
Not even the 10 joy? Not even the 10 joy?
drama feels like a little bit of an understatement. Maybe we can get a substitute word in there for that one, considering what really did unfold in this third set. Of course, so much is going to be favorable towards Carlos Alcaraz here with what played out exactly throughout the set, and to see Zverev take it in the end. Obviously tiebreak is needed as well, considering just how in control Alcaraz was for so much of this. I will say massive props to be able to play the way that he did. Not too much movement across that baseline, but still able to get plenty of points on the board there. And Zverev really seizing the opportunity that is opened up for himself here. There is going to need to be a reset from both sides here of the court. For Alcaraz, hopefully there's a little bit of relief in what is presumed to be a cramp at the moment, and for Zverev still trying to capitalize on what he possibly can here. But either way, it does give us the exciting rules of a set number 4 here for our semifinals.
4-all, when all the drama started. Alcaraz was on that far side of the court.
Well, what happens now? Does he engage or does he limp around? And if he limps around, I ask you, what's the point?
Well, if you're joining us for the first time today, where have you been? It's all been happening here in the last 20 minutes or so. Big drama, big turnaround from Zverev, because the man in picture has just started to cramp out of nowhere. It hasn't been a particularly physical match. First 2 sets were littered with a fair amount of unforced errors, but we're in a 4th now.
Well, more movement here already from Zverev, from Alcaraz, I should say, than we saw in the tiebreak. Now he's dancing.
15 love.
I guess the real key is we'll see how he serves in the next game, whether he actually has any leg drive or makes an effort to get up and over the ball.
And the players now are soon enough virtually in all shade.
Yeah. Zverev had a sneaky look over at Carlos after that 3rd set just to see whether he's going to walk to the net and shake hands.
Oh,
you just stick around there and hope that at some point the cramp might just dissipate.
But he's not cramping at this point.
So what is the discomfort he's feeling then?
Well, to me, it's the potential that he'll cramp.
Game.
I mean, he's not cramping now, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think
first game.
I almost looked there for a second that he might shake his hand.
Well, I think he was just waiting. He's pausing to see who would cross first. But you know what I'm saying, guys? It's not. It's like he's playing to protect cramp.
You're 100% right. I mean, he walked fast to his chair then once he got going. So I think you're right. He wants whatever sensation he's getting in his quads. He wants that to sort of go away completely before he decides he's going to activate them. I think that's what it seems like.
Or just, yeah, buying time for the pickle juice to take effect. But your man said that it's instantaneous.
Yeah. That's exactly why you take it.
Yeah.
A good 10 minutes here from Zverev, and he'll be racing this fourth set.
He'll put his hand out soon, Carlos.
Vale, pero escucha. El dedo meñique, ¿sabes? El último pelo de la cabeza. Aguanta que te estarás bien dentro de un ratito. Sigue aguantando, sigue. Vamos. Venga.
So if I'm Carlos's coach, I just say play hard, mate, and if you cramp, we'll get out of here. Not sure what the point of wandering around is.
Yep.
I mean, he's
but
love 13.
And of course, we're repeating ourselves, but that should have been said at 15:30 a couple of games ago, right?
I know.
So the finishing line is a long way away now.
I mean, you may as well just lock out, cramp, and say, I cramped and I'm done.
I'll tell you what, gentlemen, very interestingly, coincidentally this morning, I was on a boys junior match between Kai Thompson and Nuranorli. And Nuranorli, the young player from Kazakhstan, was cramping. And he just walked around, and eventually the cramps started to dissipate. He had player point, get cramp, and eventually he worked through it. So I'm just wondering if the same thing might happen here with Alcaraz over time.
Well, it's definitely what he's thinking, isn't it? Because he's putting no energy into a lot of these shots. He's biding his time. When he cramped against Djokovic at the French, what was the outcome?
He lost sets 3 and 4, 1 and 1.
Oh, okay. So he was impeded.
Yes.
Impaired. Well, it's very strange, isn't it? The match has the air has completely gone out of the match.
Very well done by Sasha.
Well, the irony is I actually felt at the end of the third set that Sasha was looking red in the face. A couple of times he was hunched over, he was breathing heavily after the long points. I thought he was the one that was just starting to battle a little bit in the heat. The opposite was true.
Advantage Alcaraz.
Well, Roger, I'm just watching the shadow creep across the court now. It's almost covered the entirety of the playing surface. Is it pretty warm courtside still?
Well, it's pretty warm where I am because the sun's still hitting me, but there's a breeze now. So that as the sun goes away, a breeze kicks in here. So right now for the players, perfect.
Take a quick look at this graphic that we have for you.
One game on.
We're calling it the pre-cramping, post-cramping. Alcaraz first serve. The leg drive, she's calculated meters per second, is significantly down. No surprise with the average
Just sliding through his serve, isn't he? Just right shoulder, around left, little slider.
Light for service.
Interesting there. I think he just got a little bit of information because he loaded up on his backhand there and he nodded his head. I'm not sure whether that was... Actually, that didn't feel too bad.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Almost like a nod of approval.
Wow, what a strike.
He's just talking to himself again, Alcaraz, just trying to convince himself that he's getting better.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, cheering is great, but when the players are ready to serve, please let them focus. Thank you.
And I guess to all our points in that, just before the third set tiebreak, where it wasn't just a hard push to finish that, but we've also seen it with Novak a lot, haven't we, where we thought he's out. And he's been able to, through time, manage his way back into a match and then play blinding tennis.
$30-15.
That's probably the lightest we've seen him on his feet since the initial cramping.
And there was some real loading, and I was just watching his rotation coming out of the shot, and that was the most aggressive he's been with that part of his body.
Yeah, was definitely loading up on that last forehand too, so confidence building for Carlos that he won't cramp. Robbie, always the pickle juice, never the pickle.
What does that mean, Bob?
Well, has the pickle got the same qualities as the pickle juice?
Ah,
could you not eat a pickle?
Game.
Some discomfort on the forehand side, a little more than the backhand. Zverev takes a slender lead in the fourth set. It's 2-1.
Now there's a really nice breeze that's come in, quite refreshing. So this man will really enjoy that as part of the environment.
And I'm just thinking to myself, if it wasn't nerves that affected him against Novak at the French in 2023, he's so much more experienced now. He's won so many majors. You know, the way he plays with a smile on his face. You wouldn't think that there's too many nerves. He seems to handle it better than most, and in the biggest of moments, he's better than most.
Time.
Always such a calm and enjoyable exterior for Carlos Alcaraz when he plays. But that's all changed in the last half an hour or so. The 9th game of the 3rd set. Just felt the onset of some cramps, and it's changed the whole dynamic of this match. 1 point, he was just 2 points away from winning. Couldn't convert on the Zverev serve.
Love 15.
The smile's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but almost a smile of disbelief that that went in and this shot worked.
You feel like now that we don't play 2 o'clock, but right now you feel like Zverev's playing 2 o'clock. If he can't find a breakthrough soon, Carlos might just fill the tank up.
Yeah.
All.
I know that Zverev has lost that point, but I still think it sends a good message. Just the fact that he is chasing everything down.
And Robbie, this is why I don't like these umpires' chairs. Watch this. So there's the smooth approach. Now have a look at this. Look where Zverev's charging. Have a look at that. I mean, he's in full control there, but just not a good height. Well, if you want to know how important legs are for serving, to get height, bounce, flight, pace, this is a case in point. Alcaraz, that second serve, 139. Some of his first serves are in the 160s. It's just arm.
Yes, he's made it. Wasn't clean, but it was clean enough.
Love 15.
Raise your bat, son. The 50th winner.
So the Carlos walk has returned to normal. He looks quite fluid when he's walking. He's not proppy or seeming to walk on eggshells. We've seen a little bit more willingness to skip into a shot. Has yet to load up on the serve. But he's definitely feeling better.
I'm surprised he's not stretching it out. Don't you normally do that with the onset of cramps? Just keep stretching those muscles.
I thought so.
Haven't seen him do any of that. Just the treatment that he had on the change of ends. He's had 2 full change of ends treatment, so he's not entitled to any more. And that's even if he got cramp in a different part of his body. It's not like the injury medical timeout.
This must be frustrating for Zverev. I'm sure there's times, particularly at the end of that third set, where he thought
30-all.
Carlos might even pull the pin. Instead, he's facing these pretty vicious strikes, so he can't play safely, Zverev. He's just got to continue to play big tennis, get Carlos on the run. He can't just let him stand and deliver. That's the second forehand that's clipped the line in this game alone.
Believe it.
Well, he moved. Not dynamically, but he was pretty silky moving to that short forehand. Not sure what he was thinking when he got there. He could have driven a truck down the line.
I know.
But the movement was definitely better.
Let for service.
Zverev's actually been very calm, hasn't he? Ever since, he was annoyed that Carlos was getting treatment for cramp, but since that moment, he's had a very calm exterior.
Game, Zverev leads
with purpose.
3-2.
Back out in front in the fourth set is Zverev, 3-2. And just to conclude the difference between a medical timeout, you can get medical timeouts for different injuries. So if it's an ankle that needs taping, or if it's then a knee or a shoulder,
cough,
each and every one of those, you're entitled to get an injury time, as long as it's a different part of the body. But for cramping, it's all-encompassing. Once you've had your 2 full change of ends for treatment of cramp, doesn't matter if it happens in a different part of your body, you're not allowed to get any further treatment. So, difference between the two. Hope that is explained well enough.
Time.
Look at the thumbs up from Wally.
So in my mind, Carlos definitely moving a little more lively in that previous game. Let's have a look at the serve. Does he use any legs on the serve?
Ready for play, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Now.
Не жди его.
He looks almost fully capable now. I mean, he leant into a slice there and loaded, and then he followed that by a backhand down the line that he loaded. And he's a bit more powerful off the serve wall.
Just not sure it's a sport you can pinch a win by just gliding and trying to stripe winners. So 204 on the first serve, so that's impressive, but then a little slow to get out of the way of the slow blocked return.
Sigue positivo. Sigue.
This is a moment for Zverev to break points. Quickly snuffed out the first one.
40.
This world.
Deuce.
Movement was not too bad there. Look at that. Quick steps. And then quick to follow it in.
He's actually pretty deep in the court when he hits that volley.
Yeah.
About a metre behind the service line. Got plenty of shtick on that first volley.
But that
wow.
That was the most intense he's been in his movement.
Yep.
Since that initial cramp.
Advantage Alcaraz.
I think the neural reflexes, Robbie, have been blocked. I think the pickle juice has done its job.
Good knowledge.
I think it's onwards and upwards from here for Carlos.
Well, they're excited because their man might just be back.
3 games over.
Better signs in that game. A couple of serves up over 200. The crowd are enjoying themselves. The theatre, the drama.
Ready to play, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Definitely got a bit more pep in his step, Alcaraz.
I think the anticipation of what might come next has also kept the fans on the edge of their seat.
The problem, of course, is that you've got to move pretty dynamically to return Zverev's serve. I mean, it's so big, it's so accurate. You can't sort of float your way into a point. You've got to be dynamic from the get-go.
And that's this guy's greatest strength.
Okay.
30-15.
Zverev's done a good job there of sending him coast to coast.
40-15.
The time your game is most vulnerable is when you're ahead. Never let up. The great Rod Laver.
Game, Zverev.
Zverev not letting up on serve in this fourth set.
Zverev
Edging
leads
closer
4-3.
towards the end of it with a 4-3 lead. Well, Zverev's taken his own concoction as well. Not sure what that's for. Now, if he is also feeling the heat, he is hiding it pretty well. Well, one of my favorites multiple times I won here was Stefan Edberg with his wife just next to him.
Now, when did Stefan slide into town?
I saw him 2 days ago already.
Okay. Keeping a low profile as usual.
What a player he was. What a serve and volley game he possessed.
I think he would have liked these conditions today.
Yeah.
Get that server bouncing around.
Jumpy, get in tight.
Twice a champion here in 85 and 87. And when I say here, I mean in Australia. Because we hadn't yet moved to Melbourne Park. By the time Edberg won that second Australian Open in 87, we only came here in 88. It was a tough 2 years for Pat Cash, losing that 87 final.
Love
in 5 sets to Edberg, and of course the following year here, he lost to Mats Wilander in 5 sets. I want to say 8-6 in the 5th.
Thank you.
Now the half chance for Zverev, though.
I've got to say, he's shown a lot of maturity, Zverev, because
15,
such a big occasion playing an injured man. Sometimes it's hard to get your emotions right, but he's done all the right things. Let's not forget he was 2 points away from losing the match at 15-30 on his serve.
He was actually down love 30 in that game.
Love
2
30.
second serves, right?
Yeah.
At love 30 and at 15-30.
But he's just maintained poise throughout, kept his head, hasn't shown any real emotion.
all.
Well, Carlos is sort of moving now when he has to. I mean, his normal game is just really an all-out assault on the ball and great movement off the ball and very quick to anticipate or look for anything that's floating or that he might be able to jump on. But he's not moving that way. But when he has to go, he's going and pulling the trigger.
It's back-to-back games.
40-30.
Where Carlos has been in a little bit of trouble, and he's come up with the goods. What a linear strike. Simple, very effective. Back-to-back service games, Alcaraz gets out of a pickle. Gesturing to the fans to infuse him with energy.
It's like Maradona and was in Argentina. Just lift the finger up and the crowd go up.
Ready for play.
Classic. That's what he did in a Davis Cup match we were playing in Argentina. He came in and just stood up and everyone just went nuts until he sat down.
He's just doing such a good job, Zverev, of plugging away.
Yeah, he's been very good. It's easy to overplay, underplay, get frustrated, think your opponent's about to deef. Your mind wanders. It's hard to get it back. But he's been very experienced. I mean, he's been such a good player for so long. You mentioned his 5-set record.
He's played a lot of them.
Robbie, my final word on the pickle is a gherkin and a pickle the same thing?
30 love.
I don't know.
Okay, let's leave it at that.
Yep.
Great serve. Movement through the air, movement off the court.
40 love.
Both players now 138 points.
Game.
This is good stuff. Serve is operating very efficiently and effectively.
5 games to 4.
He's only lost 5 points behind it by 4. See there as he landed on his right leg. That's when he felt it. Of course, he's had treatment on both of his legs. The physio was massaging them both.
Time.
We're approaching the 4-hour mark. Just over 10 minutes away. Lost 2 service games for Alcaraz. They have been tricky. I have to say,
ready for play.
2 break points a little earlier on. He was down 11-30 in the previous one. Zverev showing some good body language, just dancing around, ready to receive. Of course, all the good work that Jez Green would have done in the off-season with Zverev. Well, he'll be hoping come to fruition now. Half a chance. The most unusual of matches. Can he find a way? Been a big focus on speed work with Zverev in the off-season. Endurance was always amazing. Here's Jez, top right.
Long time relationship with Andy Murray?
Yes.
So he's been around the tour for a long time, knows the demands and the rigours of the circuit.
Yeah, he's been farmed for 6 years, of course, initially with Zverev before he took a break. Now he's back. Love to see him crush one of those second serve returns on the forehand.
Well, they're all sliding into the forehand, aren't they? He's not really using the heavy kick throwing the ball over his head and using a big knee bend to get some leg drive and a big kick serve. So the majority of the ball's just sliding into the body or the forehand of Zverev, particularly the second serve. Well, Robbie, he did as you suggested. He went after it. Just skipped through a little quickly on him.
He almost needs an abbreviated forehand return. That doesn't need so long to...
It's interesting, that slow motion shot. Yeah, it showed a big swing, but a big jump forward. I think there's still enough pace in the court. Just hold your position, let the ball come to you from a really strong base. Big lunge into the ball.
That's a smooth strike.
40-30.
Third service game in a row. Clean as you like.
Not a bad strike too when you're falling away, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Racket certainly heading in the direction of the winner.
It's like a good squash player just dominating the tee here.
Zverev has moved pretty well up to those drop shots, though, hasn't he? He's read them well, and he's got their time to spare.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Zverev's been so comfortable on serve. I mean, Carlos has got... There's no energy when he returns. He's just standing there, and if it's in the hitting zone, okay. If not, it's an unreturnable or an ace. I mean, he's got to try to get back on ball and just get some of his good serves back into play. It's very... There's no presence from Alcaraz when he's returning, and he's serving with ease, Zverev.
81% first serves in this set.
Yeah, but there's no sort of implied threat. There's no energy or dancing or changing a position. It's almost like a serving drill. Better on return, though. Bit more energy on the first couple of shots.
30 love.
And Roger, I don't know why Carlos just doesn't come out of his shoes now, because it doesn't appear to have that proppy step or that anticipation of cramp.
Yeah, I'm watching it going, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Sitting here, like, you can feel his energy on the court now.
But he's sort of gliding through a lot of points when you think...
Correct.
Let's just dig in. Does have a good drop shot, though.
He does. Jannik Sinner was asked about that a couple of days ago, wasn't he?
15.
He's got the best drop shot, and he just started laughing as if it was a rhetorical question. Doesn't miss too many. See how close this one gets to making it over.
Again, he could just rip that down the line.
Yep.
I mean, that's all clean winner. Quite comfortably, he had such a big gap.
He had some nice height to work with as well on the bounce. Opted for what seemed like the harder shot.
Game's led.
Another comfortable hole for
Zverev
Zverev.
leads 6-5.
As we edge our way closer to a fourth set tiebreak. Mariana's got to take into account that Carlos is not always ready. And it looks like it might be a little shot of insulin. Oh.
Time.
Preparation.
Just on the change of end, chair umpire just giving Zverev a nudge about time. And once again, she just said something to him that he needs to quicken up between points on serve, but I'm with Zverev here. More often than not, he is waiting for Alcaraz to be ready. And it's a no-go zone for the chair umpire. Got that one wrong.
Yeah, I think before Zverev heard that little conversation, she needed to direct that towards Carlos, and then if she directs it towards Zverev, he'd understand, but
yeah,
seemed a little one-sided.
Yeah. I think he was in a good space mentally there, and it just got him annoyed as well.
Third love.
Even though he's been debilitated somewhat, Alcaraz has found a way on serve. But if we get to this tiebreak situation, he's got to find a little more desperation on return.
Game, Alcaraz.
Okay. That is the most comfortable service hold he's had in the last four. He was 15-40, love 30, love 30 in the prior three.
6 games all, tiebreak.
Well, he's going to have to crack a couple of these serves and get a few points through desperation, I feel. I don't think he can glide his way to a win in this tiebreaker, Alcaraz.
Almost 4 hours this contest has been ongoing. And Zverev continues to deliver on serve.
But I reckon if you spoke to Sasha now, it feels like practice. Just he's in a nice rhythm. There's no great presence at the other end of the court. For about an hour now, there's been no great desperation just to get a racket on the ball, make a couple of returns, get some of his best serves back and make that court look a little bit smaller. He's very, very comfortable in his rhythm. Carlos is going to have to find a little something physical.
But obviously there's been a reason why that's been the case.
Yes.
Let's be fair to Carlos. It's not like he could have done something more.
1-0.
No, but I feel like he's been building towards that, and we've seen some of the movement.
And now's the time.
Now, we've seen it on his serve.
Okay.
We need to see it on return.
Got you. Zverev's got him, and he's got him good.
That is some serious court coverage. Have a look at this. The arm of Zverev. Where is he? Well, there he is. Telescopic arms.
And Carlos looked at him. Zverev just turned and went.
Yep. Well, Carlos is very good at winning those cheeky little rallies, isn't he?
Thank
That
you.
time. 2-1, 2 serves to come. This is where Carlos will have to find a little grit. Legs or no legs. Well, there's the energy. Stepped up. Took it on.
2-0.
Legs look okay.
Just remember, we have not had a 5-setter on this court this tournament. Just jinxed Zverev because
3-2 Alcaraz.
I don't think that he has lost 2 consecutive points on serve in this set.
But there it was, wasn't it? Just a bit more energy, a bit more desperation from Carlos just to get a return back into play. Gee, I thought he was going to go for the drop shot again there. No thought of safety on that forehand.
This is the 7th match in the tournament to go over 4 hours. First on the Rod Laver Arena. Perspective of time for these two is very different at the moment.
Three Alcaraz.
Ooh. Coming in behind at a serve volley point. he has thought his way through the back end of this match very well.
4-all.
Has Zverev.
Zverev.
You can see how much space Zverev created so he could hit a backhand rather than a forehand. And it served him well. Go back to a previous forehand from Carlos in this tiebreaker. That backhand just
ready for play.
Pulling trigger way too early in the point. 2 set points for the German to take us the distance. What a way to clinch the fourth. And for the very first time on Rod Laver Arena this year, a men's match will go to a 5th set.
It is such a marathon that is happening right now between Alcaraz and Zverev. Over an hour on each set on the last 3 sets that they've played here, bringing their total play time right now currently to just over 4 hours, and it's our 20th 5-setter in the men's singles at the Australian Open this year, but the very first one that we're getting on the Rod Laver Arena. And Zverev, he has just absolutely seized this opportunity for himself. People always say luck is when opportunity preparation. Well, Zverev is definitely prepared to take on Alcaraz because this 4th set was everything he needed and more. With those tiebreakers, just being able to clutch it up for himself. It does now wonder, where is set number 5 going to land? Where is the endurance of both of these players? Where is the remaining energy levels? And just how badly do they want to make it to the finals of the Australian Open 2026?
And he knows now the odds might have just flipped in his favor.
Time.
Well, there's so many numbers that I'm having a look at here at the start of this 5th set. Alcaraz's 5-set record is impeccable, 14-1.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please are now ready to play.
Right here.
Thank you.
Matteo Berrettini. And of course, on that day, it was a deciding set tiebreaker where the Italian got him. The only 5-set loss of his career. His clutch factor is high. Rog, what are you thinking right now?
Well, the saving grace, I love what Zverev's done to just stay in his lane, work through the gears here. But the saving grace for Alcaraz is, I think, I love the player who's serving first of the fifth.
Just too good. The disguise.
It was brilliant. A classic Alcaraz point, and I just think right now, looking at at both of them physically, let's take away the physical factor with Alcaraz. He's back. This is just a shootout. Who plays the best tennis right now?
Well done. Can't tell you the 5-set record of Zverev. 23-14. He's ahead in the count at the Australian Open, 5-3 here. Of course, Zverev has come back 3 times in his career. From 2 sets to love down 1, of course, a semi-final at the US Open. Against a Spaniard and Pablo Carreño Busta. We were joking about it a little earlier, Rog, and it made me think of that classic line by Jim Carrey. So you're telling me there's a chance?
And that's all you need to believe.
Yep. Doesn't matter what we believe. Tennis.
Well, that's how it's got to be. All or nothing now for Alcaraz. No point nursing or trying to limp to the finish line. Just play big, play hard, see where it takes you. This is a pretty impressive rally. But that's what it's going to take to win. And if you break down in the process, so be it. Hitting pretty freely now, Zverev, isn't he?
Good to see.
I mean, even that forehand line, that's something we've spoken about, how he can tend to ease off when he tries to guide it line. Certainly didn't ease off that forehand. Okay.
Advantage, Zverev.
It's funny, we go back to that little patch of Zverev in the match where he just kind of lost his way on the forehand. No sign of that whatsoever at the moment.
Game.
The best possible start for Zverev in the 5th.
First game, final set.
What a gift.
The biggest thing for me has been just the way Zverev has locked in. First couple of sets, he was muttering, rackets weren't strung right, he was muttering with his camp.
Not even taking a drink break there, just right around the net.
Yeah.
Straight back to work.
He has just locked in, and we all know it is not easy. Anyone who's played tennis knows it's not easy to play an injured player in terms of your mindset. Very difficult.
Can't help but think of that scene again at the Laver Cup. Those words from Rafa. No one negative face now. And we have seen no negative face from Zverev in the last 90 minutes or so. Laser-like concentration.
And for Carlos, the equation is pretty simple. Absolute all-out effort. Throw everything you've got at it.
Yep.
And if something fails, so be it.
Slightly uncharted territory for him as well. It's the first time in his career he's playing a 5-set match after being 2 sets to love up. So how does that psychology play out?
And look at Zverev. I mean, he's outplaying him. He is in a very, very good state of mind. Well, there's the forehand that he loves. He's moving well, very quickly up to the backhand.
And look at the stare. There was a stare again. He's, as you said, locked in, fully engaged, and he's sticking his chest out right now.
Thank you.
And the serve of Zverev, it's just relentless. It was the last match. Carlos has a little magic in his game, we know that.
30-15.
We know what a great player he is, but every now and then I feel like he just needs to channel a little bit of the Spaniard that came before him, Rafa, just that sheer stubbornness.
Please.
And that's what it might take this afternoon. Just effort and will. Because the man at the other end is seeing it rather large at the moment.
Did you say afternoon, Wally?
Evening?
Yeah.
Night?
Good evening.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the second semi-final is scheduled in just 25 minutes.
Thank you.
So that this match has to finish, have to clear the stadium, bring in the night crowd. So they're definitely going to be delayed.
What a way to back up the break. He will bleed himself dry to win this match. And at 4 hours and 19 minutes, this becomes the 5th longest Australian Open semi-final this millennium.
If Sasha keeps this level, he'll break again. I mean, he's just shot selection spot on, execution spot on, movement is strong. Okay. Well, now he's wandered off. Why? What happens here? Does the clock start again if you get a warning? Well, you have to play. I mean, when the bell rings in boxing, you've got to come out. You can't sit on your stool.
This is like a standoff.
Mm. Well, they've both been warned, so there's consequences from here on in.
Oh, he's given him a taste of his own medicine. I love how purposeful the strike was here. When he plays this drop shot, he leans into it, and that gives you good clip on the ball. That means it's going to check aggressively when it bounces. Can tell you that Zverev's only played 3 matches longer than this in his career now. Actually, one of them was right here back in 2024 against Lucas Klein. That went 4 hours 31. Wimbledon last year, it was 4 hours 40 against Rinderknecht. At the US Open, when he took down Sinner in 4 hours 41. I think we will surpass all of the above. That's my guess.
New balls, please.
Zverev with a break in the 5th.
Zverev leads 2-1.
Penny for their thoughts.
Time.
Crowd got their money's worth today, Robbie?
It looked like it might be done in straight sets. They certainly have. It's been full of drama. I think that has been the key to this contest.
It's had a little of everything, hasn't it?
It has.
Nerves at the start, bit of tension, some brilliant play.
Been scrappy at times.
Yeah, Zverev certainly lost a little confidence in the forehand for a brief moment, and then the big turning point, of course, was Alcaraz starting to cramp at the back end of the 3rd, and I think we'll hear a little bit more about it because he did receive treatment for what is potentially cramp.
Thank you.
Which he should not have received.
Medical timeout, yep.
And Zverev made that point forcefully to the supervisor. But he has, ever since that moment, he has been absolutely locked into the contest.
First serve percentage has laid the foundation. His previous victory here against Alcaraz was the 2nd best of his career at the Grand Slams. Oh, what a raking backhand for the entirety of that 4-set match. The average at the end of it all was 85% first serves in. Astonishing serving performance. Only once has he ever bettered that at a major. That was at the French Open back in 2022. The first serve percentage is creeping up nicely here. It's at 83% for this set. Well watched. On a laundry line, this backhand Zverev sees it so well.
He's got full control of the ball at the moment. Look at those service percentages too, how they've been high. And remember last time, 84% we talked about, Robbie?
Yep, 85.
85?
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty impressive as well.
No kidding. Love it. Love the fact at 30 love he's prepared to go after it.
40 love.
Not let Alcaraz get into a rally.
Well, I think with the, as Roger said, he's just feeling the ball so well at the moment. I think with the temperature coming down, caught in full shadow, 7:15 in the evening here in Melbourne. It's lower bounces. Everything staying in Zverev's strike zone. He just feels like he has a bit more time. That final forehand had a bit of sting from Alcaraz, but still in control, 40-15. He's got to go to work, Carlos, doesn't he? He's got to work hard for his points. I actually saw his coach at the last end change just saying to him, more shape on your forehand, more shape on your forehand. Wanted Carlos to employ a bit more spin on that forehand, not try to flatten it out too much. Basically saying, let's hit aggressively, but to safe parts of the court.
And he needs to action sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Please.
There's nothing like a slight miss hit to just drop suddenly. The return was not clean.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
And it was a difference, Wally, of a little bit of breeze that he's pushing up against, and also the sun not being around to let the ball get through the air.
And no fancy drop shot there, Roger. He cracked that final forehand. I think Carlos is back.
Break point.
In terms of being in full flight.
It's the first break point that Alcaraz has seen since 5-all in the second set.
Now, Robbie, you remarked earlier that when Carlos played a couple of real little chisel chips with the forehand, just got it back low with a bit of bite, was really intent on just making the return. And I just wonder, is now the time to employ a bit of that mentality? But see the desperation from Carlos there to make a lunge at that first serve. That was completely missing for a couple of sets, and it's back. Signs that he's physically well. See, there it is again. Is that the time to chisel 2 balls?
Advantage, Zverev.
Mind you, it was 202, second serve.
Especially against a serve that is hard bouncing. I think that's when it's the most applicable.
That was the first time we saw a guided shot.
Just thinking that.
From Zverev for a long time.
I can tell you at 4 hours and 33 minutes, we are tied with the longest match of the tournament so far. Stan Wawrinka's second round win. So close.
Once again, not one of his best drop shots, and you can see the height and the height of the bounce. Maybe Zverev could have done a little more. But Zverev has done a great job of tracking the majority of these drop shots down. Another break point. Does he go with the chip forehand to try to make it? Well, it's pretty wide. It's a great serve. Look at that. It's 210 on the line, so it's a great serve. But he's just persisting, isn't he, with that forehand wing because he's drawing the error. Don't change a winning game.
What a comfort blanket that first delivery is.
Advantage, Zverev. Please.
That's a monumental hold in the context of this match.
Zverev leads 3-1.
Just keep in mind, no player has ever beaten Carlos Alcaraz after being 2 sets to love down.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
It would be the ultimate escape.
Well, the physicality's back for Alcaraz. You could hear it in that particular rally. And there's some genuine venom on his shots, but is it all too little too late, just given the quality of the Zverev serve? I mean, he's getting some chances, but time and time again, Zverev just serves his way out of them.
Yeah, just needs to get an early foothold in the service game, doesn't he? He was down love 40, won 4 points in a row on the Zverev serve to get to the break point. Good news is, if
15-all.
for Zverev, that is, the Carlos doesn't have a whole lot of wriggle room here. He goes down another break, and
it's a good night.
Yep, you would think so. But shots like that are worth the admission fee on their own.
15-30.
All hands to the pump.
Well, I guess, you know, at 3-1, he's got the break. He can hit freely.
Thank you.
It's everybody out in Garden Square waiting to get in for the night session. Well, what an appetizer they're getting to have. A bit of amber fortification there in the front row. It's always nice. Lubricate the vocal cords for a little later. Sinner and Djokovic still to come. Just put a little asterisk alongside that forehand that Zverev missed it. 15-30. He'll be hoping it doesn't come back to bother him.
And Robbie, I think we're entering that territory where, depending on what happens in the next semi-final, the physicality, the length the drama, the tension of this match could play a part in the final. How quickly you can recover from this and be at your absolute best for a Grand Slam final. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Beautiful combination of shots here. Early, accurate.
A good 1-2, Robbie.
Oh, yeah.
Light for service. Use. Light for service.
It is just an awesome force of nature, that forehand, when it's in full flow. Took the safety catch off that one.
Please.
Good feel, good wheels, good battle. It's 3-2 in the fifth.
Zverev leads 3-2.
Pretty big reaction there from Carlos after holding the serve.
Yep.
You would assume he'd just broken, but in fact he just held serve. He's still down 3-2 trailing with a break.
He's trying to find something, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's trying to get the crowd involved.
And he's never, as Robbie said, he's never been in this position before. So it's the unknown, and yeah, he's constantly, when you think about it, in the fourth he was trying to get the crowd involved as well. Every time like that, so... Zverev has not missed a beat.
No.
Not interested.
Amazing. I do think if he goes wide to the forehand a couple of times here, particularly on the backhand court, if he goes tees, he's just got to chip a few back. Just got to get the ball back into play.
This is now officially the longest match that Alexander Zverev has ever played in his career, surpassing the 4 hours and 41 minutes at the US Open against Jannik Sinner. He came out on top that day on a hard court at a major. He's
Ready
a break
to play, ladies and
to the
gentlemen.
good.
Thank you.
Couple more service holds is what's required. He's just taken some medication. I think it's some powder at the change of ends, and it's just got stuck in his throat.
Thank you.
Well, that's the serve that's hurting him.
15 love.
Out wide to the forehand. He's gone T on this backhand side. I mean, that one, Carlos, was at absolute full stretch. Hard to play an effective chip from there, but he's got to get a few of these serves back. He's got to create a bit of pressure.
That is so good from Sasha.
Yeah.
He's done such a good job of keeping the Spaniard off balance. Gets the man, Jez Green, who is charged with being the fitness trainer, getting Sasha into showroom conditions for times like this.
He's concourse, Robbie. That's a great return, and at the end of the day, it's returns in play. If he wants any chance to get back into this fifth set, that was quality, but he's just got to get the ball back into play. If Zverev beats him from there, too good.
Thank you.
Problem for Alcaraz has been he can't get into the Zverev service games early on.
No.
Love 30, love 40.
He's trailing the whole time, isn't he?
The guy is so quick. He could answer a missed call.
He wouldn't get wet in the shower, Robbie, if he chose not to. That is unbelievable, Robbie, but what was the key?
Ready for play. Thank you.
The return. He got the return back.
Quiet, please.
Not even with great quality.
This game has come alive. It's come alive in a big way. 3 points on the bounce.
And Zverev had a really good look after that shot at the Alcaraz end.
He did, didn't he? He stared him down.
He was looking for that one out wide.
Thank you.
And it probably wasn't hit with quite the same accuracy, was it, as he's been delivering?
Please.
Ooh, decisions. Does he cover the tee? Could get burnt wide. You get so many chances, Robbie.
I was just wondering if that was an intentional body serve, or did Zverev just miss his spot?
Thank you.
Carlos would love that forehand over again. Nicely balanced, had time.
Yeah. In comparison to some of the other forehands we've seen this set, that was pretty conservative by his standards. The beautiful brutality of the Germans ground stroking on full display.
Zverev.
And Robbie, if he's been guilty in the past of easing up in the big moments,
thank you,
particularly on that forehand wing, that has not been the case today, and both men just hunched over after that particular point.
Thank you.
That'll release some tension.
Let for service.
And the umpire's got to make that call, Robbie, just in big moments sometimes.
That was the disturbance on the ball toss. Once again, he is so good when it mattered most with that first serve.
4 games to 2.
And Wally, I've got to give a reference here to Alex Honnold, who's just climbed
Tower 101.
Yeah. And if you've ever seen Free Solo, he talks about performance and that no one achieves anything great because they're happy and cozy. It's about being a warrior.
Please,
you've got to face your fear because your goal demands it. You've got to give it 100%. And for Zverev, this is his moment. It's got to play tennis in the Alex Honnold mode.
Well, Alex,
calculating, fearless.
He did scale an 800-meter granite cliff face without ropes. Zverev just has to scale the Alcaraz defense and speed. And finesse. But I tell you, the way he's serving, I mean, he's 2 games away. I don't even know if he has to invest too much energy in this return game. Just take a stripe. He made it, got there in time. Just take a stripe at a couple of returns. If you make it, great. If not, don't stress.
Yeah, but he's also been under pressure in those 2 games. He's had to take some break points.
Yeah,
but
Carlos did well, didn't he? Just to make him play, Quite a disparity there. Alcaraz with 70 winners. Just the 50 for Zverev. And that's what we mean. Just take a cut at return. If it's a winner, great. If not, you're serving.
Still looming large in the rearview mirror, but it's Zverev who has the crucial early break in this decider. it's fascinating from a mental and an emotional point of view that this fatigue that Zverev's also clearly feeling, it's almost allowing him not to get annoyed, not to have a moan, because he just doesn't have that energy to waste, Wally. So it's almost working in his favor.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Robbie.
Time.
Just gone kind of within himself, hasn't he? Just very, very calm. Goodness, what, 12,000 people inside, 12,000 outside. Incredible. Now, Robbie, he put a lot of pressure on Zverev in the previous returning game, but he probably needs to get ahead in the count. He's been playing catch-up throughout. Needs to build pressure early. That'll help. He almost needs consecutive break points. When it's a one-off break point, Zverev has an incredible ability just to serve his way out of it.
Let's see if ball's in play that Zverev plays an aggressive point if he gets access to the ball.
It's almost the perfect return, isn't it? High and deep. Not sure he quite meant it, but he'll take it.
Please. Thank you.
Not to see that one come over.
It's to the forehand again, though, isn't it? It's the one that's doing so much damage.
15-13.
Not to say if you cover it, he hasn't got the ability to go hard middle. It's been so effective for him.
Angle that he's able to create out wide.
Well, apparently, Robbie, at 6'6", you can hit down into the court from that height. So that's his ability to get that angle. Geez, Carlos almost would have taken that. Return in play.
That's Zverev at his bravest. Taking on that shot in this moment is a big-time play on a big-time point.
A couple of times now in the fifth set when it's all been on the line, he's backed himself with that forehand line, and there we are. We've just ticked over at 5 hours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
He's digging deep here.
It's so good to see.
Yeah, because they're hurting. There's no doubt about that, but he's able to just...
And he's never shied away, as you said, Rog, ever in his career.
Yep. This is great.
Thank you.
Management here.
207 down the tee. He was on it.
Ready for play, please.
Well, there's the speed of Alcaraz on show again.
Coupled with subtle brilliance.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
That dig there.
I mean, he's often running the anticipation, but he is a gazelle.
Thank you.
And how's the balance when he gets there, Robbie? Just slides into it, the head rock solid. Another break point. And as the evening has cooled down so many times early on in this match with heat in the court, the ball was flying along, and now we're just starting to see some errors.
Thank you.
Please. Clip the tape. Once again, he's on his haunches, as is
his first
Zverev.
ever match over 5 hours, Wally. This is the third one for Alcaraz. Here he comes. The legs are back.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Well, Fred Stolle, the great Australian tennis player, a world-renowned commentator, always said to me, the most important statistic in men's tennis is break points converted.
Thank you.
He hasn't converted in this fifth set so far. 0 for 4 is Alcaraz.
Please.
He's had a couple right on his plate, hasn't he?
Yeah.
With his biggest weapon.
That was a little untidy, wasn't it? Just striving for power. Threw himself off his axis.
Please.
Well, he's normally a clear thinker. His shot selection is generally pretty good in the big moments, and it has been certainly over the last couple of years. But the previous miss, that particular drop shot.
Yeah, this is a postage stamp forehand right in the top corner. What a service game. Just lost that first serve percentage.
I think that's fatigue, Robbie. just lose the rhythm. The legs aren't quite as powerful.
That's got to be the best forehand of the match. Mesmerizing and magnificent in Melbourne from Sasha Zverev, who's just a game away now.
Zverev leads 5 games to 3.
A 158 km/h ripper. And as the greatest marathon runner of them all said, at the apex of the pain, that is where success lies. Eliud Kipchoge knows it. Sasha knows it.
Same scenario here. How hard does he work in this game? Zverev took a mighty cut at that return. Just get to the chair, settle himself. If he connects with a few, well and good.
Let second service.
Looks like he's going to get after it. There's no doubt about that, Wally. If he has the access to the ball, why not? 15-all here. This is Carlos has got no room at all for an unforced error.
Thank you.
Just pouring it on both of them.
30-15.
Two heavyweights going at it, slug after slug. Just needed a little better peripheral vision there. Anything down the line would have sufficed.
Thank you.
Oh, how about that? Another haymaker.
Well, he's just rolling the dice, Zverev, but how cleanly is he hitting the ball?
But isn't it so great to see?
And this is what everyone's been saying about him.
But it's amazing how the circumstances have forced him to play this way today. Alcaraz holds, but after the sit-down, Zverev will serve for a place in another Australian Open final. It's 5-4. So much to ponder on this change of ends. The thoughts that must be racing through Zverev's mind, or perhaps none at all.
You think he's vacant, Robbie? He's exhausted.
I just think the energy, perhaps.
That's not a bad way to be sometimes.
Yeah, of course.
No, I don't think he's thinking about much, to be honest.
What about Carlos? Just make a return, make a return, make a return. Every ounce of his energy has to be invested in getting this ball back.
In the last 20 years at the Australian Open in the semi-final, only 2 comebacks from 2 sets to love down. Marcus Baghdatis against David Nalbandian. Of course, Medvedev did it against Zverev. Zverev looking to do it against Carlos Alcaraz, who has never lost after being 2 sets to love up.
Oh.
It's not going to cut it on the approach.
The ball stayed low, though. It's hard, isn't it, to really get a bit of firepower when the ball is that low and you are forced to come in. He's well inside the baseline, but much easier to make a pass when you don't have to hit it on the move.
Please.
Last 3 service games, he's had to fight off break points.
Well, Robbie, it sounds kind of crazy at love 30, but this point right here might be the match. Zverev has been so good. If he can get out of this point, he's been so good if it's just an isolated break point that he has to stave off. But love 40 might just be a bridge too far.
Well, if he ends up losing this match, that shot in particular, the forehand, has just let Zverev off the hook 1 time too many in this deciding set.
Well, if you want to play that shot, you've almost got to be coming back at the ball. He's falling away. He's falling away to the backhand as he's trying to drag the forehand down the line, so he takes it with him. He did it in the previous return game. He's done it again here. Now there he was set. He could launch out of the ground, spun around his own axis, and the power came.
Doesn't get better than that.
Hip just rotates through the ball fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, ready for play.
Now consecutive break points.
Oh.
Please.
What a time. What a player. Carlos Alcaraz, very much alive and kicking.
And the stadium just shook when that ball went out. It's deafening in here.
And there it was, the consecutive break points doing the damage.
Players are now ready to play.
Zverev getting no free points on serve either. That didn't help his cause.
Now,
in the nick of time.
After all that excitement, where to from here?
Well, it might be 5-all, but you can feel that the momentum is with this guy now.
Thank you. Please.
An unusual return. The made big ground to turn a forehand into a backhand. Did Zverev, and it paid dividends.
Of course, this now, Wally, the 4th longest match of all time at the Australian Open.
Djokovic, Nadal have got the record, haven't they, in that final?
That's correct.
Let's for service.
5 hours and 53 minutes that was. You can just hear the ball coming off Alcaraz's racket. The torque is back. Spin control is there.
Please, ready for play.
It's ambitious, isn't it?
It's staggering. It's just staggering.
Look at this. He's backtracking. He's behind the baseline, but he's identified that Zverev is tracking to cover the forehand. So he goes short backhand. Perfect execution.
All this momentum that Alcaraz has now garnered is an awesome force. And for the first time in this deciding set, he sits down with the lead, 6-5. And this, of course, will be the last time that they sit down in this match. I mean, the way he's energizing the crowd. You'd swear that he'd won it. That's how much it means to him.
Well, he's done a pretty good job of that throughout the course of the 5th set, hasn't he? Just trying to get the crowd involved. Get them to give him a bit of a lift. And the eyes of Zverev, look, they're sunken in his head. He's fatigued. There's no question.
tense here at Rod Laver Arena. It looked like, for all intents and purposes, this match was going to get done in straight sets. But deep in the third set, Alcaraz started a cramp, and that changed the whole dynamic of this match. Zverev came back. He served for it 5-4. It's gotten broken.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
And now,
thank you very much.
serving to stay in the match.
Quiet, please.
5 hours and 22 minutes of high-octane tennis.
15 long.
It's had a bit of everything. I'll tell you what, it's had a lot of this drama. Of wear and tear.
You just feel like Zverev's finding it hard to win a point unless he gets that early one on the serve, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's having to work really hard.
Just getting enough errors off the Alcaraz forehand.
Let's second service.
You know, the mentality of this man. Previous point, he unloads on a point, he just misses. You think, okay, play a little safe, make him play, work the point over. But the very next point, he just jams a backhand from up high and follows it in. Unreturnable. Just no hesitation.
Officially the third longest match ever at the Australian Open now.
He's just not going to hold back, is he, Roger? If it's in his strike zone, Alcaraz is going to nail it.
Yeah, and that's his norm, isn't it? See ball, hit ball.
Yeah.
And so he's doing something that he's very comfortable with. And it's getting to Zverev so quick now when that fatigue factor's costly.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
5 hours and 26
Thank
minutes.
you, ladies and gentlemen.
Of centre court filled drama. Carlos Alcaraz has finally got to match point.
Let the service.
Secures a place in his very first Australian Open final. Epic and endurance-soaked battle with Sasha Zverev. Belief, utter brilliance, but mental fortitude like no one else has. Sees him thrive in 5. (7-5) in the 5th. He is through to the Australian Open final. Mental effort, Waddy.
Robbie,
I was down and gone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was suggesting go hard or go home, but he just found a way. Sasha just getting a huge hand from the crowd. What a part he played in the drama. But I honestly thought I couldn't quite understand where Carlos was going, but obviously he was waiting patiently for the cramp to pass or the medication to improve his situation. But what an epic battle. I mean, Sasha, he's going to be disappointed, but he should hold his head so high. The level that he displayed, how calm and considerate he was under those conditions when it's not easy to play an injured man and victory is in your grasp, but there's still something there. And then, of course, he lit it up in the 5th set. Just an unbelievable match. And how was the final pass? Like, really, I didn't even think he was going to get racket on ball. Amazing match. I'm going to have to take a while to soak that in, Robbie, and digest it.
Well, it's just a microcosm of everything that he is in that moment. The athleticism, the vision, just to hang in there, to find something extraordinary.
And Robbie, I can tell you not one person has left the stadium at this point. Like, I think everybody's a little bit stunned. Of course, we're waiting to hear from Carlos if he's got the energy to speak. But that was an absolute epic.
He went 5 hours and 29 minutes against Jannik Sinner in the finals of the French Open. He's gone 5 hours and 27 minutes today. And again, he's come out on top.
And great sportsmanship shown from Zverev. He must have been bitterly disappointed, but he was quick to shake the umpire's hand, quick to move round and give Alcaraz a hug.
Well, let's hear from the great Spaniard. He's with Jim Courier.
Carlos, you were struggling. You're still struggling physically. You were struggling badly in the middle of this match. You were down a break the whole way in the 5th set. How in the world did you win this tennis match?
Believing all the time. I think I always say that you have to believe in yourself, no matter what, no matters what you're struggling, you've been through. No matter anything, you gotta still believing in yourself all the time. I was struggling in the middle of the 3rd set. You know, it's physically it was one of the most demanding, you know, matches that I have ever played in my short career, I would say. but I've been in these kind of situations. I've been in these kind of matches before, so I knew what I had to do. I had to put my heart, into the match. I think I did it. I fought until the last ball. I knew that I was going to have my chances. I was passionate, in the fifth set, but extremely proud about myself and the way that I fought and the way that I came back, in the fifth set.
This will be the last question because I know you need to recover. So on Sunday, you'll be playing for your first Australian Open title. You'll also be going... You'll also be attempting to become the youngest man to ever win all 4 of the majors, a career Grand Slam. What would it mean to you to do that on Sunday night?
Well, thank you to put, so much pressure on me right now. Kidding. No, don't worry. I'm just really, really happy, to have the chance to play my first final here in Melbourne. This is something that I was pursuing a lot, chasing a lot, having the chance, to fight for the title. I think it's been a great 2 weeks so far. I think my level were increasing a lot. But one thing that I gotta say is I couldn't stay here right now, doing this interview without these guys. It's been. It was for me, a real pleasure, playing in front all of you. The way you push me back, into the match, the way you push me, every time, every ball, every point, it's been crazy. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful for for the support I just got not only in this match but during the whole tournament. Hopefully on Sunday it's gonna be a great atmosphere, a great support. So I just can't wait. But obviously right now I'm just my head is about recovering as much as I can. Just to try to be in a good state, to put a show for you guys, and see you on Sunday, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see him on Sunday for sure. That's Carlos Alcaraz. What a performance.
Chasing history to become the youngest player ever to complete the career Grand Slam. 84 days sooner than
to be down 3-1 in set number 5 then, knowing that you needed to do everything you possibly could to make it to his very first Australian Open Grand Finals. Well, he does just that. He credits it to the crowd pulling him back in, the way that they were just going crazy for him, but ultimately the way that he was able to pull himself out of whatever happened in set number 3 and 4 for himself. He really battled through so much, and such a deserving win for himself here. We can see it though, Alexander Zverev fought hard for himself as well, and whilst he's made it 3 semi-finals in a row for himself at Australian Open, unfortunately he won't be making it in back-to-back finals here at the Australian Open. And so it is going to be Carlos Alcaraz that walks on into that finals and now gets to focus on recovery, gets to look forward to not only watching what's going to be such an outstanding matchup, but figuring out who his opponent is going to be. We do have 2-time defending champion in Jannik Sinner, who's 2nd seed now, and coming up against Novak Djokovic, 4th seed. So it feels like, maybe these two have a little bit of pressure on themselves to deliver after what we just saw in our first round of men's semi-finals. The crowd loved it. The crowd is all warmed up, but it's time for a bit of a reset, not only for them, but for us as we on for that next match in the arena.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
The men's singles semifinals is continuing here, and after an absolute blistering 5.5 hours of our first semifinals between Alcaraz and Zverev, it does mean that we now get to look towards what is our second match here for the semifinals. It's going to be Djokovic up against Sinner for this evening's nighttime session, and they got a lot of pressure on themselves if they want to please the crowd as much as Alcaraz and Zverev did earlier today. They went the distance, 5 whole sets for themselves, tiebreakers in 3 of them, and coining themselves the 3rd ever longest match in the Australian Open history. So the fact that we were able to get that, and it's only this first semi-finals match, well, yeah, there is a lot riding on the shoulders of both 2nd and 4th seed here for what it is to be our upcoming semi-finals. And Novak Djokovic is definitely no stranger to pressure by any means. He's had multiple runs and multiple wins at an Australian Open, but this year his run to the semi-finals was a little different. We're going to have a look at all of the best moments, though, from the matches that we did get to see him play.
Extraordinary, absolutely out of this world.
Game, set, match, Djokovic, 6-3, 6-2, 6-2.
Well, that's not going to work. Oh.
15 love.
He's been good on the Jew side.
set a match, Djokovic.
No.
Second set, Musetti.
Bob.
15-40.
And
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, due to injury, Mr. Musetti can no longer play. Game, set, match.
And looking at that last matchup right there, that's key as to why I said his road to the semi-finals has been an interesting one. Not because we can't necessarily make out exactly what sort of shape Novak Djokovic is in himself, but you know, if there is a tennis god out there, it's definitely watching over him, because his first, second, third round, all flawless straight set victories where it felt like he wasn't struggling too much. Fourth round, we didn't get to see him play at all. He had a walkover, and so he didn't get to actually show us what was going to play down in that fourth round. And when it came to quarterfinals, maybe a little bit of that rust had built up, because the first two sets went the way of his opponent Musetti, fifth seed there, which unfortunately then resulted in a retirement due to medical injury. And that was interesting. Djokovic also took a medical timeout for himself earlier on in that match too. And so the fact that we're seeing him here in the semi-finals, he already said it himself, he felt like he was on the way home in that quarterfinals, but now he is still in the Australian Open fighting for a spot in that final and having to see himself fight up against two-time defending champion Jannik Sinner, who a couple of days ago, well, I guess now it's a little bit more than that, played at the very peak of the extreme heat that Melbourne has to offer. There was a pause during his match. We all saw the roof end up closing, and that really turned the tides for him as well. But we can take a look back at all of the memorable moments for him and just how he was able to get to the semi-finals with the power and prowess that he has.
And he seals it.
Too good.
Game, set, and one. Sinner.
The other majors. Sinner. Clean as a whistle for Sinner. 12th winner flies past artery. Jannik Sinner is through to the 14th.
That's a brilliant from start to finish.
Well, Jannik Sinner has really put up an absolute fight for himself. You could just see that, feeling like he's making shots no tennis player should be able to make, especially in that matchup against Ben Shelton in the quarterfinals. But he's had many opportunities to really prove himself, and he's done so every single time. In the first round, he was leading 2-love there with sets, where his opponent then unfortunately had to retire. He moved on to the second round, won that one in straight sets, which was a little bit different to his third round. This is the one I was talking about earlier, where he was playing under those extreme heat conditions and lost that opening set, but bounced back somehow even stronger with a 6-3, 6-4, 6-4 win. And there's no question about how well his recovery was in that fourth round, where he was able to beat fellow Italian in straight sets too. A tiebreaker forced out though with that third one there. And quarterfinals against Ben Shelton felt just as easy. Felt like Sinner never really left the court for himself, and now up against Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals. Every time Jannik Sinner has made it to a semi-finals, he then has proceeded to go on to the finals and win the Australian Open. Now, that's only happened twice, but twice is enough, I feel, for us to be able to put the data points on a graph and really start to see a trend in what he's able to bring out into the court, and hopefully also down into Rod Laver Arena, where these two players are going to be playing. They're getting ready in the wings, eager to take to this court and show us if they're able to put up a marathon similar to our previous semifinals of 5.5 hours.
Singles semi-final action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, from Italy, Jannik Sinner, and his opponent from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
Welcome to the Rod Laver Arena, and welcome to the second instalment of what promises to be a pretty historic day here in Melbourne. A quite phenomenal opening semi-final. An incredible amount of twists and turns along the way before Alcaraz secures his first ever spot in the final in Melbourne. And a couple of players tonight that not only know each other well, but have also found the code to win in Melbourne. Sinner a couple of times, the man in front of you on 10 occasions. He is a perfect 10-0 in finals, and he would dearly love to get through to his 11th. It's been an interesting route through for differing reasons for both of these two incredible players.
Samuel. Hi.
Right, so gentlemen, after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture, please, behind. I call the net myself. 25 seconds between points, you know where the clocks are. We have live ELC, we have VR. You cannot challenge foot fault, you cannot challenge the ball hitting the net on serve, and you cannot challenge time violation and cut violation, all right? Towel, you have white, and you have blue, all right? Any questions? He has blue, and you have white, I have white on the box, okay? Any questions? No?
Towels, 5 white towels.
Yes. Same for you. It's going to be your choice. We have AO or Mark and Munson. AO. Here we go. Mark and Munson. Serve. This side is good. Picture, please.
Might feel a little strange that Sinner's decided to serve first against the greatest ever returner, but in the last 4 meetings he has been spectacularly good in defending his serve against Djokovic. It will be an interesting tussle straight up tonight as he looks to lock horns once again with Djokovic. Delighted to say John Fitzgerald is with me tonight. John, just quickly, a few reflections on that opening semi-final.
Yeah, Sinner picking to take the serve there for himself, and talking about their last few matchups, or at least the history, the deep-seated history between the two of them. They've paired up 10 times competitively, ever so favoring Sinner there with 6 wins for himself and only 4 for Djokovic. And out of those 10 times, only 3 of them have not been in semifinals or finals of a tournament. So these two always meeting in those deeper later runs, and rightfully so. They're making it there for a reason. In fact, they've matched up against each other in a semifinals of the Australian Open before. That was all the way back in 2024, where we ended up seeing Sinner and Novak Djokovic's 33 match winning streak. So he knows what it's like to come up against the unbeatable. Novak knows what it's like to be the unbeatable, and vice versa there. And Novak Djokovic has just had a outstanding history for himself. I really don't think that you even need to explain what being at an Australian Open means from being in a Grand Slam tournament. The history definitely speaks for himself there. And some of the key things that we feel he's going to be bringing to this match that could see him really push back and, you know, maybe get a bit of vengeance for 2024 against Sinner here is pushing him behind the baseline, trying to limit his forward positioning, of course, trying to attack on the second serves aggressively. We know just how strong he can be in returning serves there. So his endurance is going to be one of those things where Novak Djokovic hasn't had that much time out on the court, but Sinner, where he has had longer matchups, you know, has he faded? Has there been questions about his endurance? And we don't really have to question how he is as a tennis player. Of course, at the age of 24, having 24 singles titles for himself, even just looking at his singles record, 321 wins to 86 losses. That in itself just speaks volume. He is our 2-time defending champion, of course, as well, winning in 2024 and 2025, where the years before he saw himself leave the Australian Open in the 4th round and quarterfinals. Respectfully, reflectively there. Jannik Sinner is one that enjoys being close in on the returns. He likes to approach the net, enjoys finishing points quickly before the rallies can develop. That's where the question of the endurance comes in. He likes to have those early point wins for himself. Just close out a point. Don't let it run away from him by any means there. And with that being said, during the Australian Open, looking at their head-to-head records here, yeah, big difference in time on court between the two. You really have to factor in the fact that we didn't see Djokovic play in the 4th round, the fact that Jannik Sinner did have that extra set for himself in one of his rounds too, but they're really similar in unforced errors, in winners per set there too. There doesn't seem to be any statistic at all that has differed between the two of them, except for sets dropped, and even then, that's only a difference of 2. That obviously came in that quarterfinals for Novak Djokovic there as well. So yeah, there is not much more to be said. These men definitely speak for themselves, and the only factor that we can have a question mark around is the weather. Where will it sit? Will it favor one over the other, and how quickly will we adapt? In the women's semifinals yesterday, Jessica Pegula had only really played in that heat and wasn't too quick to adapt into the colder temperatures. And when I say colder, I do mean about what it is tonight, 23 degrees Celsius. Yeah, not too cold by any grand means if you are in the Northern Hemisphere right now, but definitely cool when it comes to a Melbourne summer. So the fact we've transitioned into the nighttime, we're only seeing it 23 degrees there. It is going to be a little bit tougher to be able to those fast serves, that aggression, and having a lively as it will proceed to cool down as well. And I can't say who I favor between the two, whether it is going to be Sinner that likes that little bit of colder temperature, is going to be able to take advantage of it, or if it's going to be Djokovic, who has played in all kinds of courts in all types of weathers at all hours of the day there. And I don't know, our wind predictor might be able to sway me a little bit and give me some information on where it's aligning itself, if there really is going to be a big difference between these two on the quarters. They're going to try and do their best to convince it. And I wonder if it's going to be a large margin that it is predicted for either Sinner or Djokovic. I'm watching them give up hope when their win predictor doesn't go that way. Yeah, Djokovic not predicted to be winning here. It is siding with Jannik Sinner, and with the recent performances, I can't blame it too much. Of course, we have to factor in what was that quarter-final matchup for Novak Djokovic, but I don't want to keep you guys waiting anymore. There are matches to be had, points to be won by either Novak Djokovic or Jannik Sinner.
We're going to go strong with our first stat of the night. Look at this. Last 4 meetings, 61 service games, and Novak has only broken a couple of times. Last 4 matches against Sinner, he is at 3% in terms of return games won versus a career average of 32. It's incredible. Only one other match in the course of his career has he not been able to break an opponent at a Grand Slam after that loss against Sinner in Australia in 24, and that was against Leighton Hewitt back in 2006. Didn't create a breakpoint opportunity against Sinner here in Australia in 24. Did have 5 against Hewitt. And it does speak to the improvements that Jannik has made in that particular department. Modifications to the actual service motion, but also behind the serve with his +1 shot. Simone Vagnozzi in the front row alongside Darren have done an incredible job guiding Sinner. It's not easy when you're working with somebody whose aspirations and ambitions are so big. 4 majors already, of course, for him. And to repeat, Fitzy, is arguably one of the hardest things to do in the world. That's what makes Novak's successes down here in Melbourne and across the globe so impressive, that at this age of 38, he is still seemingly as hungry as he is. A 5th consecutive semi at a major.
Hard to believe. Yeah. Look, the records on this court are phenomenal. Most of us don't see it humanly possible.
Interesting to see what Novak tries to bring to this particular contest tonight that was different, particularly at Wimbledon. Looking for his 38th final at the majors. Sinner very quick in the Wimbledon semi-final to take the ball down the line in their ground stroke exchanges. Good depth from Novak in that opening point on his own serve. Let's just see whether Sinner continues with that kind of play that we saw at SW19.
Final.
Sinner's first step is extraordinary. I mean, there was a big gap there. Novak doesn't hit a bad approach. I mean, he hammers this, maybe not quite wide enough, but the first step from Sinner and the balance didn't look like missing that.
Everyone's mileage is different when you get to this stage of the tournament. Some can be more time on court. Has been an hour and a half roughly for Sinner, longer than Novak to this stage. But it has been the sporadic amount of tennis really that's been the difference maker here for Novak. The withdrawal of Menchik in the round of 16s, the retirement from Musetti when he was leading by 2-0.
He's missed 3 pretty easy, straightforward forehands in that first game. That's not a good sign.
And usually there is this kind of rhythm to a run through a major. And it just hasn't really been there for him. And because he's been playing a slightly lighter schedule, which maybe lends itself to the reason that he has such a significant blister on that right foot, is also causing some of that sporadic play that we're just not used to seeing. As much as he talked about the fact that his body was beaten up in the 4 majors pretty much when he last year made it incredibly through to that stage. He's almost undercooked coming into this one.
Well, the 4 forehands he's now missed haven't been by a small margin. That worries me. He's a bit off balance. It's the 3rd time I've seen that imbalance in his stance, and that one's halfway down the net. So not going at full pace yet, Novak.
Apart from the physical upside of playing in cooler conditions for Jannik, I think he'll also feel as though it gives him an advantage in the weight department. He is such a big hitter off both sides.
Yeah, the sound off his strings is a little different than most, isn't it? You can hear the racket head speed. You hear it with Alcaraz too. Ball comes out of the middle, it makes a different type of sound. And it's on the opponent very quickly.
Again.
It's a fast start for Sinner. And he puts 3 quick games on the board.
Sinner leads 3 games to love.
A bit to think about already for Novak as we head backstage with the man of the moment, Carlos Alcaraz, Alvaro's brother, and well, he'll be feeling pretty good about life right now that he's managed to somehow get out of jail. As much as he loves golf, I don't think he's taking that golf cart to the golf course after what he's just been through. Or maybe he's built different.
Obviously he likes to be in the driver's seat.
Like it. He wasn't driving.
I just hope he doesn't drive like his forehand.
He does like to drive fast. I know that for a fact, so put your seatbelt on. Novak really the prototype, wasn't he, of the open stance backhand aggressive defense, and we've seen his protege already tonight produce a very special one.
Well, that's more like a regular Novak forehand when he gets opponents off the court and then goes down the line looking to move in.
He's just half a step slow. He's talked about the fact that he got Mark Kovacs in to help with him physically in mid-year last year, but also for about 8-9 days in Athens, where he lives, to try and help him kind of offset what he feels is a little deficit there. But this is more about the fact that he just doesn't look sharp than anything else. On a cool night, a little bit of a diesel start here for the 10-time champion. Maybe just warming up. Brilliant. Set up as though he was going to crush a backhand. It was a mere illusion.
30 all.
Set the tone here, Jannik.
30, 40.
Yeah. I know it's early, but it looks a bit ominous, doesn't it? He looks sharp as a tack, Sinner. Not so for Novak yet.
Yes.
Big save. And this is what Djokovic does at times when he's trying to just upset his opponent's rhythm. He is backed into the service position super quick.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Well, it says that serve was 152. It didn't feel that big, did it? And
return was almost a similar pace.
Yeah, dispatched that with a bit of disdain.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Well, he got the message off the return previously from Sinner on that side that he needed to do something a little bit better, and he excels with that second serve. 181 tattooed onto the line, and the first game on the board for Djokovic. Yeah, and his physio, Charlie Gomez, who's a big supporter and has been for many years now for Djokovic.
Wait, please. Take your seat quickly, please, behind the players. Thank you. Love.
So they did something last year that not even Djokovic has done before, and that was top the list in terms of service games won and return games won.
I think that means you're winning a lot of matches.
It does when you excel in the two most important categories that we have in tennis, you're right.
I get the feeling that Jannik enjoys serving against a right-hander again. Against Shelton, I felt like he was a tiny bit out of sorts at the beginning till he settled down the different angles. Here he looks very comfortable. Good early return. I think Novak probably has that in his game plan, I would imagine, when he can try to step in on that second serve and rush Sinner. Looks a bit ominous when they get involved in a longer rally. A few short ones early might be beneficial.
Had a tough day against Musetti on the overhead. Much improved tonight. And I wonder if that's why I had a little wry smile.
He enjoyed that, I think. Not an easy one, this one.
Stunning.
Yeah.
He liked that.
Found his rhythm. That was a classic Djokovic point there.
30-14.
He needs this accuracy down the line with the forehand and finds it. Beautiful shot.
To jump so high off the court, even on the other one, on the deuce point that Djokovic turned around in his favor. You can just see Novak not often having to get both feet off the ground to return a second serve. Gonna have to kind of wander around perhaps to find the perfect place and location to return this second serve as we build towards Championship Sunday here in Melbourne.
Advantage, Sinner. Games, you know.
Big difference between the two in terms of the quality of first serves at the moment and the amount that are coming back. It is advantage Sinner, 4-1. Bit of a test. He's come through it very nicely, courtesy of a second serve that Djokovic didn't put back into play. And in terms of winning second serve points, he was the best on tour last year. Sinner, not often because of the fact that his opponents don't return it, but what he does right after it. How low he stays right at the end of range.
If you isolate your vision on Sinner when he moves, you notice that. If you follow the flight of the ball, you don't see it as much. If you just watch his body and how he moves, it's incredibly crouched in his position. Strength in the upper thighs.
It's been a fantastic 3 weeks for Melbourne and for the Australian Open. Innovations galore in the opening week prior to the main draw getting underway that were just a huge, huge success. The one-point slam was something else. Here to stay, no doubt about that. is Novak here to stay until Sunday? He has become Mr. Sunday for so many years here in Melbourne. That's a big help, because at the moment he's been struggling to get 3 points with that first delivery. He has Djokovic. Look at that. That one going in means it's 18% unreturned. Sinner, a very healthy 60%. A lot of less work, less ground strokes, less things that can go wrong when you're serving as well as the Italian is right now. You get the sense that he's established his presence in this opening set now.
Yes, you do. He seemed a little bit at sea early, a slow start, but now back into some rhythm. Novak having to rapidly go through his repertoire of second serves here. Quick ones, slow ones, slice ones into the body. You don't often see that from him. That was sweet. Well, he can hit winners from anywhere in the court, can't he, with that spin, the angle he creates.
It's kind of terrifying. If you're Novak in this position where you're just drifting into the backhand side, you feel as though you're pretty neutral in the rally. And he's just left you for dust.
Yeah, you think you're at least going to get your racket face on the next ball.
Djokovic. Sinner leads 4-2.
It's lost along the way. Simone Vagnozzi, of course, who works alongside Darren Cahill, and what a beautiful tandem they've been. That he coached Marco Cecchinato up until a ranking of 16 in the world, did Simone, and of course made the semi-finals of Roland Garros, did Jannik's fellow Italian in 2018, including a famous win over Jannik's opponent tonight along the way. There was perhaps an unfair sort of presumption from a lot of people that Simone had come in because Jannik wanted a little bit more control of everything. But let's not forget that Vagnozzi was voted the best coach in Italy back in 2018 after his work with Marco. He was a well-respected coach.
Well, the ability here to make a split-second decision. He's running forward, and
30-11.
As he's running forward, he's preparing to hit the ball here. Sinner has to change to the backhand wing and waits for Djokovic to move to his left. And he's still capable of squeezing that down the line in a small area.
Just too good. What a reply from Sinner. Carved under that like he's carving through this opening set.
40-11.
Yeah, speed of foot to get him there early enough to have some options. Just regrips the forehand into a drop shot mode and feathers that across court. Great skill.
Let for service. Again, Sinner. New mounts, please.
Continues to roll through his service games very nicely.
Sinner leads 5 games to 2.
And I think, Fitzy, any lingering doubts that anyone had about how he's recovered after that match against Sposiri are firmly being put to bed tonight. He looks fresh and he looks sharp.
Oh yeah, and he's had two matches in the meantime. So he might have been pretty stiff and sore the first one. Second one probably a little better, but tonight he just looks normal. Moving quickly, balanced well. And you can see he automatically, subconsciously uses the strength in his legs to keep so low when he moves. And his first step tonight it's obvious how quick it is.
Time.
Fascinating city and a fascinating head-to-head. It was quite incredible how it all turned around. Of course, Novak was leading 4-1 in the head-to-head against Sinner until the Davis Cup in November of 2023. Looked as though he was going to go 5-1 up when he was up in the third set, 5-4. Love 40 on Sinner's serve, 3 match points in a row. Didn't get it done. Sinner gets the win, and then since then, of course, it has been all Jannik in their head-to-head. Just the one set won by Djokovic in that time, and of course it was in that 2024 semi-final where he nabbed the third set on the breaker. Sinner did have a match point in that third set. Just hasn't been able to really recover after that indifferent start. Since then, they've been equals. One man that hasn't been indifferent today is Wally Masur, who has been magnificent on comms in the previous match, and I think you've just had a little rest, haven't you, Wally? You're back with us.
I just had a couple of drumsticks, Petch. Not chicken drumsticks, of the ice cream variety, so I'm fresh and I'm ready to go. I was just standing in the entrance watching Jannik go about his business, and it's just ferocious. He just throws his racket with such confidence at everything. It's quite incredible.
Sinner leads 5 against 3.
Spoke briefly to Darren Cahill before this match and just sort of, you know, what do you think? What do you think? And he says, well, Novak just has a great way of making you feel uncomfortable.
Jannik has done a good job of making Novak a little uncertain on return, which has never really been the case for Novak. 65 return games. He's only now broken him a couple of times in that period, which is just remarkable.
Arguably the best returner you've seen.
For sure.
Novak.
It's not even an argument.
So to make him uncomfortable on his returns needs some special serving, doesn't it?
Absolutely majestic. Superb point here from Djokovic, and yet Sinner just finding the right shot at the right time.
Well, you can approach down the line against a lot of players, but the returning is so good now and the defensive skills out of the backhand corner, it needs weight of shot to give you the upper hand in the rally. That's what Sinner has.
(40-11). Please, ladies and gentlemen, switch off your mobile phone. Thank you.
Triple set point. That is some elite tennis from Sinner in that service game. Untouchable at the moment, 6-3.
6 against 3.
Well, we were questioning after the coin toss Sinner's choice to serve against one of the better receivers there has been in the history of tennis. And, well, I feel like we have our questions answered as to why exactly he was willing to make that choice there for himself. Great serves all round from him. A very nice, clean win for that first set, 2-6 and 3 goes his way. And we can see it. The stats really don't lie. 85% of first serves there with 86% first serve points, 1 percentage. So yeah, just phenomenal for himself there. A few less unforced errors there, but all round nice clean set for Sinner. And I'm sure he's hoping to repeat that in set number 2, whereas Novak Djokovic wants to get a little bit more on the board and a little bit more on the court going for him.
Flawless set of tennis from the world number 2. It's going to be interesting to see what Novak does here at the start of the second set. Of course, he was really one of the few players that forced Nadal into kind of changing his sort of strategy, changing his style of play, because Nadal's was so good against virtually everybody else. But it is incumbent here on Djokovic, after what we have witnessed in their previous 5 meetings, to try and do something a little bit different, because whatever he started with hasn't worked out. Opening 40 minutes belong to the Italian.
Well, the control and accuracy there shouldn't be underestimated. I mean, he lays the racket face open here, so he's prepared early. As he runs forward, he's prepared early, but look at the control and the accuracy there.
Well, that's an amazing shot, Fitzy, in real time. I mean, it's happening so quickly. He's got so much forward momentum.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Perfect height, length, and width.
$13.15.
Well, this big crowd appreciates it, and so they should, and they deserve applause here, these two players. What athleticism. Great skill there. Wonderful balance from Novak. And by the way, I thought Jannik might get that one back over. Just caught that on the edge of the frame. Hustles it back, and Jannik just didn't open the face enough there. Great action.
Disappointment for Djokovic that drops in, but he's tortured many opponent over the year with that type of defense. It's not lost on anyone just how important this opening holder serve is for Djokovic. which he claims. And there's no question since the opening sort of 10-15 minutes or so that he is matching Sinner on serve.
Second set.
And no sense tonight, Fitzy, at the moment that the foot is bothering him. He's obviously had the physio out in a couple of the matches that he's played. But right now, he looks as though he's moving as well as he needs to try and stay with Sinner as best he can. As the win predictor inevitably is swinging towards Sinner. The opening set so important in all of these great matchups that we have, the great rivalries in tennis. If you go back and look at how many of them were decided in the opening set, it is a phenomenal amount, given that you've got two athletes that are virtually identical, but the momentum that the opening set gives them is just substantial.
Oh.
Well, I must admit, Petch, I thought in the first couple of games, the foot may have been bothering Novak. I wasn't sure, obviously, but he was off balance for several forehands early. But he's put it to bed now in my thought process. He's still looking there like he's asking for a few solutions from the box. But he's moving normally, it seems, now.
Yeah, it looks great to me, no question about it. I was just about to say hats off to the physio or the trainer who taped his foot. They've done an amazing job because he is hitting the court hard, sliding.
That was better rhythm, better pace. Didn't feel as though Sinner had time to set and redirect. He's looking over for more help. Boris Bosnekovic is the man that is tasked to look after him. He was the head coach at Novak's Tennis Academy. He worked alongside the great Marian Vida back in 2010 and 11 with Novak. There's nothing you can do when your opponent is gluing the ball as tight to the lines with their first serve as Sinner is at the moment. Confirmation of the Italians' precision. That has got to fire up. That is going to be the fulcrum of his success tonight if he can get that forehand firing and into play. Alberto Ferrara at the back, physio for Jannik.
A couple of errors on the forehand, but he's certainly hitting the ball a lot better than he did in his previous match. Novak, perfect conditions here the other day when he played Musetti, a little breezy. He was really feeling for the ball, but I just think those errors come on the forehand because he's so desperate to up the pace. He's spinning out of that shot a little too early. His head's lifting.
You don't really feel you're going to get a problem with the ketchup and the mustard around here, do you?
No.
That wasn't something I'm sure that the Tennis Australia planned for. The condiments getting out of hand.
15 love.
See how late he takes the left hand off the racket for the little drop shot back. Does that, obviously, even when he's deeper in the court. It's tough to read.
30 love.
There's more fire in the belly than there was against Musetti. That's no question about that. And when Novak does get into dialogue with his box, that is actually a good sign.
Love.
Quick hold. Gives him a little headspace to think about how he can get competitive against this Sinner serving. 2-1.
Djokovic leads 2 games to 1.
And the serving has been spectacular. Novak over the years has turned his serve into one of the great spot servers, one of the great serves with accuracy, but Sinner in recent times, and there was a big difference between 23 and 24 for Jannik in terms of service holds and first serve points won, and this was one of the reasons the modifications on the serve have built it into one of the great deliveries, and these are very special numbers. Anything above 70% in terms of the accuracy and the tightness to the line on either side is fabulous. He is way above that. And even for Novak, that is difficult to get enough racket on the ball, enough weight behind the ball to send it back to Sinner.
Time.
Unquestionably the king of Melbourne. There's no doubt about that. Djokovic, 10 titles. But it is Sinner that has taken over in the last couple of years. Absolute epic with Medvedev, of course, in 24 before dispatching Zverev in the final last year. Finding some space, and he's starting to move Sinner around his side of the court.
Love it in.
Just interesting watching Novak at the back of the court. When he's just so good when the ball's in his strike zone, and it's almost like Jannik standing toe-to-toe with him is not bothering him overly just at the minute. If it's between waist and chest height, he seems pretty fine. And that sort of width is going to do some damage. It was just interesting against Musetti, who played a lot of slice and a lot of heavy forehands. Novak spent a lot of time hitting balls below knee height and above shoulder height, and then Musetti was so deep in the court, he didn't seem to have the same targets that he was used to, so it was quite an unusual match. It's almost like he's finding some rhythm to a degree here against Jannik.
Big few minutes coming up here for Djokovic. It's got to start making some inroads. Eighth unanswerable serve from Sinner.
Well, I know he's trying to increase his versatility. I mean, he's spoken about it, Jannik. It seemed a strange time to play that. Well, it's not a low percentage shot, but it's with risk, more risk than going after a ground stroke. So, I find that a little interesting. Put himself into a dangerous spot here. Keep in mind, he hasn't lost too many serves of his to Novak in recent times.
Yes.
That was a tribute to the way that Novak's hit his forehand in the last 10 minutes or so, I think, because Jannik tried to lock Djokovic in the backhand corner there and eventually had to take the ball cross and try to go with such depth that he created an unforced error from his racket.
Has the control, changing direction though from the Djokovic backhand. It's like a metronome, straight across and then hitting the more difficult one down the line with such precision.
Yes.
I think this serve's underrated.
Just got a little breeze too behind him. Fitzy is so common here. The wind coming from the south hits the back of the stadium, just trailing from behind Jannik. Just some nice assistance.
He certainly stepped it up. A different player than when he started the first set, Novak.
And that's the second time he's done that in this match, where he has really darted to his left to get his forehand into play. Usually against most players where he feels as though he can outlast them or he will eventually create an easier opportunity on his forehand. There, he was a little late getting there, but he knew it was imperative to do so. And he's elevated. There's no question about that. First set, his forehand pace was 133. Not many players out here, but we are looking at two tonight that have that seventh gear when they need it. And he is crunching his forehand up at 142 Ks. And generally, when you hit the ball harder, you get more depth as well. So that is a double win for Djokovic. And just his third break of the Sinner serve in 68 service games.
Players are ready, thank you.
Just seems a rare thing these days. If someone slices an approach and comes in, they're a sitting duck. The quality of these passes is quite extraordinary. With accuracy, the spin, that's just not going to cut the mustard, is it?
No, Fitzy, it's the pace they can hit it and then get it to dip inside the service box. I mean, it's an impossible volley, isn't it?
Love 30.
Sinner broken 6 times to this particular stage. On 3 of those occasions, he's managed to get the break straight back. And the boomerang break is on here for the Italian.
And just watching that final backhand from Sinner, I was just trying to think how many players would have had to play that one-handed. But he gets over there and hits with authority. Court must seem awfully small.
Does that boomerang break only happen down here?
Something special for you. It's got a patent on it in this part of the world. It's the rebound break everywhere else. Oh no, he's there. Oh, he's missed it. Wow, can you believe it?
Gee,
can you believe he can get there?
Such high level.
Well, he wasn't there until it actually clipped the tape from Novak and just carried. It would have been a cold winner otherwise. So Novak, it just clips the tape and skips a little. Surprised he missed it by such a distance.
Just like Sinner in the opening set, Djokovic plugging in the serves tight to the line. Perfect break point, repellent from Djokovic, big serves.
Yes.
He almost had too much time there. I think he was surprised that that ball came back in his hitting zone.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Gee, this will be a big hold if he can do this, Djokovic.
affection for Djokovic tells you absolutely everything. He's been here so many times before, and he is feeling it. 4-1.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 1.
For all the spin race, for all the athleticism, for all the kind of speeds off the ground, that serve, and the serve is the most important thing. And he has found some special deliveries in that game to consolidate the break.
Sorry.
Time.
Yeah, but also, I know. No, you did well, but I'm saying, when you play the games like this,
He's just getting a little soft warning there for time.
Yeah, soft warning. Not a real one yet.
Breaking the last game from Djokovic brought to an end. A 38 straight streak of service holds from Jannik since his match with Sposiri. Broken in the fourth game of the fourth set against Sposiri, but not since, until Djokovic managing to establish a little bit of dominance for the time being.
You loved how he transferred his weight on that return. Really leant on that forehand, didn't he, Novak?
Alejandro Reznikov is the man just sitting over the left shoulder of Simone in Jannik's box. Came on at the back end of last year. There he is in the back right. Was on the tour as a physio for about 15 years.
$14-15.
It looks amazing when they make the return there from Jannik, but he's given up the line there. If you go back as the team get up and support, we'll listen in.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2. Keep the level.
It has been great level as well, but when you look at that return, he's just playing the percentages there. He's giving Novak the line because that's the hardest shot to hit. It's over the higher part of the net, and it's just a lot harder. But when he serves him out wide, you see how many times Jannik's in position on the cross-court return, even when it's a rocket, because he's guessed, or he's, as he said, worked out that that is the more likely of the two returns.
Tell you what, that half volley he hit, though, that was an extraordinary shot. Half volley, squeezed it over the high part of the net. Amazing control.
It is because he is a pretty amazing player.
Lovely kick.
And Novak finding the force of that one a little bit too quick.
Good shot there with a low camera angle. Just everything right around that waist to chest height for Novak. He's not minding it at the moment. Sinner unable to get it lower or higher. Well, I think we're just going to see maybe a few more unforced errors from Novak than we're used to, because he's really stepping up the pace. I mean, if it's there to hit, he's going after it. He knows that just consistent rallying is not going to get it done.
Can Novak withstand the pressure again? Dug deep to get out of his previous service game, saving a couple of break points. It seems strange to say, but in a lot of these rallies, just sitting on the side of the court, just watching the flight of the ball over the net, it's almost like there's a certain sameness to what Sinner's doing, and Novak's he's attuned to it. Everything is coming pretty much in his strike zone. The night air doesn't help. It's hard to get the ball to jump up off the court. Lovely touch. He's got the dynamite. We've seen him pull the pin out on a number of ground strokes, and then he's got the delicacy as well to come up with this. It was a little bit telegraphed, but it was so good that Djokovic was out of court. There was something before that second serve, and I hope he hasn't hurt himself here or his shoulder or something, but he definitely just pulled up. And the second serve was nowhere near what he knows needs to be in terms of pace against Jannik. He wants help, he needs help.
Please.
I don't know if he's got pain relief, but he has certainly got scoreboard relief with just his second ace of the night.
He's on the edge a bit, though, isn't he? He's a bit edgy.
Yeah, I think Boris would be happy with that, to be honest. I think he'd rather see a little edgy Novak out there than a subdued one as he had in the quarterfinals.
He's putting some pressure on Boris, by the way. Gee, two amazing serves, though.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Whatever he's got is lingering, but he's lasered a couple of serves. Can he find a third one? Wow.
New balls, please.
3 successive perfect darts. 5-2.
Djokovic leads 5 against the 2.
One of the things that we've been looking at with Novak in this tournament that's been quite interesting as he gets a delivery on court has been just his success rate after losing the opening point. Last couple of serves, this game's, it's kind of gone against the trend. He's lifted that number. Coming into this particular tournament, he was this match, he was at 93% of service holds won from 15 love, and he was down at 50% from love 15. But you can see here those last couple of service games where he's managed to hold on in particular have lifted that stat to 61 right now. Jannik a far more even kind of split in terms of service games won, whether he wins the opening point or loses it.
Time.
It's given his loyal Serbian fans a lot to cheer about in this second set so far, as Djokovic opening set went by in 38 minutes, 40 minutes in here, and he is right on the edge of perhaps leveling things up. He's done a great job of keeping Sinner at bay on those break points. He flirts with around 50% for this tournament in terms of break points that he has been able to convert. Just 1 of 6 tonight.
Well,
the new ball's helping here. Doesn't try to overserve Sinner. Serves within himself so often, but the accuracy is his greatest asset so many times.
Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, there was a sense of urgency and intensity about Novak for the first couple of points, but once he got down 30 love, you kind of felt as though his focus drifted very much to taking care of his serve and closing out this second set.
Well, his accuracy at the end of that last game was phenomenal. And, you know, the great players find a way, don't they? He did with the serve. He was relying on it. He's got new balls here. And after he went down early in that previous game, he started focusing on this. Serving to make it a set all.
Ball.
Gee, you don't see that often. That missed by a long way. What, 1.5 meters, Wally?
Yeah, easily fits. 184 kilometres an hour. And I think every now and then we'll just see some unusual errors because he's kind of pushing the envelope. He knows he has to play with real quality against Jannik or he's in trouble. So every now and then, I think we'll see some wild errors by his standards.
And he has to gamble that he can make enough of those. That is a bullet of a second serve, 192. Look at what he's done. There has to be a few more doubles because in the previous round, he sat a very comfortable 156 Ks on average on his second serve. He is right up there and amongst it on the second tonight.
He's averaging 170. That last one, 192 when he's serving for the set.
13-15.
And that's been an area where Jannik has really dominated against Novak, just winning 51% of his second serves against Sinner in their career head-to-head, compared to an average of 55. So that's a decent drop-off for Novak in that area. He's trying to defend it effectively tonight.
Ball.
Shot was on. A let off for Djokovic.
15.
Right now, the comeback's on. The greatest of all time, producing one of the great shots of all time to take the second set. One apiece. What a day here in Melbourne.
1-0.
The men's semi-finals just keeps on delivering. We got Novak Djokovic winning a set number 2, which ties up this match 1 set each. And we said at the end of set number 1 that he was going to have to essentially pull a rabbit out of a hat to really bring it to Sinner with how he was so strong and dominant in that earlier set. But yeah, set number 2 really was exactly what he needed. The fact that we're able to sit here and see what Djokovic has been able to do without necessarily really being on his absolute best game. Set number 3 is soon to come up, and we'll have to see who exactly is at the top of their game here at Rod Laver Arena.
He's really thinking his way through this, drawing on all his years of experience.
Hasn't always worked in the second serve department. 36%. He's at 50% for the match though, so he would like a little bit more of a lift, maybe another 5% of that in terms of the overall match when he gets to the end. But the incredible number on first serve points won in that second set, especially when it looked as though there was a little bit of a physical problem for Djokovic, will make him and his team very happy that he has a real chance moving through to an 11th final here in Melbourne. Already it's been a phenomenal day as day kind of shifted in tonight with the Alcaraz-Zverev Classic that the Spaniard won. We may well be here way after midnight as well with these two, as Djokovic has turned the tide, flipped the script magnificently in the second set with some ridiculous shot making. And it was nice to see how he was able to boss a lot of these points out there, Fitzy, because that wasn't the case in the opening set.
Well, he was a different player, especially in the first half of the opening set. He started in second gear and looked like he was flat as a tack to me, and he was mistiming his forehand early. Felt like it was a balance thing, but I tell you what, he's had some pressure on the box. Boris is under the pump there in the middle of screen. As Novak left the court, never looked at him, just walked straight out to change. I reckon the coach's heart rate will be up a bit.
How was that last forehand though on the set point? I mean, it was not in his strike zone. He was off to the side. He had no right to hit it that hard or that accurately, but that's what he does on the big points.
He has given them so much pleasure down here. First ever major he won was in Melbourne, and he continues to enthrall and thrill the crowd as Jannik goes out. And of course, this being his favourite surface, he does love the clay. He was 3 championship points away from himself winning the career Grand Slam at Roland Garros last year, of course. Because he ended up going on to win Wimbledon, so had he got that, that would have landed in his lap. Carlos obviously with the opportunity on Sunday to do that and become the youngest ever to achieve it. Sinner did something pretty spectacular in 24 as well. Notched up 18 top 10 wins. Carlos had 17 last year. It's a rare feat to get 18 plus wins. Nadal only did that once in 2013. Federer a couple of times in his very dominant seasons in 04 and 06. Novak quite phenomenally has done that 6 times in the course of his career, which is just astonishing to pick up 18 plus wins. Jannik did it in 2024, season where he never got beaten in straight sets. Only Federer had managed that once before in his career. And it was, of course, back in 2024 that he produced the 3rd best hardcore season of all time. Roger has the top 2 in 05 and 06, 50 match wins and 1 loss, 59 wins for Federer in 06 and just the 2 losses. Jannik in 24, 55 wins, just 3 losses. This is his habitat. It's the hardest to beat him at.
Great Ken Rosewall here on the left, 91 years young. Won every major singles title except Wimbledon. He was 4 times runner-up there, Petch. As early as 1954, as late as 1974.
They made him a member though, Fitz. It's okay.
Listen, they made me a member, so anyone can get in there.
That's why we like you down here. We're hoping we can, you know, get into the members at some stage through you, Petch. Come on.
You two are more than welcome any time of the year. Just hit me up.
Fitzy, could you have become a member if you won 3 Wimbledon doubles titles? Is that right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, there is a limit. Come on. Well, there's a bar, you know.
Only so many Aussies.
Well, not Aussies so much as kind of South Australia.
Oh, hey, careful. Treading on hot coals there.
Well, mustard and ketchup have made their way in. Little trouble with security, but they're back.
How did you see Sinner's performance in that set?
No, I found it interesting. He just couldn't seem to get the ball out of Novak's strike zone. There was no real width.
Well,
maybe it's just, I mean, maybe we have to give Novak credit because he was really upping the ante and going for it, and Jannik was just denied a bit of time.
By the way, I thought while Novak was on the edge, he was right on the limit, and his genius found a way to win the set. You know, Sinner played Mazzetti last round. You talked about the slice backhand and then the heavy, Novak played Mazzetti last round. He talked about the low slice, high topspin forehand. Sinner's not going to hit the low slice.
No.
So that's out of his repertoire most of the time. The high forehand, he's going for power, isn't he, rather than ripping the ball with more topspin.
Yeah, there's a certain sameness to every shot that he's hitting, and Novak settled into a rhythm because also too at night, Fitzy, everything just quietens down a little bit, so you're not getting as much, you're not getting as much jump, you're not getting as much pace. So, and Novak too, he's hitting every ball from about the same point behind the baseline at each end.
But I thought the power, before this match started, I thought Sinner's power might be just too overwhelming at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the nighttime air has just deadened that just that little bit. It's given Novak a bit more time. But Novak let it ride in that second set. There's no question about it.
Game, Sinner.
Yeah, that quiets the crowd a little bit. Sinner gets up and running swiftly in this third set. There was a purpose when Novak walked out after having kind of changed. A real sense of accomplishment of what he had done in the second set and feeling as though he wanted to get off to a good start, but Sinner's serving there has just subdued those ambitions for the time being.
Wally, Petch and I are in a booth out of a lot of the noise that you are experiencing at courtside. Who's being favoured more heavily here?
Oh, Novak's always got a big following here in Melbourne. There's no question about it. I mean, big Serbian community. He's a deity over there, and they love him, absolutely love him. They're probably making more noise, but I think Jannik, of course, such a popular player, and of course we do have plenty of Italians in the crowd supporting him. But at the moment, I think Novak might just be getting a bit more encouragement.
Well, he's got a bit of European background. I think he was firmly on the fence then.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't shout between first and second serve. Thank you. Love.
It's a good battle right now, isn't it? Watching Jannik have to kind of figure out a way to just trying to stay in some of these rallies and kind of ride out the storm if he can. Quality of Novak's forehand, which wasn't there in the opening 3 games, is back.
Or in the previous round, I think. It's a higher level now. And maybe these conditions, the heavy conditions, are suiting that forehand. Well, he'd overrun that one and hadn't counted on the let court and was forced to take it on the backhand wing. He couldn't penetrate as much from that position in the court, and goes the wrong way, by the way.
He tried to outfox him. The obvious shot, as you say, was inside in down the line to Novak's backhand, tried to outthink him, and in the end just outmaneuvered himself.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got a speed gun on the shot so we can measure it, but Novak just seems to be hitting a more penetrating, faster ball than Jannik at the minute.
Oh, his serve has been phenomenal.
1 game on.
And he'll be thankful that he's producing those serves, not just when he needs them, which of course he needed them in that second set, saving those break points. But they're keeping him afront of the game at the moment and just not allowing Sinner to get any kind of toehold.
Wait, please.
I kind of feel like you've got to give Jannik a bit of a reload there. Damien Dumassois, the ball didn't actually come back. He thought the gentleman was kind of maybe going to throw it back, then did kind of hold it and then dropped it over the side to the ball kid.
Well, he was asking his fellow spectators whether he should put it back, but yeah, Damien jumped the gun a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was worried he's going to drop at the middle of the point, but it probably, it cost Sinner rhythm there.
Et final. 13-10.
Well, this is a pretty darn big game here for Jannik Sinner. I mean, Novak's won that second set. If he gets an early break here, he might gain a little momentum. Sinner right now in defensive mode, trying to keep Novak at bay. For me, quite a pivotal time.
He's definitely enjoying the pace and he's enjoying the height of the bounce.
Sinner read that so early.
Well, he telegraphed it. He did read it early and he's quick off that first step. We know that, but Novak really telegraphed this drop shot.
14,
prepared really
13.
early and looked like he was going to hit it from there. When it from that part of the court, he comes in and it was just too obvious. Got him at the top of the apex.
Perhaps Novak hoping that Sinner wasn't going to see that drop shot coming. It's not his normal side to hit the drop shot with. It's usually the backhand.
Yeah. And that expression said that Novak knew he'd made a mistake.
Then a couple back-to-back lets Sinner off the hook and he escapes. 2-1, third set. This is nicely poised.
Sinner leads 2 against Novak.
So how's Novak looking to take care of his second serve? We've talked about the pace, but and it is huge. Look at those darts coming in on the blue number. Those are the ones above 180. They're all, of course, because they're sliced flat into the forehand side. So taking away Sinner's time on the ball and also coming through a little bit lower. But a lot of those balls heading towards the forehand on the deuce and exclusively Fitzy on that ad side.
Well, he can go for the bigger one, I think, down the middle on the second court because it's on the lower, over the lower part of the net. So he takes a risk with those blue dots you saw. He's really trying to get a free point off the second serve, and at the end of that second set he went for that more than normal.
Time.
Just gone past 11 o'clock local time here in Melbourne. A couple of the stadiums have been transformed into different racket sports. You can see a little bit of pickleball down there on the Cain Arena. As we take you back inside the Rod Laver Arena. I don't think your eyes are deceiving you, Wally. I don't necessarily think it's so much more pace than normal from Novak. It is definitely more than Sinner's, but I think there's a flatness of the strike that's also proving to be problematic for Sinner off that forehand side.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting playing a ball with a bit more height and a bit more shape, but it's not easy when it's coming in low and fast and deep.
This little number may surprise a few people because we do always talk about Sinner coming in with this sizzle and this pace, but Novak has got him tonight in the pace department by 8 kilometers, but it's that flatness that he's been able to inject into the ball and into these rallies, which is about 100 RPMs lower than is normal for Novak. So that ball is skipping through at an uncomfortable height for the Italian.
bit more depth. A couple of those forehands there from Sinner and a bit more pace, but Petch, it's almost like if you want, I can give you those numbers. You don't have to go to the statistician. I'm here on the side of the court. I'll do it for you. No, but it is interesting, isn't it? You know,
feel free to pump your tyres up.
It's just the visual. It's really impressive from Novak, and I guess because he's hitting a little flatter, as we said, he will make the odd big error by his standards.
Oh, it's dropped in.
Wow, he misread that totally, Novak.
But that's the night air too. Everything just changes so dramatically. You go back to that Alcaraz Zverev match when the ball was just flying and they hit so many balls long, and now look at this, just drops like a stone.
Wally, I don't want to stop you mid-sentence there, but Novak doesn't look great. That was a misjudgment, absolutely, but he was breathing. We are right in front of him here, and he was breathing so heavily. Well, he may not be wearing the crown here in Melbourne at the moment. The man up the other end is, but he is definitely not keen to be forgotten. And he is doing everything within his considerable power to stay with Sinner right now.
So what does it appear? Is it like a spasm? Is it a rib? A breathing issue?
I don't know. That was a bit of geometric genius. I'm not sure about the physical problems that he's having. It looked a little bit like a shoulder issue to start with, but yeah.
Seems breathing to me.
Yeah, it's definitely something in the chest, Wally.
He's dangerous when he gets like this, though. Seen him do this in the past where you look like he's debilitated, and he comes up with shots like that. So if you're down the other end and you're Darren Cain, you're telling your man, don't let that distract you, Jannik. What a forehand that was at 30 all.
Well, maybe he is just lulling Sinner into doing things that perhaps the Italian wouldn't want to do, and he's just caught the Italian's attention. And a little distracted.
Well, no one can doubt the physicality. Hey, there's no body contact here. But this is a physical game. The amount of sprinting from starting, stopping constantly over 3 to 5 sets. He's not as young as he used to be either. Tell me about it, Mark.
Wasn't going to mention it.
Great second serve there. You just feel like there's a heap of drama just ahead of us.
Please, once again, don't shout between first and second serve. Thank you.
Dangerous times for the Italian. Is Djokovic about to make a decisive move in this third set? And is he about to go from agony to ecstasy? The harder of the two options, you felt. Obviously, he was thinking Djokovic was going to dive cross-court to try and cut him off.
Yes. Well, he probably goes with this passing shot because if Novak gets his racket on it, he might still have another shot. If he goes across court and Novak dives, he loses the point. But he threads it onto the line.
He had a sniper's chance of making that, and he did.
Advantage, Sinner.
Maybe a little underpowered in the forehand-to-forehand exchange with Djokovic, but there was enough pace on that one, and Djokovic sinks into the changeover. 3-2.
Sinner leads 3 against it.
Hard to know exactly what's happening here. He has not called for the physio, so whatever it is, he doesn't feel it's worthy of getting anybody out onto court for the time being. Interesting to see the extensive collection of drop shots that Sinner suddenly played, and possibly testing him out physically.
Well,
I can't watch it. It's coming.
I can't help thinking that if you go to a different game plan, it means you're not having enough success at the current one. So he must be a little bit concerned about trading with Novak.
What do you not like? What words?
Time.
Novak and the umpire just having a few words there. Novak was trying to get some clarity from Damian about what he didn't like. It's all pretty civil. No big issues there. The bigger issue is what he is contending with potentially physically. Djokovic's just checking when the new balls are coming. Couple of games.
Please.
Yeah, that return there, I think, I've been watching Sinner, and it seems to me he's hitting very aggressively, but to fairly safe parts of the court, particularly in that second set. Now, that return there, that created some real width. I know he didn't get the next one, but somehow he's just got to find a little more accuracy to spread the court. I mean, that return for me is a case in point. That was a 139 serve. And it was a very, very careful return. And, guys, if I have to play doctor on the side of the court, medico, to me it almost looks like he's got reflux.
You know, I don't want Wally getting ahead of himself. Medico. Could be. Is he too far back on the second serve?
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't he?
Yeah, if he's going to go back there, flip it up in the air. Hit the dropping ball and flip it up high, but he's dropping back and flattening it out.
Yeah, well, if he drops too far back and hits a short reply, plays into Novak's hands.
Yeah, but give it some air.
Well, I like that position. Gee, Novak's on the edge, though, isn't he? He's
14-15.
Emotionally, he seems a bit on the edge, but I like Sinner standing in further there. And then it doesn't give Novak a chance to attack with the +1, with the next shot.
We should ask Wally. He's a statistician. Well, he's statistician, medico. They should have, instead of "Hey Siri," it should have been "Hey Wally."
Guy's a mathematical genius. One thing's for sure, it seems like Sinner to me doesn't have the rhythm that he normally does. Novak's really disrupting him.
Well, I think some of that is down to the way that Novak's played. I mean, we saw the forehand speeds. Wally picked it up very nicely. It is a lot flatter than he normally does. And this is also, listen, he has increased his quality significantly from the opening set. He started slow and he is building very nicely. Look at that. I mean, he's gone from 65%. Let's just jump through to set 3, 87 at the moment. So Sinner is not having it his own way. 60% of his serves, first serves, were unreturned in the opening half an hour. Suddenly he's having to work a lot harder to win his service games, which leaves him less time to think about the return games. Novak keen for some sort of nutrition, some food from his corner after the end of this game. And he is still over there at the moment. As you can see, that's what he's asking for. You can see he wants something to eat, but he was doubled up at the back of the court again, waiting for this return. Be interesting to see how much he invests in it.
Game, Sinner.
He didn't get a choice.
New balls, please.
Jannik drops a dozen aces in the match so far. 4-3, third set.
Sinner leads 4 games.
He's got whatever he needed. I'm not sure he actually knows. He's well, that is a little bit like Alcaraz. That looks as though Novak was actually physically sick into his towel there.
It's reflux, Petch.
If you say so, Dr. Masseur.
He's reaching for an antacid.
He wants something else. Whatever he's been brought out isn't the correct thing.
You know, in the second set, he actually did something similar. He put his head into his towel and then threw the towel pretty much into the bin, so he's not feeling well.
Time.
Welcome back. A little bit of medicine for Djokovic from his corner. Whatever came first wasn't the correct thing that he was looking for. It did look, it has to be said, during that changeover, a little bit like Alcaraz, that Novak was sick into the towel that has been deposited over the back there, and you'll have a look at it here. He doesn't see the ball kid coming, so that initially was dropped at his feet, which wasn't what he was looking for. And he's getting told from Mian that he wants a couple of those, whatever they are, to try and get him through whatever's going on. What a day's tennis it's been. And obviously the thing to keep an eye on right now is pace, not just around the serve, which was still decent for Novak, but off the ground in particular, which is going to take an awful lot of effort to keep himself superseding what Sinner is producing.
15-all. $13, 15.
Easy pickings. The first one was the one that did the damage. It's got so much topspin on it. It's so tough to judge where your racket needs to be to hit the volley.
30-all.
He was disappointed with the approach shot. You could see Djokovic afterwards shadow swinging his forehand.
$40, 30. Djokovic.
Well, he's hit that serve incredibly well. The one down the middle on big points.
He's got to make him go the other way, doesn't he? A little bit more often. I know he did on the previous point at 198, but a lot of big points are being decided by that slider tee.
Really, and that means that Jannik should stand maybe 6 inches to his right just to cover it a fraction more.
Yeah, just lean a fraction.
Yeah.
But just be aware. Let him beat you with the other one for a while. Well, this is interesting now. 4-all, Jannik's going to serve into the slight breeze. If Novak can get a quality return in, makes life a bit easier in the rally with the breeze at your back. Gee, poor old Novak. I mean, we know he's got a massive blister on his foot, and he's obviously suffering some ailment this evening. He's playing under duress.
$30.
Yeah, he's going to manage his energy here, and he's going to have to do it intelligently.
40-11.
He doesn't have the same physical conditioning that he had in the second set, where he could go after every single point and keep the pressure on Jannik.
Game, Sinner.
And there's going to be a slow walk for Novak, a much quicker one for Sinner as he puts
Sinner
himself in the lead, 5-4. Well, he may not have the same physical capabilities as he's been talking about at this stage of his career, Novak, but the one thing he definitely carries into this semi-final and this little awkward period of this match is wisdom of how to kind of manage himself as best as he can and not panic. And he's going to be able to kind of focus on what he needs to do. Well, for the first time in a match that we've seen him with a fairly shaky hand. There's been a number of those over the years.
Definitely seems more comfortable at this end change. Whether the 2 tablets he took just eased things somewhat.
Certainly trying to wait until a second wind kicks in.
So let's have a look and see how Jannik navigates some of these second serve, if he gets a look at them.
Yeah, I think you'd be looking for him to move forward and try to attack a bit more, get the first strike in, preferably deep.
Going way back.
Yeah.
Will he give it some flight? Got the breeze at his back. Well, Fitzy, I think maybe he felt he'd been burnt a little bit in that second set with a couple of massive second serves. You know, there was one in the 180s. So maybe he just thinks, I'm going to take that away from him. Jannik, of course, thought that might be an opportunity for a serve and volley point, but a very sharp dipping return. So yeah, just a little bit of cat and mouse going on the second serve here.
Didn't work instantly for Sinner. He was just 1 and 5 from deep on the second serve, but he saw Novak coming because of the deep position. And when Novak loses that opening point, we showed it earlier in the match between a 15-love situation and a love 15, there is a sharp drop-off. Around 90% of games won when he's 15-love up, and around 60% only when he drops the opening point. And that trend may hold here.
Thank you. Ball.
Was an instant success for Jannik when he went back deep on those second serves, but they have played out nicely for him in this vital 10th game of the third set. And the strategy shift has perhaps shifted the balance of power in this match towards the 2-time defending champion.
Players are ready, thank you.
Not by much. Going for the screamer. Sinner there.
15-14.
Novak living dangerously here.
Sinner scrambles, and he was willing to change. And because of that, he is successful in taking the third set by 6 games to 4. Novak with the shirt off, and you can get the sense that all is not well with the body. We've seen the issues that he had in that third set around his breathing, but obviously a little bit of a shoulder problem, as the tape alludes to, as we take a look through that third set. One of the big drop-offs, of course, for Novak, with his first serve percentage points. One was up mid-80s. Jannik has lifted his into that uncharted territory.
Well, he just finished stronger, didn't he? And sort of Novak, you know, if you have this issue halfway through the set and it's costing you it cost him momentum to me. He just didn't seem, the back half there, to be the same player as he was in the second set. So, and then it comes down to one game and a couple of good shots here and there, it's over. He's looked strange physically, though. And that's a risky play on set point down to drop shot and then go for a lob volley. Always risky.
Jannik been flying the Italian flag high for the last couple of years. Big part of the success of the Italian Davis Cup team. Did not play last year, but they still got through and picked up the trophy for a third time in a row.
Sinner to serve. Both players are ready.
As he looks to get through to his third consecutive final here in Melbourne. As he uncorks his 14th ace of the match on the opening point of this fourth set. Criminally overlooked just how good Djokovic's forehand is. One of the best that's ever been involved in this game of tennis.
And Petch, remember when he first burst onto the scene as a youngster? I remember calling a match where he played at the French Open, and his grip was so extreme and he hit with so much spin that the ball dropped short. It wasn't very penetrating. What a shot it's become. Got to hand it to Team Sinner. They're very coordinated, aren't they? They're like sort of Star Trek. They've got a uniform.
He's like Spock, isn't he?
Next, though, there's one man missing. Where's your jacket, son? And that's the flat strike that did so much damage in that second set. Just takes it on the rise, and we've talked about it before, Petch, that heavy racket that he possesses. He just drops that heavy frame on the ball with perfect timing. You can see him taking on the rise there.
You know, in his previous round, Wally, he was spraying that shot considerably. You know, he'd miss by a metre wide or long, or unusual for him. He's so accurate, most accurate player you've ever seen.
14,
yeah, maybe the heavy conditions suit him better, and he's found it again, hasn't he?
I think it's as much to do about the height of the bounce. It's just in his strike zone, and you got to remember he played Musetti also on a windy day. Musetti stands very deep, so the visual is very different, and he plays with awkward spin. You know, the heavy slice on the back end that heavy, high spin on the forehand. Just such a different matchup, styles v styles.
He's back a little bit.
Yes.
Gee, it's ruthless, that forehand, isn't it?
It's so good.
It has been in parts of this match.
And it's the reason that he's been so successful down under. He's been able to sort of adapt his forehand to the conditions. You've seen years where Novak has been going sort of down the line, you know, high 50% of the time, you know, high risk, but he's had high reward on the quicker conditions. And when it's been a little slower, he's been able to still outlast people in the cross-court exchange. It's one of the most flexible shots. And downstream from a strategic shift is always the technical ability to do it, and he is one of the most technically proficient tennis players that has ever played the game. And those forehands have contributed to a tense situation here early on in the fourth for Sinner. Break point. Saved emphatically.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's testament to the quicker conditions this year at the Australian Open, which sometimes it's felt like, or whether it's just improved serving from Jannik, but in his history down here in Australia, the four highest totals in terms of aces served in matches have all come this year. Spaziri, Duckworth and Dardari hit 19 in that particular match. He's at 16 tonight.
It's causing a bit of havoc here at the moment. The flatness of it means it gets from one end to the other faster. The forward speed is very impressive. So it's rushing Sinner a little bit, as great as he is at defending. Different player again.
Be a different match if Djokovic can take this break point too.
Please.
To have the composure to realize that that was going to save the day and just get him back to neutral. And there was a little trepidation. You could see it from Sinner when he had to take the ball into the forehand of Djokovic. He didn't really want to go there. And then the next one extracted the error just through pure fear, I think.
Well, I thought, was there a chance he could have taken that forehand lob in the air? Could he have smashed that?
No, it was just one of those awkward ones, Fitzy. It wasn't coming down necessarily short enough to make it an easy smash. The bounce wasn't terribly high. I thought he made the right decision, but Novak actually played the next couple of shots from deep, way deep behind the baseline. And talk about the visual or the target, it just changed and he overcooked it. But Novak, Petch mentioned composure. He just seems to have his composure back here at the start of the fourth. Tell you what he did do in that game, that returning game, he just played with great depth. That's tough to counter.
Game on again. What a Friday we've had. And still having.
I mentioned, didn't I, that just speaking to Darren Cahill before these guys walked out onto the court, and Darren said Novak has a great ability to make you uncomfortable. Well, it's proven to be the case, hasn't it? It's just never easy.
May I say, Wally has the same ability.
13 love.
Things just look normal again for Novak. He's got over that hump. You know, I still feel, though, that we haven't seen Jannik Sinner's best here. Not sure if you guys agree, but I just feel like he should have another half level somewhere.
I think, to be fair to Novak here, he's kind of thrown new things into the mix consistently in this match. And there's an argument to say from the low base that he started it off, it's kind of thrown Sinner, who maybe felt as though this was going to be a little similar to recent matches that he's had with Djokovic. We've seen Jannik drop deeper on the second serve. It's almost as though he's having to contemplate what tactics to use mid-rally, which is an uncomfortable thing for any player.
Yeah, and Petch, I think, to me, it feels like Jannik's not very accurate with his ground stroking, because what he's really doing a lot of time is just fighting off really difficult, penetrating shots that are coming off Novak from both wings. So there's not a lot of accuracy in what Jannik's doing.
That shot that Ronnie talked about, and he gets up so high that he can just flatten it down into the court. We talk about RPMs, but if you can take the ball up there, and certain players have kind of a shot that actually just goes down into the court. And watch Novak here. There's the spin, both feet off the ground, so he can angle it straight down. Don't worry about RPMs. That's just a dagger.
Kratko I ravnomerno, kratko.
Do you really feel as though Jannik had kind of won the battle in the previous 5 meetings, which the Italian had won? Not so much, obviously, the Davis Cup one, but the 4 subsequent to that, when he kind of won the battle into the forehand side, and psychologically that kind of put Novak on the back foot. That is not the case right now. So where in the previous meetings he could kind of go where he wanted to, whenever he wanted to, he's now got a narrow band of the court that he's got to aim for. Oh, absolutely sublime.
It really was, but what a point Novak played. I mean, he did absolutely nothing wrong. He was almost in the ascendancy, but that's just too good on the run, isn't it? Beat him by a long way. Novak just acknowledges what a great shot it was.
30-15. In. Sinner.
If it came off, he'd be happy to take it, but Djokovic wanting to get to the end of that game without investing too much energy in it. Sinner trails by the break. And this is where experience plays a part, isn't it? He knows he's got a lot of runway if he's going to turn this around to work with Novak. He's done the hard work with an excellent start to this 4-set. And it's going to be up to Jannik to respond. He responded beautifully with one individual virtuoso performance. There's lob coming up in this particular rally. Novak again, very quick to flatten out the forehand down the line. Can't defend against that.
That angle didn't show it so well, but Novak actually played a very high flippy forehand off the return. So he's definitely throwing a few different kinds of smoke at Jannik.
He also took a step back before he hit that spinning forehand return. While he took a metre back and varied the flight.
Tail end of a teardrop of a lob from Sinner in that previous game that Novak applauds. He's always done that throughout the course of his career. Very quick to touch his racket strings after his opponent has done something that he admires. But a lot of fans admiring his fight after the end of that 3rd set, how he has quickly stepped back in the lane.
You know, he's always been incredibly good at putting his hand out and shaking hands when he doesn't win. Incredibly good at it. I've always admired that. Tell you what, he's a long way from not winning this one. This is game on. I mean, you'd rather be in Sinner's shoes. He's up that set, and from his point of view, if he's going to get down a break, it might as well be early in the 4th. Gives him a bit more of a chance to break back.
Let for service.
It was like his serve tonight's been extraordinary on the big points. Not sure if you can see it in the straight percentages, but gee, serve well when it's mattered.
different on the stroke of midnight.
A bit of throwback that the three of us really appreciate. Beautiful.
It's almost as though he's found a sweet spot in mentally to accept some of the errors that are going to come. He's decided that what's going to allow him to potentially win is also potentially dangerous. We saw that forehand fly wide in that last game, but he just shrugged it off, plugged into the next point, and efficiently put that service game on the board.
Well, guys, you can hear that from your air-conditioned booth, can't you? Crowd chanting for Novak.
What a phenomenal Friday it has been here in Melbourne. It's certainly not been an unlucky day 13. For
It's had that sort of super
one of the ages. Yes, it has,
that
Wally.
Super Saturday US Open feel, hasn't it?
Too good. Gee, he looks dangerous, doesn't he, when he runs to that forehand wing?
He's just dropped the guardrails. It's like he knows what he wants to do. He is completely committed to doing the right thing, regardless of the outcome. And he is in full flow right now. And that is the only way you can contain him, is take the racket out of his hand.
Please.
Regardless of the fact that he's trailing in the wake of Djokovic right now, you can bet your bottom dollar that Sinner is going to try and keep the 38-year-old out here and work him physically, regardless of whether he gets the outcome he wants in this fourth set. The investment he puts in now in terms of effort could well pay good dividends for him in the fifth. Djokovic, for the moment, maintains his lead, 3-2.
I have to say the players seem to ingest a lot of food and liquid over the course of a match, which I guess, you know, you've got to fuel, but it seems a lot to be gurgling around in your stomach as you're playing.
Djokovic, as he has been throughout the course of this tournament, as the matches has gone on, is limbering up and making sure that he's remaining flexible and he'll be hoping that his forehand can continue to deliver the hurt that it has been over the last 20 minutes.
One thing that's been interesting just watching Jannik from close up tonight, it seems like when his game A is not working, he sort of persists with game A. It's not as though he's tried to do anything particularly different throughout the course of the match. He's just persisted.
He really has to cover that, surely.
Yeah, he's getting burnt there a lot, isn't he? And he's got a big reach too, Sinner. So if he just sort of takes a shuffle a few inches and anticipates that serve and accept that he might get beaten out to the backhand.
Well, he pulled the pin out on that forehand. And it wasn't just the sound of the ball off the strings that you heard, it was the huge roar from the 10-time champion here.
This shot here from Jannik, though, he hits it too hard. Just doesn't buy enough time to get back to where he needs to be.
Thank you. That wasn't just a shot, that was a statement. I'm not going to lose to you. If you're going to get through to the final again, you're going to have to beat me.
But that serve again, I mean, 2 times in this game.
I mean, just stand a few inches, 4, 5, 6 inches to your right. Make that gap a tiny bit smaller.
New balls, please.
He's got a Strutney step now too, Novak.
Djokovic leads.
The best players are all motivated by discipline and percentages, and you know, when I watch Novak play like this, it always kind of reminds you that he's played within himself throughout the course of his career, because all he needs to do is win. And what he does better than anybody else is put the tennis that he needs to win on the court. And yet he has always had these extra gears, this ability to change his forehand, to flatten out, to make it more problematic for the opponent, but he only does it when he has to. He's been forced to do it tonight, but he's good enough to actually execute it as well. Very few are.
But I'll go back to the fact that, you know, Jannik persists, and it's amazing how he does persist and how good he is, obviously. But, you know, at no point do you see a serve volley, at no point do you see him take a backhand on the rise off return and come in. He persists, though. He'll keep coming.
I guess you've got to be good enough to beat him at his game, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. He just puts his game out there and he does it awfully well, obviously, week in, week out. But it is just curious watching him here against Novak. It's Novak that's dictating to him.
Oh.
He's so motivated by judgment and discipline, though, Jannik, isn't he? And the top players are. I mean, they understand what they do well and how that impacts their opponent. Very few are kind of motivated by compulsion of just hitting the right shot that feels good at the moment. That was one of those rare moments where he just let loose. Didn't feel as though that was necessarily the plan. Is that an S&V in your book, Wally?
It's a serve and a float. But yeah, look, absolutely. Didn't let that one bounce, and he's got such a good drive volley. It's just his forehand grip. It's basically hitting a forehand on the rise, which he does so well. I think he was looking to come in.
Oh.
And Novak, the old fox, I mean, we've seen some serve and volley points on big points. And out of the blue, just bang, a knife slice, draws the error. He never stops thinking. He's always trying to work his opponent over.
Sinner.
The Italian continues to tailgate as he has to. Djokovic in this fourth set, 3-4. Just like us, all eyes on Djokovic at times, as this match is detoured.
Time.
Night session crowd must have wondered if they should have bought a day session ticket earlier in the day, as Zverev and Alcaraz battle it out for over 5 hours, over 5 sets, before the Spaniard managing to come from behind in that 5th set after Zverev failed to serve it out at 5-4 to put himself into his first Australian Open final. But they are getting treated to their own classic now.
You think Jannik's got to go down the line with his backhand more, Wally? Try to open up the court a little bit.
Well, that's yeah, it's a devastating shot, isn't it? Particularly when you hit it with that sort of depth. But as I say, I think a lot of the time he's just been fending off the power and trajectory of Novak's ground shots. I don't think he's had the time to really try to be accurate or redirect. That's how it appears, anyway.
15-30.
The first one he's overplayed for a while.
And sometimes too, when Jannik's in a little bother or he's dragged wide, he almost hits the ball too hard.
Yeah.
He doesn't quite, I mean, he's awfully quick. He gets to the next one, but he hits it so hard, it's almost like he takes time away from himself.
He served well when it matters.
Well, and also, isn't that the problem for Jannik? I mean, it feels that he should be shifting a little bit to cover the tee serve, which has been absolutely deadly. But then he deviates his line of attack out wide, and suddenly Jannik has to think that that's a possibility. Doesn't have to hit many.
Yeah, but I think he's better off giving him that one than the one down the middle. I mean, he's good enough to hit both, obviously. One down the middle has caused most of the problems. He made a mistake there, Novak. While it was a case in point, I thought he hit the ball so hard when he was out of position there, Sinner, and Novak looked like he was going to win the point from here, but he just placed the wrong volley, or not well enough.
Yeah, I mean, the night air, it's cool. He just tried to carve it away, but you think sometimes when you got that height to work with, you just back yourself and go big into the open court.
Great point. And he's good enough again to hit that flat trajectory forehand under pressure on a break point.
Would you go to his forehand in this situation on a 50-50 ball, given the way he's been hitting it?
Well, look, I don't know the answer to that. He's good on both sides, isn't he? But
I'm saying that in hindsight.
Yeah, but Sinner created angle. We've been wanting him to get a bit more angle. It forced Novak wide, and he was good enough to hit that winning forehand.
Both players are ready. Thank you.
Holy smoke. Looks like he's starting to open his own shoulders here, Sinner.
Advantage, Sinner.
157 Ks on that one. That's quick.
Yeah, he's been sitting at 129 for this set, so that did catch Djokovic unawares. Bullet of a forehand.
Oh. Please.
Went there again on the big point. That's too good. He's a maestro, isn't he? I mean, I'm half thinking he's going to go down the middle again with a second serve, a bomb.
Yes.
He hits a magnificent second serve kick and comes in. What variety.
And just thinking his way through every problem. But I just felt Jannik went a little too far back then. And just gave him so much space. Sometimes I feel like the players are overly aggressive when they crowd the baseline, or they go too far back. Just moderate that fractionally.
Let for service. Advantage, Djokovic.
Yeah, but then after, it's not okay for him as well, right? He's ready. He's ready.
That was arguably his best service game of the match. Under pressure, and he refused to flare out, and he has given himself a chance if he can grab one of the next couple of games to push us into our second consecutive five-setter of the day.
And how good are the numbers? Like, the accuracy's there, and he's pumping it at 2:01 against a slight breeze in the evening air. Out wide, fantastic serving.
Here's 11. Et final.
Good eye. That must have been tight.
13-15.
He had an option to volley that, Sinner. Made a judgment call.
A little bit of a record for Jannik with that particular delivery. As you can see, his career high ace count, and they have all come here in Australia this year, apart from the one against Medvedev down there at 17 at Wimbledon in 2024. But it's not necessarily going to be his serve that carries him through to the final of the Australian Open to play his great rival, Carlos Alcaraz. He's going to find and need to find different ways to defeat Djokovic.
Cain, Sinner.
Another one to add to the collection, and one last chance for Jannik Sinner to save this fourth set.
Djokovic leads 5 against 4. Time.
Mihan looking on, and Novak wanting some advice about the stretching that he was doing. And we talk about the teams behind these players these days. Dalibor Sorolla, who also came on in June 2025, who's in the front row just sitting next to Boris's current coach as a strength conditioning coach from Croatia, and all of them have played their part in this performance for Djokovic.
Well, Novak just pointing to the top of his racket. Sinner's cross-court forehand was not particularly clean. And he knows how big that first point was. Was that a tee serve, Fitzy?
Sure was. I guess if you hit it on the line constantly, then it's still pretty hard to get back, whether you're looking for it or not. He served that accurately.
He's got the look of a man that can see into the future right now, Djokovic. He looks so assured.
I feel like the guy in Back to the Future.
Thank you.
In the most pivotal, pressurized moments.
Incredible.
He has been his perfect self. Utter precision. The fifth set beckons.
Well, it's a different approach.
40,
Step inside the baseline.
Thank you.
And finally, he was on the tee serve.
Yes.
Clean strike on return.
I don't think Novak quite hit his exact target, though, did he? He was only 6 or 8 inches.
No, not quite the accuracy, but you get the feeling he was looking for it.
Please. You don't see both players are ready and waiting for you. Thank you. Let. First service.
It's like Novak of old, isn't it? Certainly for a large part of these 4 sets. He looks like he's playing as well as he ever has in a lot of this match.
Sinner was livid. Djokovic delighted.
Djokovic.
2 incredible champions, 2 incredible semi-finals, a little Melbourne magic on the 13th day of these championships. Yeah, you can never, ever, ever write off the great ones. And although he started slowly here, Djokovic has warmed up to the task. And despite the fact that not many people perhaps would have predicted the way that this match has unfolded after the opening set, you got the sense that he'd got his teeth into it. He'd found some tennis and tactics that were going to trouble Sinner, and so it's proved to be. It wasn't a bad set from the Italian either, when you look at it just from a numbers point of view. Wafer thin margins, the breakpoint saves from Djokovic, the difference maker. As was that shot, the forehand down the line, definitely troubled Sinner.
He's got a foundation of 79% first serves into play. Well, that sets him up in an incredible fashion to win a set, because the rest of his game's backing him up as well. What a performance.
That is not a celebration, that is a look of determination from the greatest of all time. Alcaraz talked about it afterwards. I just kept believing. The same can be held true of the way Djokovic has proceeded in this match. Take a little trip down memory lane here in Melbourne, dig out the vault. The last time both men's semis went to 5 sets was back in 2017. Federer getting past Wawrinka in 5, and then Nadal against Dimitrov in an epic. Spaniard winning that 6-4 in the 5th. Before the two great rivals put on a show in the final, with Federer coming through 6-3 in the deciding set.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised at the quality of tennis today, given we had 1, 2, 3, 4, and no one daunted by the big stage. They've all stepped out here and found something. And Petch, I'm trying to wrap my head around why, you know, Sinner's numbers are so good on serve and Novak's serving so well tonight, because, I mean, it's certainly not quick tonight. The air's getting heavy. I'd say the temperature's in the teens, the high teens. And the balls, I mean, apart from the first few games out of the can, they're not fast. Guys are just serving well. Some guys are returning really well.
13-15.
And I'm going to go with my observational call of reflux. I think that's settled down with a few antacids. He seems very comfortable now, Novak.
Isn't live sport great though? Live tennis, you have no idea who's going to win this at this moment.
Who are you backing, Fitz? Do you have a sense?
The guy serving first, maybe.
I think he's going to tell you in 40 minutes.
What I love about Fitz, he puts himself on the line.
Just did. What about you two?
Look, I'm going to go with Sinner because I just find it extraordinary that at 38 years of age, Novak can produce this. We are 3 hours and 15 minutes in, so it's going to be 4 hours of epic struggle. So I guess I'll just go with youth.
Yeah, I think that is probably the kind of prevailing thought, isn't it? And it's certainly the easiest one to go to. That's where the win predictor's going as well. But Djokovic has come in and he's been the great disruptor. I'm going to go with Novak. I will say, just going back to your point about conditions and serve numbers, I mean, I'm just sort of taking it. It's not a huge data sample, but Andy Murray at Wimbledon would have a decent first serve percentage a lot of the time because the balls are a little bit heavier and those conditions. So therefore, the numbers tonight probably aren't as surprising because the ball isn't as lively off the guy's strings, so that they feel as though they can get after it. And when they're both locked in like this, they're both lethal.
Well, I like that. If he gets a chance, Sinner, and I know the ball's been coming onto the racket so fast that that shot has been difficult for him to make, but I like it if he goes for that one. If he can find his rhythm on that and open the court up with Novak a little bit.
I feel like he played a little deeper in the court for the entirety of that rally there, Fitzy, did Jannik. I mean, he's still thrashing it pretty low and hard. It's almost like he just bought himself a bit more time to go line. Well, that was nothing short of ridiculous by Sinner. I mean, Novak is just absolutely striping the ball. And Sinner was just defending, but boy, did he do it well.
Best sport in the world.
Yeah.
How good is this?
Well, these are the best 3 or 4 points we've seen from Sinner in a while.
15-14.
Well, it's lucky he didn't take my advice and change anything. He's just stuck to his guns. He's just hit it a little harder.
You know, and Novak did nothing wrong there. Wow, was he playing well too?
Has not diluted any chance of success with getting too despondent. He's respected the challenge that Djokovic has shown tonight, the gauntlet that's been thrown down, and he has responded.
30-40.
11 chances to break for the Italian tonight, just 2 taken.
Yes. Advantage, Djokovic.
Novak facing his first crisis of the 5th set with aplomb.
Djokovic.
Well, Petch, we had a classic earlier in the day. We've got another one, haven't we?
We have, no question. Obsession is the greatest strength of the very best, the elite. And there's no doubt that that's exactly what Djokovic is. Is 25 still a possibility?
Thank you.
It still feels very much alive right now.
Darn right it is.
Sit quickly, please, behind the players. Thank you.
Got to admit, I had my doubts, but not now. My goodness, I thought that was in off the racket.
Hard to believe that didn't land on the runway in flight, because it looked like it was curling in all the way.
You guys really need to get your eyes checked.
I mean, he has gone Mach 5 on those last couple of forehands, and he has barely missed them. He wants to see this.
How's his timing? I mean, he's just timing the ball so well.
Questioning physics there.
Well, he didn't land them, but there were a couple of warning shots right across the bow of Jannik Sinner that this is not going to be easy, this 5th set, if he wants to make it through to the championship Sunday. 2-1 to the Italian.
2 games 2.
And those misses, even though Novak obviously disappointed and everything right now is getting magnified, they're still scary if you're sitting in Jannik's shoes right now, thinking that that is still a possibility when you go into that particular wing, that you're not in the point anymore. It's suddenly out of your control.
Yeah. Well, it's like living and dying by the sword. If he's good enough to make it, you lose. If he's not, you win. It's scary, though. I tell you what, Sinner handled that pretty well, though. Novak threw everything at him, just missed 2 forehands. Close. Pretty good game from Sinner.
Time.
Arthur Schopenhauer, the German philosopher, once famously said, talent hits a target no one else can hit. Genius hits a target no one else can see. And it feels a little bit like that watching Novak tonight out here. He's turned water into wine after the way that he started this semi-final. And the champagne may still be popping for him on Sunday.
Water into wine. Is that some form of hyperbole?
I knew it would appeal to you. It's about that time of the morning.
Unusual miss in these circumstances.
And strangely, Fitzy, it was the slower ball. Just span out of it a little too quickly. Got out ahead of it and travels long. And that ball had more flight. That was a better defensive shot there from Sinner. So often he's just cracked it back hard and flat, but that definitely...
Was that a slight mishit, though? Is that why it looped so much?
No, I think he intentionally just looped it up higher. I mean, it was effective. It kicked off the court. Novak couldn't really get behind it to unload. He played a good return game the last game, Sinner. He's back at it. Love 30.
Well,
15.
I don't think any of us are surprised he went for it, because he's been making it all night, but it haunts him there. And look at the spring in the step there of Sinner.
That double full introduced Sinner to a couple of break points.
Let. First service.
Wow. Wow. not only has he nailed that backhand, but he's found another first serve on a break point. 11 out of 13 first serves landed by Djokovic. Break point down.
I feel like we're in a master and a commander situation. They are shooting shots across each other's bow.
Another line hunter as Sinner hunts the elusive break.
Magnificent.
Yes.
I mean, there's a reason he's at the pinnacle of the sport, isn't there? And he knows he's hitting the ball in the middle, doesn't he? What a shot here on break point.
Ice in his veins.
Thank you.
He still thinks that Sinner's mishitting those shots. That's why he's suggesting it. But it's part of the swing pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it maybe wasn't completely clean, but it certainly wasn't a shank that rolled around the frame. But that extra height and that extra bounce, problematic. Great depth there from Sinner.
You'd think if he went for that like he did earlier in the game, he'd go back across. It's safer. That was all or nothing. And that one did catch the frame.
He just wasn't in position to hit it, was he? It was chasing him into the backhand corner and he hadn't made enough time or space.
Premeditated.
And he will have sensed a little anxiety in that previous return from Sinner on the break point. It's not the kind of all or nothing return that the Italian usually produces in those moments. Did well to withstand the onslaught for as long as he did. But that was prime Sinner.
Well, I spoke about being more accurate, and you'd think to be more accurate, maybe you take a little pace off. That was the final shot, but that was accuracy and pace from Sinner. Very hard to defend against. The fans are riding every point.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Djokovic.
Not just outstanding, upstanding. Half the stadium out of their seats. We're at 2-2 in the fifth.
2-all.
And if there's been one defining shot tonight, it has been that forehand down the line.
Both players are ready. Thank you.